Hello, everyone. Welcome to the very first Nerditude live stream episode. This is the Halloween episode that we will be putting out tomorrow. You guys get a little bit on the inside on the live version of it. I am Matt, as you probably know. Hopefully, I am one of your hosts.
And I am Lewis. I am also a host of this fine podcast.
And then I'm number 3. I'm Alex, and thank you for watching.
As I said, we're doing a live episode. We do have a live chat going. I do see Rob is in there. Rob says it's a witch and you're a heretic, Lewis, because of your hot.
That's rude.
We've got Nick's in the chat as well. Thank you for coming by, saying hi. We will be doing a little bit of interaction with the chat. However, during the reviews, we are going to stay pretty on board. Please feel free to chat, throw your comments in. At the end of each movie review and before the list, we're going to take a short break. Before we take that break, we're going to open it up to responding to some of the chat, talking to you guys, saying hi, seeing how everything's going. But in between each review, we'll be doing a short break. And with that said, I'm going to hand it on over to Lewis. He's going to start us off.
Yeah, so on that note, we'll see you guys next week. No, just kidding.
Fair enough.
So if you've been with us the whole month of October, we've been doing themes for each week. Normally on the Nerditude Movie Podcast, we do 2 movies a week. For the spooky month, we've been doing 3. So today's triple feature, we centered on just grab bag movies, something we all wanted to pick, something that just kind of really brought out the Halloween spirit for us. Some movies cheesy, some a little more serious.
Well, we've been trying to stick to the categorical rhetoric of each week. We kind of got a different horror category, and we were able to kind of say like whatever we want to watch. Each of us pick a movie, and it was actually kind of nice that I didn't have to watch like the fucking Shed. Like I didn't have to go through Creep Show 2 again. I got to watch a movie I wanted to watch. So, but yeah, sorry, go on.
So, 3 movies tonight. First one is a movie called Haunt. Second movie is called Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon. And the last movie is the John Carpenter not-so-classic Vampires.
You know what? Heresy. Rob was right. Burn him.
Anyways, let's start this dumpster truck on fire with Haunt. Now, this movie came out in 2019.
Classic.
That seems like it was 10 years ago. Release date 2019. This movie runtime of 92 minutes. It feels like a lot shorter than that. It's pretty short movie.
I disagree. I kind of felt certain scenes dragged out a little bit.
I don't know. It goes by kind of quick, I guess.
I mean, it's not a long movie by any stretch, but it's just, like any other haunted house movie, there's those moments where it's just like, come on.
Get on with it.
Run away.
Matt, why are you still there?
Matt just prefers to get to the murder a lot faster.
I put myself in the position, and I take things head on. Like I said, if there's a guy with a hammer in his hand, and he's staring at you going, you still want to see my face? You bash his face in. You don't wait till he pulls it. You just bash it. Anyways, go on. Sorry.
With your lockpick tools, yeah.
Yeah, with your lockpick tools. So for budget, I couldn't really find one. This was a bit of an underground movie. Box office, this made $2.4 million.
Not a low budget feel though. Like it's pretty quality made.
A lot of the ads I did find for this movie though were in Russian, just so you know.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, this was Lewis's pick.
This movie, it's a Shudder exclusive. The team behind it, Scott Beck and Brian Woods. This was kind of a this was kind of a project for them. They are well-known screenwriters. They did one of their projects they did that was passed off was A Quiet Place, which blew up. And they also worked on A Quiet Place 2. But these guys are like their roots are in horror. So like I'm personally excited to see what they do next. now that they've been bitten by the bug of Hollywood success.
I mean, I would argue
Because
that.
Haunt was such like an underground thing for them.
Yeah, but I find it, I liked it more than A Quiet Place. Well, they're two different realms, for one thing.
Yeah.
They're very different movies, but I appreciate the fact that A Quiet Place is tame when you think about its rating and the violence and whatnot. And
It's a lot quieter.
Haunt is
It's
not
definitely a
tame.
lot quieter.
Haunt is the opposite of tame. Sorry, let's go on.
And for the live viewers, if you're wondering why I keep looking away, I look at a lot of the movie information, so I'm not like not being weird.
I'm also
But
monitoring
okay,
chat. Fabian has, for some reason, wrote in twice, "World's Greatest Dad."
damn it.
So thanks,
I wonder
guys.
why.
You know what that means, though? It means we
That's
gotta
somebody
review it.
who
It means
that's
that one
somebody
of
who
the
wants to see
episodes
it.
in November's is probably going to have to be RoboCop 3 and fucking World's Greatest Dad. And it may be the end of me. I hope you guys enjoy the next couple episodes, because there might be a slopey, icy hill that Matt finds, and he just goes to himself, "God damn it, I can't watch RoboCop 3." And he just says, "Fuck it."
Will they be in the same episode? Because that would be awesome
They
too.
would have to be. I mean, I figure if you're going to get
Get it over
tortured,
with, like,
get it all at once. Like, take both hands, the toes, whatever.
And I think you might have to split it up, just once at the beginning of the month.
Yeah, I'm
one at
not
the
going to
end.
do that. You'll get one day of torture. I'm telling you, keep
We'll
pushing
live
me,
stream that one.
and we're gonna be watching McCall's fucking Navy with Tom Arnold
No,
on this show. Keep it up. It'll be a
No,
special.
then
World's Greatest Dad, fucking McCall's Navy, and the other garbage pile.
If I have to watch Macau's Navy, I'll take Rob's advice and fucking burn myself.
I'm telling you, you keep pushing me. Keep pushing me. We'll do sure. I'll start pulling out shit that you want to watch Drive with Mark Dukakis and Kareem Hardison.
No,
Anybody even know what the
I
fuck that movie
I like
is?
the other Drive. I like the Drive with Ryan Gosling.
You want to start pulling out some shit? I got some B movies we could watch. Make me watch RoboCop 3 with the fucking android ninjas in the jetpack. Get out of here. Let's get into Haunt.
So on to the cast. This movie stars no one important. It's a very small film. Not really any actors that are worth noting. Although there is one guy who, once we get into the movie, his name's Damien Maffel, I believe. He plays the devil character.
Okay.
He was also in Strangers Prey at Night, which I thought was a pretty cool film.
I actually didn't see the sequel. Was it good?
You didn't. You should. Yeah, it's good.
I was weary. I was like,
It's more of the same, but
That's
I mean,
okay,
it's a cool premise.
I could do that.
He's also in Wrong Turn.
Ooh, Wrong Turn's
Yes.
really awesome. I gotta watch that movie again soon. I remember.
Or no,
liking that a lot.
it's completed. It's not out yet, but yeah.
Anybody in the chat while we're talking, throw out some of your favorite horror movies. Let us know what you guys like. We could talk about them a little bit.
RoboCop 3.
Yes.
Somebody's nightmare, that's for sure.
So,
Continue, Mitch.
so since this was our grab bag, this was my pick. Obviously,
Which changed.
I I picked this movie because I'm a huge fan of the creative team. Also, this movie pays a lot of tribute to a lot of movies that came before it. There's John Carpenter vibes in here. There's so
It does
much.
that, yeah.
There's Halloween 3 references.
Yeah.
Eli Roth produced the movie. And Eli Roth is hit or miss, but he kind of pushed Brian Woods and Scott Beck to like make some of the graphic choices they made in the movie.
I really like Green Inferno.
Yeah, well, the thing about Eli Roth is he likes to do a lot of character development and then bring in the gore, which this movie kind of doesn't do that. But
Well, I mean, and that's where I guess we're starting to kind of get into it, right? That's where this movie's misleading, because for the first, I don't know, quarter, close to a third of the movie, it's very archetypal. It's very haunted house. This guy's this guy. This guy's this
yeah, it
guy.
hits all those.
It really, and I think it's done on purpose, where it's like, okay, we're gonna throw every horror movie trope at you for the haunted house genre.
Yeah.
Let's see where it goes from there. Yeah, yeah. I kind of I when you're watching it, you're kind of like, why the hell did he recommend this movie? And then it starts to go where it goes, and you're like, oh. Go on.
Yeah, and this movie has a cool twist to it. Also, if you're new to this podcast, we're not critics. We don't know what the
No.
fuck we're talking about. We spoil the movie and we just like to have fun with it. So if you haven't seen these movies and you're just listening to us talk, watch the movies after and disagree with us. You know, make fun of us.
Generally
Let us know.
speaking, when we
Oh,
spoil
okay.
things, we know that the spoiling really doesn't like these movies that we spoil. We generally will explicitly say, "Hey, this is really getting deep into it."
Yeah.
And a lot of
Yeah.
these movies that we review, it doesn't matter. I mean, in the long run,
A lot of them are also very old too. So
yeah, we haven't really done too many brand. I mean, Haunt is one of the Project Power in the first episode was one of the newer ones we did. But we try to label that pretty well. With that said, this is gonna be full of spoilers. We go directly into them. We have the attention span of a squirrel that found a crack rock, so we're gonna go ahead and bounce in between parts of the movie. So it's I hope you guys enjoy it. And yeah, that's
I
kind
hope
of
you
our
don't.
method. Lewis is a witch. He doesn't want you to have fun. That's why he's here. He's a fun killer. And I guess
hope you enjoy it.
I would say
Fucking-
normally in radio he's the straight man, but he's just an asshole. Okay, so started off, Alex. I'm gonna ask you, what do you think of
What's
Haunt?
I did enjoy it. Anything that makes my wife watch a movie with a pillow on her face and cover her ears.
That you're
because
not putting
she's
over
down.
her face.
No. I wasn't putting it over her face. No. But
Sure.
Go to sleep.
Enjoy the movie.
anything that makes her do that right away, I love it because then I get to have my fun too as I'm watching and I know something's gonna happen. Like just little predictions. I'll grab her leg real quick or something and make her jump if she screams at me. Fucking asshole, Alejandro, or some shit like that.
I would get swiped at if I did that. Like I don't even try to hug Jen during a horror movie because she gets very tense. Horror movies for her are made for people like her. Like I'm dead inside, so I'm watching a bloodbath and I'm just like, and she's over there like, oh Jesus fuck, what am I watching?
Like
her
a plate of
face,
spaghetti
her face
while you're
during
watching.
the first 20 minutes of Wolf Cop was like,
Oh, that was great.
you want me to watch this?
Oddly, this podcast has become the reason why my wife now watches horror movies with me. I don't know if it's the same
Good
with
for
you
you.
guys.
Hey, that's good.
It's weird, but she had a lot to say about John Carpenter's Vampires. But we'll get into that later.
I feel it's John Carpenter's Vampires is my choice of the movies, and I have been personally attacked all week by this movie by this man. I don't know if you could see it, Alex. He started it off. He's like, I
So
can't get through this movie, man.
one of the
You
first
know-
things she said is she's like, "This movie's bad," and she looks at me like in the eyes, and she's like, "Did you pick this?" And I was like, "No, I did not."
Me.
Well, you are
know
on
what?
record. You are on record for saying that you like bad horror movies. So
You want to debate
do,
me on
I
it?
do.
We'll debate. We'll do a special episode called Matt Debates. And I'll debate how it is bad, but it's badly good. But that's later. This is
No,
about Haunt.
okay, well, yeah, we'll do vampires later. All right, let's get to Haunt.
Vampires is
All right,
later.
so
right.
this movie starts off, and it's another one of those. I don't know if you guys had the feeling where you meet like the cast and these guys, and immediately you're like, I'm okay with all of them dying right
Instantly hateable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Instantly, because it's just like none of them are likable. And then the worst of them all is the like chubby one.
The head of the human centipede.
Like who like the one who could pick locks like Snake Plissken. Like he's the worst of them all. Like if movies were honest, it would literally just have like douche branded on his forehead, and he's the first one that you want to die. Like you're just like, you know what? I'm okay if he falls into a pit of spikes walking to the haunted house. Like I don't like him at all.
He had a voice to him though that was kind of recognizable. I like the guy from what is it called? Deadpool. He was the bartender.
Oh, and T.J. Miller.
Yeah, he has that voice like him. So
I feel like he may have been in something that was either animated or mocap, because I had the same feeling too. Like he's familiar, but I have no freaking clue what from.
Right. The voice was very familiar for him.
All right, Lewis,
On that.
continue, please.
How about the douchey like ex-boyfriend abuser, the man bun guy?
Who looks like he's like 75 years old almost.
Okay, so I didn't know if I was supposed to like him or dislike him. The movie doesn't click until the end. You're just like, oh, it's her boyfriend, and then it's like, oh, he abuses her. Is that what?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry. I did like this movie, but nowhere in the fucking realm of reality does anyone being chased by murderous people have a PTSD flashback because a hand was raised towards them. It doesn't fucking. There's a guy with a pitchfork sticking it in people. You're not worried about when you got slapped by your boyfriend. Doesn't happen. Sorry. Like that. When it got to that part, I was like, aren't her friends being murdered one by one?
There were too many flashbacks in this though for me.
Like, and that's the thing is like they didn't need the abusive boyfriend because in the end, and we'll get to what happens to him. It's a waste of storyline. It makes no sense in there.
Even if you remove that kill, you could just not notice that in the movie at
No,
all.
the ex or current or whatever boyfriend doesn't belong in the movie. It's almost like, hey, I got this nephew who wants to be an actor. Can we fit him in? And it's like,
Can we just call him Sam?
I'm gonna brutally fucking murder him. Yeah, whatever. Let's just put him in the credits. Like, it just, you could have removed that entire arc, and it, in fact, probably would have made the movie a little bit tighter because you're not worried about her having a fucking flashback while being chased to death, you know?
Yeah. So, I mean, basic premise for this movie is kind of cool, but it's also it's very not original. I mean, the cast of unlikable teens is looking for an ultimate scare, kind of what is it? The House That October Built, or
yeah, and you know,
horror movie
this did have me. This was reminiscent of that, and almost made me wish that parts of this movie at least would have been filmed handycam style.
Yeah,
like I feel like the movie is Netflix, like it's or Shudder, so it's. I feel like it's a 4K recording that they just go down to 1080p for the streaming because it's clear. It doesn't look low budget, but part of me wishes certain sections of the movie did take on that like Blair Witch Project low budget because I feel it's the problem. This movie, it doesn't draw up scares. It's not a scary movie in any way.
No,
it is a Saw meets Hell House meets Killer Clowns from Outer Space. It's a weird type of mixture here. Nothing's really explained as far as the origins of anything. But it is. The whole idea is it's an extreme haunt they go to. Alex, I know you got something to say, so go ahead. Speaking
of like the origins you were saying, it starts off where she's putting makeup on, like you were saying, she's got an abusive boyfriend. And then one way they're going to fix it is they're going to take her out drinking because her boyfriend's an alcoholic and beats her.
Hey, I'm sorry that this poison is ruining your life, but let's get wasted. It's like, okay.
And then one of the other things that was kind of funny to me was how it started out when they actually did get to the bar. She sees the one roommate of the main character, the girl, the one who's abused. Her friend sees somebody she knows, and she like runs over there and gives him a hug. Then she sees somebody else she knows, and she goes and gives him a hug. And then like the guy's looking at her, the abused girl. I can't remember her name.
Fuck character names. It's the abused girl.
Yeah.
You can throw out whatever you want. PTSD
the
witch.
Girl.
You can call the chubby kid annoying.
Red Riding Hood. There we go.
Baseball player number 1 was the other guy, which
ends
up being quite a badass, but.
Final Girl is the typical horror.
Or Red Riding Hood, because he does throw her hood on and say, "Now you're Red Riding Hood."
But I mean, there's so many layers to this fucking movie. Go on.
So he's like pointing over there and going like this. He's like waving his hand. The baseball bat guy number 1, and she like looks at him. And she's like, "Me?" So she like okay. So she crawls under the table and she goes to talk to him. He's like, "Yeah, what do you want?"
Yeah.
Like. Can you imagine? I feel like a fucking moron.
But it's like some of the Friends of episode.
I just got sticky from crawling under a bar table.
I know. There's gum in my hair. Like from the tables. Some asshole had a wad of chewed. Yeah, exactly. So and when I say there's layers, it's because my mind is moving at the speed of Oh, I don't know at this point. Too fast, too slow at the same
Right.
time. But there are layers because, and we're going to start going in deeper into it now because we kind of have to. Because there's an outer shell of what the movie is, and the outer shell is it's a haunted house meets kind of like Saw. You're trapped in this haunted house with a killer type thing.
I did get a soft feel from this.
Wow, my wife is being brutal in the chat. So Fabian is out there. Hi, Fabian. Thank you for saying hi. Rob is out there. We've got my wife is out there. Jennifer. She said she's watching a shitty podcast. So thanks for watching, I guess, honey. So yeah, I could read it. And then when you boil it down, it turns into this whole other equation of these. It's kind of like House That October Built, except House That October Built has a tame ending. Like if you've watched the first and both of the House October Built movies, that really spirals off into like the Village scenario where everything that was happening really wasn't happening. This takes a different realm.
The second I did not like.
The second was terrible because that movie's terrible. We'll talk about that later. But this one, and it's really weird because it kind of, for me, it starts off with the intensity of when they stick their arms in the hole. And she pulls her out, and then you see where the razor blade starts to form where it had cut through. Like, that's what that was.
Well, I mean, you also have that first kill that they don't think is a kill that comes in. But the movie doesn't really ramp up till that scene that you're talking about. And it almost, in a horror sense, it almost becomes a different movie, even though you know the path it's going along. It just feels like a different movie.
It goes from like I said, when I first started watching it, before it gets to that point where it totally jumps off the diving board, I was like, why did Lewis pick this? This seems like it's just your standard run of the mill, haunted house, chase me through the maze type movie. And then as it starts to rev up, it definitely starts to peel its layers off like an ogre. Ogres have layers.
Oh boy!
But Alex, before we get super deep, what'd you kind of think of how it kind of evolved?
I was digging it. Like you said, it did give me that Saw feel. That first view of how everything was happening, it did kind of look like it was also still kind of like part of the show.
Yeah.
So you still weren't sure if this is a horror, like if these people are in trouble, or if this is part of the show. So I liked how it was keeping you in a little bit of suspense, but as a viewer, you already know what the hell's going to happen.
So run me through that scene.
So it shows up and there's a gate. Actually, no, it wasn't the gate.
It's behind the glass. Yeah, it's behind the glass.
Yeah, he's walking through, and he's walking. He's like, bam! He goes, "Oh, I found the wall." So that was like a funny part.
The chubby, annoying dude.
The head of the centipede runs into the glass, and so they're sitting there
calling him the head of the centipede.
Because in the bar, he gets pissed off and he slaps.
Oh shit! Yeah. Okay.
And he gets pissed off because the other two the other 2/3 of his costume didn't show up because they didn't want to be the ass of his costume.
For some reason, I thought that was the human centipede reference, but I stand corrected.
Well, it was a little bit.
No, that's what we're doing off air.
So you see on the other side of the wall somebody dragging a body bag out, and as they open up the body bag, you start hearing screams, and it's some girl.
It's the witch. The witch is dragging her out.
Yeah, the witch. Yeah, she's dragging out the body, and she looks at the person. The person leans up and starts screaming, "Help me! Somebody help me!" And all of a sudden, you see the witch grab a hot poker from something.
She's blindfolded on the ground with her hands taped. Yeah.
And then just reaches out and drives it in. And
no, it wasn't even like that. She slowly into the cheek. Yeah. So she takes the hot poker and it starts going through the cheek, and then before you know it, it makes that swoosh sound, and then the smoke fills the room. So they make it seem like it's just part of the show, and immediately, if you watched horror movies, you're like, well, that wasn't part of the show.
That was real.
I've seen this before.
Yeah.
But no, it's a brutal scene, and at that point, here's the thing: before they go in, and I really love the opening shot when they first get to the haunted house, and they pull in, and there's like 3 cars just in this big parking lot, just 3 random that you could tell have been there for a little while, and You get
Funny
that
thing is,
feel.
I didn't even notice any cars. I thought it was just them.
No,
I
dude. See,
I didn't catch that till my
I didn't catch
second
it.
time
that's the
watching
thing.
this
When you
movie.
watch it, there's like 3 of them in the parking lot where you're like, dead family, 1, 2, 3. Like, as a horror film fan, I appreciated that. But for me, I'm sorry, I don't sign a waiver.
No.
Like, you don't tell me I got to sign a waiver. Fuck haunted. For one thing, fuck haunted houses. Okay.
Yeah.
They don't need to exist. All they
Stupid.
are is anxiety-inducing boxes where I have to control myself from punching some make-up asshole. That's what a haunted house is. And if you tell me I got to sign a waiver because I could be injured in a haunted house, fuck you. I'm going to go home, eat a whole pumpkin pie to myself, and watch John Carpenter's Vampires 2. Okay? What? No. Dios de los muertos. The fucking John Bon Jovi. No, but that's like the first sign, and I like how the movie points it out. There's even a character that's like, I'm not signing away my life, and then all of a sudden, 2 minutes later, it's like, all right, fuck it. Like, that's how I like how it illustrates how stupid young people are too. It's just like, no, not gonna sign away my life, and it's like, but come on, you're right, okay.
Well, he also the fat guy has the line like, "Oh, she's not gonna sign this. There's no way she'd give up her cell phone," which I kind of chuckled at.
Yeah, it's
like I have a Samsung Note 20. I'm not gonna give it to some fuckface carny to put it in a tin box. This
right.
is a
Like, what if you just?
$2,000
I'd be worried about you
note,
scratching my
note,
shit.
I did go see an early release of Exorcism of Emily Rose.
Sorry.
With my wife, and they had us put our cell phones in a Manila envelope, and they gave us a ticket. And my wife and I were looking at each other like, "Do we trust this? Should we just back out and fucking leave? Like, do we want to put our phones in this?" Because an Exorcism of Emily Rose is produced by Eli Roth, which is funny. So it just ties it back to this.
I mean, my thing is like
Eli Roth sucks, but I like his movies.
here's the thing. The problem with Eli Roth is like Hostel was like his first big thing, and Hostel to me was a letdown. Besides the blowtorch eyeball scene, it's it's kind of like whatever. It's really just if you watch that movie nowadays, it doesn't have the impact it once had. In my opinion, a movie like that is it was all hype. It was all marketing, and brilliant marketing. But with that said, it was a letdown of a horror movie. So we go further into the movie. Friends start kind of dropping one by one. They are, and it's kind of, and the reason why I think we all keep comparing it to Saw is there's several different avenues they take, and there's corridors, and there's tunnels they got to go through, and
rooms.
The one of my favorites was the coffin.
Yeah,
where they got to go through it's got a trap door where you enter the coffin and close the door, and the door opens up behind you. And the one poor girl, was that bats or rats they dumped on her? Spiders. Yes, real spiders in the webs, by the way. See, if that happens, I may not have my cell phone, but I've got a goddamn lighter. I'm going to light this entire fucking place on fire. If you put me through real spider-infested cobwebs, I'm going to light the entire building on fire and drive away. There's only 3 cars in the lot. There's no fucking security. I don't see any cameras. Who's going to stop me? Fuck this place.
But that's like the Saw comparison it's kind of an odd conversation because this movie doesn't do a lot with the like quote unquote tricks that it has that are Saw inspired. If you think about it, I believe the majority of the kills don't have anything to do with
traps.
The traps.
No, it's pretty straightforward when it gets into the actual like murders. It's just it's you know how like the whole point of Saw is like how much are you gonna suffer. I never got the feeling in this movie they cared about suffering. It was like these dudes were just like full on just like wipe everything out. Like humanity needs to be done. Which was I found refreshing. Like it takes you back to kind of the old school horror movies where it's like what's the motive? And it's just like there is no motive. They're just fucking doing it. They're weird, evil fucking people, and they're doing weird, evil shit.
That's kind of like Hills Have Eyes type shit, but that's also inbred. So.
Yeah, that was. I think the Hills Have Eyes initially was due to the Downwinders. Like nobody talks about that, but the Hills Have Eyes was a movie bred from the Downwinders, which were that group in the 50s that were making movies in the Nevada desert, not all that far from nuclear testing sites, and this is where people like John Wayne died of cancer, because the downwinders had the radioactivity that went into the atmosphere, came through the desert way, and that's what Hills Have Eyes was. It was inbred freaks that had radiation poisoning due to the bomb testing. This is where there's another kind of layer. They all wear masks throughout the whole movie, and one of my favorite characters is Mitch. I do love I love Mitch, because as these people progress, they come across this one dude who they hopes to help them, and he's just another psychopath. So they come across Mitch, and you know what? I haven't even changed my background here. I can point out Mitch real quick. I apologize, people.
There we go.
No, while you're loading that up, I do like the mask. They're all pretty iconic in this movie. My one complaint is that they don't like. Each character's mask doesn't get a lot of screen time. There you go. Mitch is well, if this is flipped, he's probably on your
He's probably
left.
over my he's over my left shoulder, but he's the one that's all the other three are clowns. Mitch is the white face one that just looks like a puzzle piece that fell on the floor and the dog licked and it got wet and it doesn't fit in the fucking puzzle anymore. That's Mitch's mask.
Description.
So Mitch is my favorite because he comes off as like when he enters, it's kind of like, whoa, what's going on here, guys? And they're like, you're trying to fucking kill us. And he's just, no, we don't. What are you talking about?
Nah, bro.
It's not supposed to happen. And they're like, well, what's your name? And he's like, Mitch.
Well, no, how it starts out is like, oh, somebody's hurt? Why didn't you say something?
Yeah.
And he's like all concerned.
Get us the fuck out of here. And he's like, whoever the actor was is awesome because he's literally like, I have keys. Like, he's like their best friend for a little bit. Now, the kind of weird twist in this movie is they all start to remove their masks for the most part, one by one. And I don't know how you would describe them, but it's body modification. Each one of them's got certain body modification that they're doing to their face. To, you know, the one guy is one of my favorite characters because of how sinister he looks. Is the clown guy without the crazy modification, just the facial tattoos. The one in the basement with the sledgehammer, who ultimately beat. You know, we'll talk about him in a second. Because that's just a disturbing looking motherfucker. Yeah. Like the body modification guys where they got horns and all sorts of black eyes, and watch it if you're interested. I know Rob is commenting right now that he's got interest in watching it. It's worth it, but it's an interesting twist because it kind of really seals the deal with like, oh, these dudes are just fucking off. Like there's no reason for this. It never was legitimate. They set up shop. They kill as many as they can and get the fuck out of Dodge. Like, it's a nice concept, and where they take it's kind of cool.
Yeah, and my thing with the mask is there are other characters we briefly see, like I believe there's the vampire in the basement. There is the like Frankenstein / Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah. Which he boils. Doesn't he go from chainsaw to pistol real fucking fast too?
Yeah.
Like, and he's invincible. We'll go into him in a second.
Yeah.
And then there's the witch, which you see her face briefly.
Yes,
but that's what I like about this movie is once you see the first mask come off, you instantly like your hook is like I want to see that next person's fucking face.
Because the mask, the face is so much more worse than the mask. Like you think you're taking the mask off and it's gonna be like maybe a little fucked up, but the mask is creepy, and then it's like, why are you wearing a mask, bro? Like that's bad. I believe
the first person you see is the devil. Am I wrong?
The one with the horns through his face and everything, because he talks to. He takes his mask off for the PTSD girl. Initially.
PTSD.
And it's Harper. I finally found her name. It's Harper. Sorry.
Harper / PTSD girl the whole time. If you've been watching. But yeah, they start to kind of reveal themselves. And for a good chunk of it, you really don't get the feeling that there's any upper hand that the Harper or baseball bat guy number one can have, because it's just like these guys are sick. You can't combat non-evil or evil with like suburban white people shit. You know what I mean? But we haven't talked about him at all. I don't know his name. Baseball bat boy number one is the guy who's not really interested in Harper. Kind of just like, yeah, I'll go to the haunted house for some fun. Like, doesn't care. ends
He's
up
really douchey.
he is douchey.
Grows on her in a little bit, like from the ride.
Yeah, he ends up being kind of the badass of the movie, though, in a way, because as they're killing him off one by one, he kind of gets loose and he starts wrecking some havoc in the behind the scenes a little bit. Gets to the point where he can escape and decides to double back, and he's got even more awesomeness. I just want to say, the guys who made this movie must be a Con Air fan. Because the scene towards the end, when the pistol guy with the former chainsaw guy is just like, he's moving at him, and he just walks at him with a baseball bat, and he shoots him, and he has the Nicolas Cage Con Air scene where he's just like, ugh, and then keeps going. Like he takes a it looks like either a 44 or a 357 in the fucking stomach, and it's just like, nope, still good. And he beats the guy down, and he walks away like, oh, I'm a little injured, and then hops a fucking barbed wire fence. I don't know how that ended up working out for him. I mean, the exit wound, you know what I fucking mean. But I liked him because he really does have
a crushed. He did suffer a crushed face, so he's already familiar with pain because he had an injury during baseball. That's something that they talked about.
Yeah. I get it. They build him up to why he's so resilient, so it's not like he's a superhuman. I get that. I did like him, and I thought his choices were pretty smart. Okay, I'm gonna let Lewis go because I know he's got some stuff to say. I've got a couple things I want to mention about the one trap. I'm gonna let Lewis go on.
Yeah. So the one of the cool things about the haunt that they're at, if you notice as the movie goes along, is it's not entirely set up to kill them all immediately. I mean, you can navigate through and get to the end, which becomes like a puzzle room, and that's where technically the final kill would be.
Yeah, and that's a weird scene because it's basically an escape room at the end of a haunted house. It was kind of I really liked that, actually.
Doll room, that was pretty cool.
I was looking at my phone, and then I looked up, and I was like, she's doing a fucking puzzle? Like, I had to go back and, like, I looked at my phone for 30 seconds. What happened?
Yeah, because on the door it says escape room, So
it's kind of crazy because you think, like, not only are these guys insane, but they essentially set it up so that they all can get their own kill through the haunted house, which is fucking awesome.
That's where you really do find out it's a hunt. The whole thing is a hunt from the very beginning. Now, I do like the booby traps and how they meticulously set the whole place up. And I'll let you talk in just a second. I just want to point out, we'll go into it, the oil bags. Remember the oil bags? We'll go back to it. Sorry, go ahead, Lewis.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And the walls,
Yeah, so one of the bizarre scenes is when Harper goes through the room that has the knives and the vampire. One thing that always kills me, it doesn't kill me, but it's just like, come on. In horror movies where someone suffers a wound or a cut that is a little too bizarre, like she falls and gets her hand stuck on what looks like a fucking rat trap and ends up
they get debilitated.
Her hands off. Yeah, and you could see the muscle on her hands, and for the rest of the movie it's like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
And
I'm satisfied. My meter has been filled. Anything from here is gravy. Like,
not only that, before that, she steps on a bunch of nails that are in the ground.
Oh, that happens several times in the movie.
On her hands. That's what puts her on her hands.
It happens several times, and I love it. I love the Home Alone fucking traps, bro. Like, when she walks backwards into it, and I just immediately thought of the time I stepped on a thumbtack, and I was like, owie! And I pulled it out. And she steps on fucking nails, and she's still running. Like, give PTSD girl some credit. She's tough. She's a tough gal. But apparently, raising your hand at her will trigger her.
The thing with the hands, though, is like, I love shitty horror movies, but when you have like big hits on a character trying to make it out of a desperate situation like that, to me they have to count. Like, so that whole scene where you see it ripping off her hands, like, I get it, it's for the shock factor, but then she's fucking like just Running Man out of there, and it is unfortunate because that room that they're in is fucking cool, and they end up doing nothing with it.
There's like all kinds of, like, on the exit of the door, there's a knife set up.
Yeah.
We lost your mic.
Whoops.
There we go.
This is one of those movies where I would love to see a sequel, so I could see what the next iteration of the warehouse would be. You know what I mean? Like, in my opinion, it would have. Like, I know you will let you guys know what happens to everybody. Don't worry. But I know it would have to be basically like a completely different crew and everything. But like, I think it would be really neat to see how everything else is done. I think a different environment than rural America. Like, you do it in a city skyscraper. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some things they could do with a sequel that I would love to personally watch.
Scraper, you're going all like Fast and Furious sequel on this.
Well, we're going to the moon by number 8.
I was reading some of the chats. It's funny.
Yeah, some of the
chat. My 8-year-old's in here too.
Oh no!
So some of the chat we've got. Fabian's letting us know there's a haunted house that makes you sign a waiver and you can win $20,000 if you make it through, but no one ever makes it through. You know what I say to that? Click clack, get the fuck out of my way. I ain't signing a waiver. I'm not going to some haunted house for $20,000. Like, if I'm going to a house for $20,000, it better be a real fucking haunted house with ghouls and goblins coming out of walls, because if it's anything that looks like a human body, I am blowing a fucking hole through it. Does not work that way. Sorry, Murica. Gary McPherson. Lewis, I knew you were a nerd. Laugh out loud. Emmy. Is it me, or am I getting interested in these in a way? /Rose.
That's actually my 8-year-old.
Perfect content for your 8-year-old to be watching.
Don't forget to read off some Twitter. You asked about favorite movies earlier.
Wait, we've got tweets coming in, or what are you talking about?
I'm sorry. Did I say Twitter? I apologize. Twitch. There I go again.
Am I just
confusing
not seeing
the
Twitch
names.
at all? No, I'm seeing Twitch. So we
got Rob.
Yeah, we got Rob. He threw out their Event Horizon, which was actually
that's a great
tied
film.
for my pick. It was either going to be The Wonderful Vampires or Event Horizon.
And the 4K came out after we had already made our list, so that's why you didn't.
Yeah.
It literally came out the Tuesday after we made the list, and I was this close to do, but I didn't want to do it to the guys. I'm familiar with swears and gores, says Rose. Let's see. So Rob does ask what everybody's drinking. I've got agua. I think Lewis is drinking water.
I've got water.
I'm drinking some Filipino beer called San Miguel and some whiskey.
And Alex is drinking food poisoning. So
I'm drinking larceny and some Filipino beer called.
Alex is drinking the huge.
Yeah, don't drink the water if it's brown, or drink it down if it's brown. If it's black, send it back.
Don't put ice in your drink. Yeah.
So let's kind of move on to the ending of Haunt. So it progresses through. You start to see more and more faces, and I compare it to Saw so much because of the traps. And one of my favorite trap, and it's the trap that leads directly out of the escape room. And here's the thing. Here's the thing.
That was pretty fucking cool.
As a horror movie lover, I'm sitting there and I hear the song, and I was like, "Get away from the fucking door."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, "Get away from the fucking door!" And I'm watching this. I'm like, "She's not gonna move from the door." I was like, "Get away!" And there's a song that's playing. And it's like the merry-go-round song. Yeah, Pop Goes the Weasel. And it's getting towards the end, and I'm like, she's not moving away from the fucking door. And then sure enough, boom, shotgun blast, right?
Before that, she had to go under the bed, and she had to do one of those little...
the Jack in the Box.
Told you right there. That should have told you right there when you hear that same song playing. Get the fuck away. Something's going to come through the door.
Once again, I don't care if I am on the streets at night, in a children's rec room, my bathroom. If I hear Pop Goes the Weasel at any point at nighttime, I start swinging. I just close my eyes and start swinging for the fences because something bad's gonna happen.
So when I saw that scene, like you see the devil guy's death coming from a mile away.
Yeah.
But immediately, because I know Matt in my head, I was like, how many bullets can that shotgun actually hold?
I mean, the problem, it was a pump. So as long as the mechanism was working correctly, depending on the model, you're looking anywhere from 8 to 12, more than likely 8 to 10, realistically.
Okay. Because I think it fired off 4 times, I think.
Yeah, they definitely didn't have it loaded full bore, or it was, something only has so much capacity.
It just wasn't reloaded.
Yeah,
you never know.
And so basically the way the scene kind of plays out is she's being chased by someone, one of the guys who's about to get her, and the shotgun now is out of ammo, so that's no longer a danger. However, she happens to kind of get a hold of it, and then, well, the first time is it's still got around it, and he's choking her, and you're like, I know what's coming. I know and I'm watching it, I'm like, push your legs up. Push your legs up. And sure enough, she does, and the shotgun reloads, and there goes Mr. Demon's head. One of the cooler kills of a bad guy I've seen in a horror movie in a while, because I do feel the bad guy deaths in them have gotten really shitty. Like, I think as horror movies, for the good characters or the non-evil characters dying have gotten better and better, kind of the villains' deaths have been getting worse and worse. And I really like that about this one.
That's also, ever since Saw, you've now seen this landslide into, in a weird way, like the lovable bad guys in most horror movies, which is kind of a fucked up thing to say.
Well, you don't want to root for them, but it's also,
touch on that later, though.
You know, you don't want to root for them, but at the same token, it's like, holy shit, like this is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it's one of those things where it all goes back to the fact that, like, you don't like them in the beginning of the movie. Like, these movies are great because they don't give you really any emotional attachment. And frankly, if I'm supposed to be attached to PTSD girl being sad because boyfriend hit her, I will give more sympathy to mashed potato face and Invisible Man than I would for PTSD girl. Like, come on. But that's the thing, is they don't give you any reason to empathize with them. So as they get brutally taken out, you're like, I don't fucking care. Awesome. Cool death. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, that was neato.
So real quick, you said Mitch was one of your favorites. I think the devil was my favorite. What about you, Lewis? Anthony?
I said Mitch and the clown guy in the basement, which we still have to talk about.
That's the devil, though, right? He's considered the devil.
I always I thought he's the clown.
Okay.
Devil is the one with the horns in his forehead and shit.
Okay. Then mine is the clown guy.
Okay.
Right, so.
I think as far as the face reveals and the mask prop itself, Mitch and the witch, who we don't get too much of the witch's screen time, but that mask and also her face,
it's pretty much like twice.
Yeah.
Well, you just kind of see her when she does because she's the one who does the poker, and then the witch is
pancaked.
I do like I said, I do love the breaking of conventions in this movie, because every convention in the movie says, PTSD girl's out in the open, witch is gonna get her, and then the witch starts running her mouth, and baseball bat boy comes out of fucking nowhere, drops her ass, and then, Lewis, you want to explain to me how the witch meets her untimely end, since you have the hat?
Yeah, well, she is stuck between a stairway or a ladderway and an exit, and basically just gets flapjacked repeatedly, and it's pretty gruesome because when you see her face, like, you see it's gross, and then it starts to get even more mangled with every whack.
Well, the crazy part is, like, her mask breaks, but then it looks like her face is breaking in the same way the mask did as it gets smashed, because, like, the whole thing is, like I said, body modification, so they've all got different ways their face has been distorted, and they take that heavy gate, the heavy door, and they pancake her face in between, and it's just one of those scenes where it's like, that's the point where you're now rooting for the good guys. Like, for me, when they did that, and I'm like, baseball bat boy's got it going on. This dude's awesome. Fuck it. And she's cool too. She's killing it. I'm rooting for these guys now. So that's a great.
Can you imagine, though, working the Taco Bell drive-thru at 1 a.m. and they roll up in like their mom's Subaru Forester, not wearing the mask, and you're just like, "Here's your Crunchwrap Supreme, my man. I will see you."
No, they show up in a little gremlin, a fucking.
Like, seriously, like, how do these people meet each other? Was there like an online chat room for people who didn't want to look like human beings anymore? Like,
I think we're all castaways from like freak shows or like the failed
Well, yeah, the one guy who plays the devil, I'm pretty sure, is a well-known body modification guy. Like, I've seen him before due to his body, because they're legit body mods.
Yeah.
For most of them, Mitch is obviously all makeup, but like
that's his real face. He has no face.
It was an unfortunate.
This was his breakout role.
I have no face.
Unfortunate smelting accident. But. And then so there's a couple characters we haven't touched upon yet, and the first one I want to mention is. And the reason why this movie kind of fucks with you is it's kind of cool because you have Mitch who plays Possum, where it's like, whoa, we're friendly. Yeah. And then you have a legitimate guy who comes into play who is legitimately not a murderer. He's been kind of duped into doing this shit, and he wants out just as bad as they do. And horror movie convention says, what happens to this guy almost immediately?
Well, he does.
Is he the zombie mask guy?
He doesn't have, he's the only one who takes off their mask and is normal looking.
Yeah. Well, he did say that if I did get my first kill, I'd get my face.
Yeah, and
so
he's just like, I didn't want to kill.
It says right there that they all alter their faces after they get their first kill.
So it's very much like a prison gang.
Yeah.
You know, where it's like, this is, you do your first kill and we'll tat you. And that's the way they really kind of look. I think the way the writers approached each character was it's an initiation. Mm-hmm. Each place we go, you get your kill, you're in. If not, you probably don't survive it like everybody else.
It was the guy in the basement when Harper was running through that trap. It's a vampire guy. He's the one he's new.
Yeah.
And he was trying to get his first kill for initiation.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't have any body mods or anything on him. And he basically says, fuck it, I'm out. Let's get out of here. And what happens to
shot.
him? Yep.
And he comes to his untimely demise because he's trying to find the gun, which he knows is in this chest. And he's searching and searching and searching, and
Chainsaw Guy has it.
Yep.
Out of fucking nowhere.
For revealing the secrets of what they're doing.
Yeah. So that was nice. I like how they did that, where they're just like, no, we are going to give you somebody who can help, and then take him away.
The only thing is, so these guys, as a haunted house, that's their like contingency plan is one gun in a box.
Yeah.
Well,
granted, they're all crazy.
Let's get to the contingency plan. Okay, that's not the contingency plan. The contingency plan is you burn.
That's step one.
The motherfucker down.
Matt, you did address earlier that you wanted to talk about Sam, the alcoholic boyfriend, though.
Okay, now
we've already passed his scenario. So
we've gone through about how it's a useless storyline, and this is how useless it is. I can sum it up for you, right? They don't have their cell phones. Apparently, he's been waiting around underneath a street lamp, waiting to beat the shit out of her. I guess I don't know, but he's just standing by his pickup truck, and he's getting angry because she's not responding to his sex messages, and. Finally, one of them, the baseball bat boy number one, gets a hold of the phones and he sends the GPS tag to the boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, abuser, so like whatever he is, domestic violence advocate. But yeah, and like I said, what the fuck is wrong with rural America, where like date nights start with fucking pitch black under a street lamp, standing next to your pickup truck? Like that's how you meet up with people. You don't meet at the local fucking lit up diner or her house. In the middle of nowhere under the only street lamp for fucking miles. Like, so
18 miles away.
And that's the other thing is I didn't really process the whole abuser thing. Like I knew it was there, but it was such an underhanded, stupid, I was just like, oh, whatever, and ignored it. And now that you think about it, it's like his facial expressions are like, you don't know if he's worried or he just wants to beat the shit out of her for not texting him back.
Yeah.
Either one.
Well, it was this movie's way of like we gotta throw in something that's like a little relatable, so they chose abuse. And it's like, but the movie didn't need it.
Yeah,
the kill wasn't needed, and so he makes it there obviously, and of course you can't get a hold of the girl that you want to beat up later on tonight. You get a GPS tag from her friend, but no actual message, and you're like, I'll beat his ass too, I guess. I don't know. So you take your pickup truck all the way over there, and then you come across this creepy fucking warehouse where there's just shit hanging over here. There's a creepy dude in the back room. Once again, my logic is far different from movie logic. My logic goes,
fuck it, I'll just keep walking.
I'm going to get my gun. That's my logic. Or
you're not going to yell hello all the way down the hallway.
Are you playing a game with me, brother? Why aren't you responding? So at the very beginning of the movie, they show one of them setting a trap with the tight string. The ping. Yeah. He plucks the spring. And that's where this comes into play. And I know you guys are the same as me. If you walk into the front of a steam hot pipe, you don't walk in front of it.
No.
If it's freshly sizzling, you don't walk in. It's an open fucking death ray. Anyway,
there's something going on there that I'm not going to do.
Yeah, like this is like I'm like for one thing, if I'm in a creepy warehouse, I'm there with a weapon. I don't care if it's a gun, a knife, a heavy dildo. I'm running in there with a weapon. I'm looking. There's toolboxes everywhere.
I picture that's you going to Sam's Club with a weapon, just all the time.
It's a felony to have my weapon with a mask, ma'am. I can't wear my mask. But And that's the thing is like it's also there's like toolboxes everywhere. Like grab a fucking wrench.
Mm-hmm.
Something like you don't have something in your car. Like you're an abuser. You don't have a weapon. Like come on.
Yeah, how come he didn't have anything in that pickup? That usually there's like some shit back there.
Like
He didn't
this,
bring his abuser backpack.
yeah. Where's your Bear Grylls abuser pack, dick? So he's just wandering through and then he starts shouting, and then we get Clown Face, which is one of my favorites, simply because he's like. To me, it's like the dude was like a father, and he just abandoned his family. He got tired of life and went on an alcoholic binge, and then became Clown Man.
He's what would have happened to that guy in the principal from Trick or Treat if he wouldn't have ran into the wolf. The wolf.
Yeah, I can see that.
He would have been him.
Yeah, and the nice thing about this movie is they all kind of basically they give you an image of like what modern day like Gacy's Ed Gaines would be. And that's the truth of it. This movie basically celebrates the idea of like, if we had crazy serial killers, it wouldn't be assholes, trying to get caught. It'd be people like this who are in it for the thrill. So that death scene's awesome. Lewis, I'm talking a lot. One of you guys want to describe the death scene? I feel like I'm trampling over everything.
Go ahead, Lewis. You got this one.
Yeah, so this one, I believe, when he steps on the string, there's a nail trap that ends up hitting him. Am I correct?
No, so what it does, it shoots out a fucking bolt.
Yeah.
It's not a screw. It's a bolt.
A screw bolt. It's just a little bit bigger.
When it shoots through your fucking throat, it's a big deal.
It wasn't a circle, it was a hexagon. Yeah, I know.
So, as we talked about the steaming hot pipe, he trips the wire and immediately it shoots a bolt, goes through the back of his neck, and it's poking out the front of his throat. And that's like the least of his worries, because then we got Mr. Sledgehammer coming by.
Well, doesn't he also like remove it himself and look at it?
And that is a rough scene. And that is one of those scenes where I'm like, oh, like I'd probably be doing the same thing, honestly, just out of sheer panic. But to watch it in the movie, it's like, oh, don't pull it out. You shouldn't. Oh, you pulled it out.
You're gonna die. You're gonna die.
You've got a leak. You can't plug, my friend. Get a tampon. You're gonna die. And then Mr. Clown Guy comes and plays. There was very Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me in that scene, where he could just do it, and then he kind of looks at it like, huh, and he switches his angle to play mini golf with the guy's head.
Yeah.
So there is another kill in this movie that I liked better than this kill, and it's a bit of a cheat, and it's Mitch's death, or no, not Mitch's death. I'm sorry.
Chubby lockpick guy.
Evan, that's the character's name. I cannot fucking stand off-screen kills in horror movies. I think it's so cheap. And this is an off-screen kill. Evan makes his way outside, and it's the scene where Mitch says, "Do you want to see my face?"
Which is the creepiest scene in the whole movie, because the whole thing is we didn't talk about it. They get into this argument with him when he's trying to portray that he's friendly, and this annoyed me because they're like, "What's your full name?" And it's like, if I was just another survivor in this fucking house and I met you, I wouldn't give you my full name. You think the goddamn serial killer is going to give you their full name?
I wouldn't give a shit what their freaking names are.
And they press him for that, and that's what kind of like, that's the whole like, he's not actually with us. That's how that kind of starts, which I thought was stupid, but that's where the reference comes, because it's the creepiest scene in the movie, in my opinion, because it's like he basically turns around and Mitch is there. And at this point, you're still supposed to be thinking, like, Mitch is dirty, but you're still, the movie under the guise, he's not a killer.
You see a little glimmer of a hammer too in his hand.
Yeah, he's got the hammer in his hand. He's just like, you still want to see my face? Like the Mitch's soft tone is the best part of that character. Yeah, because it shouldn't be that way. Like that, his face is arguably the most horrifying of all of them. But
he's the most kindest as far as spoken, the most spoken kind.
I have keys. We can get out. Whoa, no, you're not supposed to get hurt. Safety's a big concern. Yeah, and throughout you believe him, and that's why I think the best acted character. They're all great though. Like there's not I wouldn't say there's a shitty performance in the movie. I mean, they do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, and his kill, Evan's kill, is. I remember when I first saw the movie, and it cuts back to him being on the floor, or Mitch standing above him.
You're just like,
this sucks. And then it immediately hard cuts to the hammer, the pincher side of the hammer just kind of ripping the top.
Being
Oh
inserted
no!
into his mouth. Yeah.
Okay, so I watched that, and you know why that scene was the way, because it does go to that like hyper fast. You know why why they did it that way, right? It's stop motion. I can't remember. Remember the movie.
It does look weird when you.
Well, yeah, because it's almost like a sped up. Like, why did they fast forward?
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the movie, but there's a movie with the opening scene is a woman being beaten to death with a baseball bat from like a camcorder laying on the floor, and she's laying on the floor, and the scene is somebody's hitting her, and it looks very ultra real. The damage modeling.
Baseball bat guy from this movie?
No. But and that's how I know this, because the way they filmed that was stop motion, and when I watched it and I saw how they had spent, I was like, okay. The way I think they filmed it was they filmed it all in stop motion, where they, because like Lewis said, he pops it's kind of a cool scene because he slowly puts the hammer in the mouth too. It's not like a
and then it immediately starts.
Yeah, it's like a slow gets underneath the teeth, and then let's peel this fruit roll up back, and chubby boy's face gets a little different. But when I watched it, I was like, oh, okay, they must have filmed it in stop motion, and that would explain the hyper kind of speed in it, because they want to show the graphic of it. But I thought that was I forgot about how they finished that off. Yeah, you're right, that is pretty badass. And that's also, I think, the first time you actually see Mitch's face.
Yeah.
After he's killed him, and they pan up and he's got the mask off.
That's actually in one of the trailers for the movie when we watched it.
That's a horror. I'm glad I didn't watch a trailer. Horrible decision to put that in there.
You don't see them ripping the whole thing out. You just see them inserting the hammerhead.
Oh, I thought you were saying Mitch's face.
Or not the hammerhead, but the back of the hammer into his mouth, and then it stops right there. Now I was like, oh shit!
I knew it was coming, but even for me, I was like, Jesus, okay.
Yeah, it's like
all right.
During that scene, I was like, I could taste the metal in my mouth. That's gross.
Yeah, I can't stand anything to do with teeth and eyeballs. It's just teeth and eyeballs. When you start fucking with those in movies, it's like, oh man. Like, I could take fingernails peeling off walls, toes get whatever. Teeth and eyeballs, I don't know, not my favorite.
Nails getting stuck in the woodwork.
All right, so let's get to the end of this movie, because the end is actually quite satisfying.
Yeah, let's talk about the oil that bat guy.
Oh, okay.
Notices.
So the nice thing that this movie does is it does give a pretense for what's going on, because you can see him putting the oil and everything in the beginning of the movie, but they have these big balls of oil, and that's why earlier in this review I had talked about how the last resort is burn it all to the fucking ground. And so basically, Clown Guy, who just fresh from murdering Abuser, he's like, well, this has gone bad. We're going to close up shop. It's after Halloween now, whatever. And he lights the, the room on fire. And it's these just big bags of oil. And it's like, what's going to happen. I just wish they would have used them. They didn't use them except for...
No.
That end scene, which was frustrating, because
it did look like it was blood hanging there, though. It just...
Well, no, because they even mentioned, they touch it at one point, and they're like, this is oil.
Like, that's oil.
Yeah, when it touches, yeah.
Like, why do you have that scene and you're not going to light somebody on fire? Like, for me, as a horror movie fan, like, you have a whole room full of oil. Like, he could have burned the place down with a match and some lighter fluid, too, but he made a whole fucking room full of oil. I thought that was underused and stupid. I thought killing somebody off in that room would have made the most sense. Like, for me, you have it to where the bags drop, and when they fall on you, it completely takes over the body, like it's like a giant condom type thing that stretches, and then poof, the whole body's inflamed.
For me, I didn't see that them igniting the warehouse or the building as a contingency plan. Like, in my head, I'm like, these people do it.
That was always
they burn it down, they move, and they start again every year.
They're like murderous carnies.
It's kind of cool if you think about it.
Yeah, and that's why I say sequels. You can do sequels internationally, different. Like I said, can you imagine this movie in a skyscraper where the element of isolation is gone?
Furious.
No. I don't. Well, I mean, but the idea being is you got to eliminate. Like, this one was great because you're isolated. It's in a rural town. There's nobody there. Eliminate that element from the movie and get real fucking creative, is all I'm saying. You do it in a city where it's supposed to be an escape room that tunnels lead to you know what I mean? Like, eliminate the isolation. You're going to make a much more creative fucking kills and everything, only because you're going to have to. Because you can't rely upon atmosphere as much.
The only thing is, once we get to the very end, the like after the climax of this movie. I have a lot of fucking problems with it.
Well, it goes okay. So let's just go into the ending. I'm gonna let Lewis start with the ending. You kind of go over what you want to go. Then we'll go Alex, and then I'll go because I don't want to trample any toes on this.
Yeah, so I mean, you get to the end of the movie. The clown guy sets the attraction on fire. Harper and Nathan actually survive. There's a scene where they're taken to the hospital. It's kind of the pacing is kind of super quick once you get to that scene.
Well, they try to do a trope that Event Horizon does, if you're familiar with it, where it's the dream sequence of evil, where it's I'm safe. Oh, I'm not safe. Oh, I'm asleep. You know, like, or I'm awake now.
Yeah.
Which I thought was very much like, you don't need it. This movie's better than it. It was because if they didn't have the ultimate ending, then you can have that scene. But because you've got another 5 minutes of footage that really takes things in a different direction, not needed. You don't need it's a waste of a scene.
See, but I think I'm going to be different in your guys' opinions. Where that last that extra scene at the end, where she makes after the dream sequence, she's home. You see the clown guy drive up, and he breaks through her door. I don't think the movie needed that. I would have been fine had they left the attraction and been like, "What the fuck was that about?" and then hard cut. I felt like that like ending scene that you totally saw fucking coming. I don't think it did anything to the film or made it any better. It was just kind of like, here's the cherry on top and that's it.
Well, okay, so that scene is referenced earlier in the movie
with the waiver.
No, not the waiver. They foreshadow it when it's Mitch versus Chubby Guy, and Mitch tells him his address.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. And they got the address from the waiver.
Yeah. So that's how they kind of foreshadow that it's coming. For me, I thought the scene, I didn't hate the scene because it's like the ultimate justice, but that's the problem in a horror movie. You can't really have if you're not going to plan on doing sequels with the same character, why the fuck are we saving the main character and making them John McClane at the end? Like, it doesn't make, she goes full Kevin McAllister on the guy.
Doesn't that chick, they don't ever say, does she live with her parents? Is she a college kid?
She's a college kid, and she has not been home because she keeps having the same nightmare that her dad, that she goes home and her mom tells her, your dad's gone for good, blah, 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 because he was abusive to her mom.
Yeah, but it's like, so what does she tell her mom? Like, hey, every weekend, could you just go out? Also, I bought a shotgun on the MasterCard.
No,
don't worry about it.
That's a shotgun on the mantle. That was only for decoration.
I think that was her father's.
Yeah, you gotta remember that. That wasn't the family defense weapon. That was a grandpa's old bird shooting gun.
Because they never said that the dad's gone. They never said, they say that the mom is with the dad, and she references that she has the dream where the dad's gone for good.
But how many people has she accidentally killed when like someone's knocked on the door like a Jehovah's Witness and she fucking just unloads one?
My other question was like, did you ask one of the demonic clowns who their supplier of super glue and spikes and shit was?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
How did you somehow get the exact setup they were using in your home? Like, this isn't a fucking, like, where you can get a podcast studio in your home. You're literally super gluing your hardwood floors and putting nails in them, hoping some asshole comes through the door.
She just used Flex Seal, man. You could get that on that scene on TV.
It could seal a boat. It could kill this guy.
It could stick your hands.
Slap it on there. My thing too is like, so the clown guy is cool.
Well, I'm sorry.
It's foreshadowed.
We haven't explained what actually happens though. Basically, the guy comes at her, goes into the home, and they have a confrontation. She turns into Kevin McAllister.
She's Nancy from Nightmare on Elm Street.
I would have accepted the scene if instead of a shotgun blast to the chest, a giant paint can swooping down on a line.
Right in the schnoz!
With some hardened cement inside, so it's a little heavier.
Yeah.
I mean, here's my thing. Like, I think a shotgun is too quick of a death for this evil of a character.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
Yeah, you get the him falling on the ground. Yeah, you get the nails in the hand. He gets some damage, but for me, it's like if you're going to replicate their traps, replicate them all the way. Like, take something that they did to one of your friends and do it to them. Like,
you want her to go full Kevin McAllister.
But she did. She's got nails in the fucking floor and super glue and the family's favorite shotgun at the ready. Like, literally when he enters the house, it's like a haunted house movie where she quickly goes off camera, shuffling through the hallways of the home. And if you're gonna do it, fucking do it. Wrap his head like you don't even have to go that extreme. Wrap his head in a fucking jewel bag and kill him that way. But a shotgun blast to the head is a stupid way to kill what is really like the orchestrator and most evil character of the movie. With that said, this is how you end the movie. You want to continue, you need the scene in where he goes and visits the home. You got to have it. But you don't do it where he enters the home. You have the fucking van pull up. You have a shot where the door on the van closes, pan up from his feet and show that it's him with his mask, with a mask on. Fade to black, you're done. That's how you end the movie.
That would have been perfect.
But instead they went in, they made her the hero on a movie where you don't need a hero, because even if you do a sequel, it's going to be a completely different crew because you fucking killed everybody else. So it's one of those things where like you don't need that.
It's like I said, where they try to make that the last like homage to horror movies, where the final girl has to. It's the sequel thing where the big final girl becomes the payback, and the end of the movie just didn't need it to me. Like it was a good movie, it didn't need it.
What I wouldn't have mind seeing is if they kind of showed maybe the overarching network, kind of like I don't know if you guys have seen Guns Akimbo. But maybe shown how this isn't localized to one group.
Yeah.
That all over the country there's sections of these fucking people, and that's where you can also develop your sequels. Because if you have a map or something that, or maybe just a listing that one of them finds throughout the movies where it's like coming to a town near you and it's dates and like, I wish they would have given something to create the universe. But it wasn't a big budget movie. I think they made it kind of on the premise of like this is a one-off. We're not looking for it to go in the sequel territory, but there's total potential for it. I mean, you can make this a franchise like you do anything else.
Yeah, and this is one of like I with horror movies, I don't often think that a movie needs a sequel. This is a film where I think they could take it in cool directions.
They still can.
Well, you could build the universe. I mean, you could either go from you're doing the same kind of an expanded version of this one for the sequel, or you do it from where rather than doing a warehouse, they pick a family or a group or a frat house and they invade their home. You know what I mean? Like you do it to where you get as many people into one building, a big building as you can. And you have these guys like have it booby trapped without ever knowing, like it's not their property. And then all of a sudden, like the Strangers, these fuckers in mass show up and people start getting sliced up.
One of these guys is in the Strangers, so.
Was he?
Yeah, the demon guy.
Okay. Who did he play in the first Strangers movie?
No, in Praise Night.
Okay, I gotta watch that movie because his face looked familiar. Like I didn't look him up, but he looked familiar to me. Okay. Final thoughts on
let's do this.
Haunt.
So I think this is a great film. Also, I mean, if you guys want to throw out recommendations of films kind of in this vein, like I could throw some out there. They're a little different, but the House That October Built.
The first one,
Hell House film series. If you're looking for like that classic, or not classic, more modern take on like a cool haunted house, those are films I would recommend.
Those are also more supernatural based, but yeah.
Yeah. But I think this is a great film. I love it. I would love to see more by the team who did this. However, since they're making big Hollywood movie bucks with A Quiet Place, I don't think they'll come back to this film. But yeah, I love it.
Considering it came out in 2019, A Quiet Place came out in 2016. Like they've got in between sequels, you've got nothing but time right now.
Yeah.
You could,
true.
and at the budget it is and the quality that they put out with it, you could produce at least one more of these and do it well.
Yeah, they've been working on an anthology short for Quibi,
No, they can't be. Quibi's dead now.
Quibi's done.
Yeah. No, it's not out yet. So I'm assuming everything with Quibi is going to be licensed.
It's going to go to Netflix. Netflix is going to go to it like fucking Storage Wars, and they're just going to be like, "I'll take Quibi and the tennis racket set in the back."
No, Disney's going to buy them. It's going to be Disney.
You think they're going to? No. But you had things like Reno 911 and stuff out there, which Disney won't air because Disney won't do anything more mature rated than fucking Pinocchio. So. They couldn't play half the shit that's supposed to be on Quibi. It would have to be a Netflix or a Hulu purchase, which Hulu would make the most sense in my opinion. All right, so we've wrapped up everything. We're going to do our reviews now. Anybody who does watch the show, listen to the show, however you do, you're entertaining. You know that we do our rating scale on a 1 to 5 Chicago dogs. So I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm going to give this movie, I give it a solid 3.5 Chicago dogs. And what that means is I take half of my wife's hot dog plus my own. So 3.5.
I'll go next. This movie is up there for me. I want to go. I'm gonna go 3.5 on it. It's a good movie.
Yeah, it's one of those movies that it does get you thinking like what else they could do with it. Like a lot of movies nowadays, you don't give a shit after it ends. But this one's like, oh, they could do this with it, and I'd love to see them do this with it, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 3.5 Portillo hot dogs, and by the second one, you can't eat the third one, but you're gonna try anyways.
They just opened a Portillo by me.
Ooh, I'm on the south side. There's every bad food place you could eat. Lived on the north side most of my life. I haven't seen Checkers since I was a kid. Moved to the south side. I'm from 3 large fries away from a fucking heart attack.
All right, so I gave this also a 3.5. I guess we're unanimous on this. I don't know where the hell that other half's going since we each have a half on this going.
That's another hot dog and a half if we combine them.
So Rob McCobb, sorry to interrupt you, says Portillo's is gross, and I just gotta say you're wrong, buddy. I'm sorry.
No,
I've never been, so I don't know.
You have never been to a Portillo's?
No.
Well, okay, so Rob is right in the fact that if you've never been to one, you missed when they were before they were bought by Sbarro's Corporation. Okay. They were better, but they're still not bad. Anybody who says Portillo's is gross is elitist. I'm sorry, Rob. I love you. Fabian says, sounds like a good movie. Fabian gives it 3 Chicago dogs as well. Fuck off.
But he hasn't seen it.
He'll watch it tomorrow and then text me. Yeah, it's really not that good. Sorry, Alex, we cut off your Chicago dogs.
No, so like I was saying, anything that gets my wife scared, I love it, and that automatically gets like a 1 or a 1.5 for me because I love that my wife gets scared on things. So, but yeah, 3.5, and I did enjoy it. It was I thought it was kind of suspenseful in a way to me, just to have to have that stuff go on.
I like that it wasn't many pop-out scares too. Like it didn't rely on like, blah, you're scared, right?
Right. But there was a couple there that was just kind of more comedic than anything. That we didn't talk about, but yeah. There's
also those kind of scenes where it's like they know that what their story is ludicrous, so they expect you to kind of be like, the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, all right.
Yeah, 3.5 for that one.
So we're all agreed.
Agreed.
3.5 stars. That's I think that's the second time in what is this, 6 episodes or 7 episodes? That's
what was the first movie that we agreed on?
We it was like a couple weeks ago. I think we all gave we gave something that's like a 3 or something.
Is that the missing episode?
I don't know. Might be.
It might be the lost.
So
episode.
So since we're gonna bring it up like assholes, there was an episode that we had recorded that for some reason my audio was not tracked into it properly for most
some reason.
Yeah.
Anthology, correct?
Some reason.
Yeah. So what's going to end up happening with that is that's going to get released sometime in the next month or so, and it's going to be one to watch and listen to. It's not going to be it'll be different
at a later date. Yeah.
Yeah, so look out for that one. That one will be titled The Lost Episode. But yeah, so there was a flub up by me. Anyways, fuckers. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to talk to chat for a little bit real quick, and then we're going to take a short break before the next movie. So we've kind of all, Jennifer says, when I was talking about the abuser's backpack, she says, is that anything like Dora the Explorer's backpack? Yes, but Dora has more guns.
Yes.
She says, ain't the truth with me stealing her hot dog. They're delicious. Fabian, he's already given false reviews. He hasn't seen the movie. Bullshit. Rob has asked us and now told us He asked us first, are we,
Yeah.
do we have any plans to write a horror movie? And the second thing he said was we should write a horror movie. I
I
think
would
on my
love to
aspect,
write
the answer is we'd love to. It's just who the fuck would read it?
It's going to be still a lot of ADD shit going on.
I mean, we could theoretically write a movie and film it ourselves, but then we'd have to review it and just go rip our fucking shit apart.
Yeah,
So,
be a solid 1 from everyone.
I mean, there is a
pretty much any dialogue that's incoherent might be from me.
well, I just get. Not only will Alex send me scribbly writing, but from blurry fucking phone pictures too. He sends me the times, and I think I'm drunk because it's blurry as shit.
I cracked my fucking camera. Sorry.
Use your fucking webcam. Yeah. So just going through the chat a little bit, we've got. I've heard of this episode from my dad, Rose. So apparently, you're exposing your underage daughter to some pretty heinous shit.
No, she's talking about the lost episode. She's talking about the lost episode.
Yeah, Rose. That one. I don't know if I'm going to allow your dad to let you listen to. Cause
No.
Is Rose still in makeup? Should she make a cameo?
She is. That's up to her.
Because that episode's going to be me ripping myself apart a lot, and it's going to be a lot of language. It's probably going to be recorded at 3 a.m. So it's going to be angry, tired, and probably sweaty. So we'll give it a second. If anybody's got anything to say in the chat while we are live, you want to ask any questions right now, we could talk to you real quick. And then as soon as everybody's kind of set, if we don't have any questions, we are going to take a short break. We're old. Okay. We need bathroom breaks. And yeah, that's that. So let's see. Let me just go through the chat real quick. Make sure I've kind of covered everybody.
Which I will say, if you are watching live, or even if you're not watching live and you're watching this while it's on Spotify or after the fact, thank you.
Yes,
honestly,
thank you very much.
This show started off as Matt's idea.
No. I got to stop you. This show started off as Alex and I one day, I think, just tired of not talking to friends. I got a text message, and it was, "Hey, are you busy?" I was like, "What the fuck else am I doing? It's 1 a.m." And we had a conversation that went about 5 hours, and the idea kind of spawned of like, wouldn't it be cool if we could do a podcast? And then we talked about trying to get Lewis involved. And initially the idea was just, let's go out there and pick topics and run our mouth about random shit. And then we all kind of went about our love of movies and then also horror movies. And that's kind of how we got here. So this was very much...
Then I tried to back out of it, and then I got really trashed in the first episode, and that's what started that.
If you guys
I had my nerves going.
So and then like in between all this, or even before all this, probably for a couple weeks, Matt and I grew up together. And then
Alex, I remember
life
table box.
And Matt and I have always had like a real appreciation for movies. And, we started talking out of the blue a while back again, and our text, instead of like talking to each other, it was like, "Hey, dude, have you seen this movie? Yeah, have you seen this movie?"
Just recommending shit off of Shudder. Like, we could be going through the lists, and instead we're just like, "Hey, this one's on Shudder. Check it out yet?" It's like 7 times.
And then Matt messaged me and mentioned the idea of a podcast, and the first thing that popped up in my head was like, a podcast. We can do a podcast? Like, are you fucking serious?
It's amazing what you do with a couple microphones and a webcam.
Yeah, and if you've listened to our first couple episodes, they are rough.
The first one is, I went back at it, looking at it, uploading it to Facebook. It's
rough.
It's got some rough edges, that's for sure.
But I mean, at the end of the day, we're just 3 dudes who just like talking about movies. And like I say all the time, we're not critics.
No.
I can't stand critics. We just like talking about movies.
Here's the thing is I think it's only fair for people who do love movies to like, and this happens in the video game realm as well, and I hate it. The idea that like, if as a consumer of a product, you should shut up and just take it. The Last of Us 2 came out, and there was a big issue because people said it was politically charged, but there's a lot of people who played it, bought it, beat it, and said, no, this is what I didn't like about it. And we as a society right now have a problem with silencing people. And I think one of the big things is it doesn't, like, we're going to get into it later on. Vampires is one of my favorites. It's not beloved by everybody. So We have to, in the movie spectrum, you have to allow dialogue, because without the dialogue, you will never have improvement in a movie. If you don't have the space for 3 random Chicago assholes to run their mouth about why they thought a certain movie was good and why they thought it was bad, then why are these movies being made? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of where I think we all come from, and it all comes from the appreciation.
Most of our real arguments, though, do happen offline. It's not stuff that gets put on here.
Well, there's some editing techniques, okay? Some things don't make it.
I also think that us three all grew up with perfect, non-traumatic childhoods, and movies have been like just
What's
our
going on there, man?
Movies have been important to all three of us. I remember growing up, my uncle, who is Alex,
That's me,
had what I perceived when I was younger to be the largest fucking movie collection in the world. And there were times where, he would let us go up there and pick a movie, and we'd sit there for like 15 minutes because there were so many damn movies.
I remember, and I think we've talked about it before. Alex got the HD DVD copy of Blade Runner, right? And I come over, and I remember laying on the floor watching it, and the next thing I remember is like, "Yo, wake up, get out!" Like, you gotta go home. You fell asleep. But I mean, it goes
that
back
happened
to,
a lot.
I mean, Alex and I would hang out. Lewis and I have been really good friends since childhood. I've known obviously their entire family. They're like a second family to me. But the days of like going to watch WWE pay-per-views at Alex's house, and I mean, hell, Alex, we used to do backyard wrestling together.
Yeah.
So there's there's a lot of history between us. So if it feels like we're friends, it's because we're friends. Fabian's a dick, by the way. He just said, "How's your chest, Lewis?" Laugh out loud. That's a story for another day.
Deep
PTSD. Now I'm PTSD, girl. God damn it.
That guy's got a chainsaw, but don't raise your fucking hand at me. But yeah, so that's kind of how we all kind of came around to doing it, and we're having a lot of. I hope it's coming off that we're having a lot of fun. We do appreciate the support. We're really thrilled with the Facebook page kind of getting the attention it's getting. We thank everybody who likes it, spreads it like HIV. Thank you for being there for us. We're gonna keep pumping. We're gonna keep doing weekly episodes. We're gonna take this. November is gonna be back to the 2-movie format. That'll be our taking a break, and then
Christmas.
For December, we're right back with the 3 movies an episode.
What? I didn't agree to that.
Well, then you're gone.
Oh no! Okay, I remember. Never mind.
No, we're doing Christmas. The Holy Christ Mass, and we're enjoying it. So. Please, get your friends involved. In December we'll be doing probably another live stream to end off that month as well. We haven't talked about it, but I'm just gonna throw it out there. This is really our test run. We've never done a live stream. Let us know how you're liking it. Let us know if it's enjoyable.
Oh, by the way, happy Halloween.
If you want to see more of these, is it Halloween yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, officially happy Halloween. So, I ran into a bit of an issue today at the Sam's Club. You see, I went to Sam's Club, and this is the first year I'm passing out candy since my mom passed, and I figure with COVID and everything going on, the kids are you're really getting fucking hammered with this. So I'm gonna pass out candy. We're gonna have it set up so it's safe and everything, and I go to Sam's Club and I have this it's like a 300 piece, $16 whatever, right? And I see these brownies, and these brownies are basically like fucking heroin for me. I look at them like, don't touch them. But I bought them anyways because they were pretty and delicious looking. I haven't tried one yet. Anyways, I'm talking to the guy that's working there because I run my mouth all the time. And he goes, yo, man, turn around. And turn around, and they have literally a bag that's double the size of the bag that's in my hand for $5. 465 pieces for $5. Now, I am on a no sugar thing, right? I bought 3 fucking bags. I've got 1,200 pieces of fucking candy in my house right now.
But have you opened any of the bags yet?
On the way home.
You have, yeah.
It was in the fucking passenger seat next to me, and I was like, "Oh, it's Twizzlers!" And I just
did you use your lighter to seal the bag?
No. Well, I didn't tell Jen I bought 3 bags. I just sent her a picture. I was like, "Look at this big bag. It was only $5. It's such a deal." And then I went to pick her up from work, and I was like, "I didn't tell you about this, but I've got 3 of those bags." And she's like, "Fuck. Because I'm addicted to sweets. That's my problem. But
It doesn't count if I eat them in the car.
right over here, like the kids are going like, and the nice thing is though, like you're normally like, you each get a piece, you little bastard. I can, they can take as much fucking candy as they want. It's like you got 3 hours on a Saturday because they give the kids a limit. I'll sit out there. We're gonna do a fire and we're gonna hang out and come to just fucking take whatever you want. Like I got enough. I don't need the fucking candy. I'm gonna give some to my wife's daycare she manages. Donate some. Just whip handfuls of it at homeless people. Whatever.
You're doing a fire in the front lawn?
No, so we have a driveway and a gate.
Yeah.
So we're gonna sit on one side of the gate with the fire in our chairs, and the other side we're gonna have a table with the candy on it. And I'll have my gun in case any kids want to take more than a couple pieces. I'll,
Jesus
I don't
Christ.
know. Not on my block is what I'm saying. No. So what we're gonna do right now is if everybody's cool, we'll come back in just a couple minutes. We're gonna go to take a quick break. And yeah, we'll be right back with you guys.
All right.
We're a professional podcast.
No, nobody else saw that but me. It was, All right, guys, we are back, and somebody brought it to my attention that we because we had some technical issues, we kind of glanced over something we wanted to do, which was show you guys our intros. We've got 2 of them so far. As far as we've got 2 songs, Halloween themed and original. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and show you guys. We've got like 5 iterations of the original, I think, at this point. So I'm going to show you one of the iterations of the original intro real quick.
Oops. The
And
best
then,
words to hear.
There's going to be a lot of oops. I believe this is it. I hope. Nope.
Oops.
Oops.
Yeah, now the way they make you, it's a little.
That was actually going to be the original name of the podcast. Oops.
Yeah, right. Might as well be. Oh boy, it's not being nice to me. I don't know why it's doing this.
All right.
So we are having a little bit of issue.
Just a heads up, there's still nothing on YouTube.
We're a professional podcast.
The YouTube has
a big extreme delay.
Yeah, a little bit. There's a whole authentication thing that it goes through, to be honest with you.
All right.
Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this. So this is one of the original intros that we have put together. I know you'll see Alex DeVito a couple times. If you're with us and you're seeing us, say hi in the chat. This is a little treat for everybody. This is one of the first intros. I do apologize if this is extraordinarily loud to your ear cavities.
Turn on your volume.
Maybe turn the volume down just a smidge because it may blow your baby's ears off. So with that said, hopefully it's not gonna be super loud, but this is our normal theme song for.
That's me.
That's him. It's Alex DeVito. This is the normal theme song that we use for episodes that are not Halloween based. Then we'll play the other one. So here we go. The terrorist.
So there is a.
Giving Alex a prep talk before the show every break.
Chance to request a guest tickets for yours. I just heard it all because we were going through. And help coming with me.
No, I like the Danny DeVitos who was in Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh no.
That's
scary.
Yeah, me is Conan. So that is the normal theme song that is for the show that we've created. We've also got. I love the True Lies one with where his eyes just and it's you. I love it.
It's all nightmare fuel.
It really fucking is, man. Okay, 1 second.
Jesus.
Let's pull up the Halloween one, shall we?
Jesus
All
is
right,
not
here we
here,
go.
child.
You'll find no God here, boy. All right. Which one's one of my Halloween intros? I think this is one. So this is one of the Halloween ones we did, and it's got our Halloween creepy theme song in there as well. We're gonna switch on over to that.
I like
right
that one.
now. All right, so this is the second form of our theme songs that we have, as well as one of, I think there's like 3 or 4 variants at this point for the Halloween one.
It's fucking perfect.
It's terrible.
And I love the fact that we got Near Dark in there, and I never remember talking about that at all in our episode.
I know it's one of your favorites.
It's a good
It
movie.
is, but I don't remember talking about it.
I think it's a
One of my favorites too is Lost Boys with all 3 of us.
Yeah.
And that is that for that. So we're gonna go back
Yeah, it's that for that.
and
And Lewis as Ash, and Lewis as oh god, I forgot the other one.
okay. So Lewis has an asshole symmetrical fucking face, and he doesn't have any facial hair. So his face can basically be put on any one of them and work. Like from Wednesday to Keanu Reeves, it just fucking works. Me and Alex for the one photo made him look like Tom Savini in every fucking movie.
Sex
And,
machine.
and me, my mustache, like it. Rather than it keeping my whole beard, it gives me a fucking handlebar in every single one of them. So, Lewis has the best face of all of us, I guess. So yeah, so those are the 2 intros. I forgot to show them to you guys initially, and I really wanted to. You know, and here's the thing. God, I completely forgot about it.
What the fuck?
Just punch my monitor.
Excuse me.
That was awesome. Good job, Rose. Everybody give Rose a hand. If you're in the chat, give Rose a hand for the cameo. That was awesome.
That was my daughter.
And if you're only watching on Spotify,
If you're only watching this on Spotify,
it's late. If you're only listening on Spotify, how dare you? Check out our YouTube.
you know, here's the thing. The Spotify is great. You know, I hate listening to myself, but I've been forcing myself to listen to the episodes. I think they're pretty funny. But if you can, if you have the time, watch the YouTube. I put
There's
effort
definitely
into
more
it.
content involved in there.
You know, we try to give a kind of a visual element to the show as well in the YouTube. It's more than, you know, just watching our stupid faces. I try to do some fun stuff. So, especially the October episodes, my personal, I think, favorite episode we've done is the Texas Chainsaw remake.
Mine too. I love that episode.
You know, please check that out. But yeah, so we're gonna jump right in, and like I told everybody when I told them we were doing this live, we'll do it live. I told them it's gonna go late. We're gonna go late. It's Friday night. It's Halloween Eve. There's a fucking pandemic. What else are you doing?
There's a curfew anyway. Nobody should be at bars drinking.
Beetlejuice told us after 11 be home. Okay.
Actually, it was Pritzker. Beetlejuice was actually saying she wants everybody to have the restaurant.
Listen, Beetlejuice lost all credit when she brought out the fucking census cowboy who later went on to abuse the horse. Fuck that.
It wasn't when she dressed up as the disinfectant person.
You know what? That's goofy, but I'll let it pass. When you're in an urban city, one of the major 3 or 4 in this country, and you bring out a census cowboy, Yeah, you know where he's taking census? Roscoe Village. He's not taking census where I live. There's no room on this road for horses, okay?
Oh, he wasn't over here by Roscoe Village.
Well,
That
that's where
wasn't
he
over
would
here.
be. He'd be in like Lakeview, nice area. He wouldn't be fucking. He wouldn't be at the Walmart at 87th and Western or 95th and Western. I'll tell you that much. So, we are going into the second movie. I am going to. Let me change my background. While I do that, I'm going to let Lewis go on and let us
Number
know.
number one podcast in America.
Yeah, we're a professional podcast. All right, second movie, guys.
Technically, we're doing
This
a live
movie
stream.
came out.
There's a little bit of wiggle room in a
In,
live stream. You can kind of,
All right, this one's for Fabian. This movie came out in 2009, directed by Bobcat Goldthwait. It's a film called World's Greatest Dad.
I love this movie.
No, we're not doing that.
I hate you both
all right.
so much.
Actual second film. It's called Behind the Mask: The Rise of Leslie Vernon. This is a cool fucking movie, and let me tell you about it.
My choice.
This came out March 12th, 2006. This came out. It was released during
Where's the
South
witch
by
hat?
Southwest. It's hot.
That's from the chat. I was gonna. Yeah, sorry.
What did you say there? I missed that. Oh, witch hat. Oh, where's the witch hat? Okay.
Yeah, I just complain that it's
You
hot.
threw
but
me
then
off
I
when you
put on
screamed.
a hoodie.
Yeah,
So it makes no sense.
I'm so
You know what?
sweaty, but I'm cold.
God.
You might be dying.
God damn it.
There's
Rob.
definitely like an
All right.
infection or something.
That was actually Fabian.
Fabian. Oh, fuck you, man.
Yeah.
I mean, we love all of our listeners.
Yes,
here
please
at
continue to watch us.
Anyways, back to this film. Came out in 2006. This was released during South by Southwest. This was another kind of like underground word of mouth film. And because it was, I could not find a budget. Box office made $69,000.
Whatever the generator cost to heat their like one hotel room that the entire cast shared, I think is where the budget
Yeah.
went. Like all $42 has to go to the generator.
So, this movie was directed by, produced, and written by Scott Glosserman, who I can't find anything really that he worked on
I
of
thought
note
you were going to say
after.
Scott Gimple
No,
from The Walking
although
Dead.
the movie he did before this, which he was an associate producer, was called No Escape Prison Rape. So
Oh, okay.
whatever that is.
Yeah.
So this film has a pretty cool cast. You have Nathan Basil. He plays Leslie Vernon. You have Angela I'm not good with names. Angela Gothos, maybe that's her name. She played one of the sisters, Macaulay Culkin's sister in the original Home Alone.
Really?
So that's pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you
Now that I
also
see her
have
face.
she plays Taylor, the main protagonist in this film. You have Doc Holland is played by some actor named Robert Englund.
I've
He's
never
been
heard
in
of him.
films. Yeah.
New to me.
Um,
Must be a hot up and comer.
You have Katie Lang Johnson as Kelly, Scott Wilson, another person I've never heard of, as Eugene, Billy. And then you have some lady named Zelda Rubinstein, who I'm pretty sure she was born the way she looks now. And
Yes.
she's just been that way for 70 years.
Is she still alive? Is she still alive, honestly? I'm
Am I-
curious.
Was
Oh, no,
she?
she passed away in 2010. Okay, never
Oh,
mind.
well, now we just brought the show
Rip.
down.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Stop telling me to mirror the image, okay? It's not that simple, and I'm not gonna do it live. Shut up.
Is it reversed?
Yeah. It's because I'm using it as the virtual webcam. It is what it is.
Let me see how shitty it looks.
That's it's backwards.
Oh, shit. It is
I
backwards.
told you it was gonna be backwards. You didn't
But it's
believe
okay
me.
because
You
if
gotta-
you want
You have
if you
to
want
click on your...
while on the feed, is it forwards now?
No, it's still backwards.
It's showing
God
backwards to
damn
me.
And you have captions. What the hell are you doing there with the captions? You can't listen to us?
He's got to read what he's saying.
Yeah, I got.
Line.
I'm not that smart.
I'm looking right now to see what I can do here. So give me
Yeah, my wife is off to the side feeding me my dialogue.
She's holding up poster boards.
Well, come on! I figured out how to do it on the last one. I don't want to do it on this one. Son of a bitch.
Why does that poster board say I'm a fucking retard? Oh,
That's terrible. All right, there
There
we
you go.
We're fixed.
There you go.
Now shut up.
Let me see
Did
how
it
it
work?
shows
Did it
up in a second on.
This
but
is
now
live
it's
everywhere.
reversed to me, and I don't.
Now
like
you're
that.
great.
This is live
what?
everywhere. We're international. We're in the global market.
International.
All right, Lewis.
Continue.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, so this is a cool movie. It the whole premise to get you into this movie is basically it's a mockumentary horror comedy sort of.
It's the office of
Um,
horror movies.
Actually, that's probably a perfect analogy.
It is. It is.
And you have this film crew that is wanting to kind of capture a day in the life of Leslie Vernon, who kind of presents himself as this not wannabe serial
Spirit
killer.
Pretty
or-
likable guy overall.
He says that he's a spirit or he's a real
he
person.
claims to be from a local legend. Like I believe he's like a boy who's or part
20
of
years,
this local
yeah,
legend.
20 years.
Yeah, basically
Yeah.
he was a child born out of wedlock, and he was supposed to. So the village threw him and drowned him basically, and now he's back, back to fuck shit
To
up.
just have some fun.
Yeah, exactly.
And he wants to go on a killing spree or kind of plan his killing spree a la like any slasher horror.
Which they usually do, right? They plan them out, right?
Which, yeah, I mean, he's pretty meticulous. Like, he does a
Yeah.
lot of, like, and to the movie's credit, they go into that. But continue, Lewis, sorry.
I love it, though. I love it.
So yeah, and so speaking about this movie, there's not a lot to it. I mean, the plot is there's not a lot of
straightforward.
dense plot there, but what it works with, it does awesome. And Leslie is an extremely likable character.
You very much.
The
He
whole
seems like
time,
a buddy you can go to a movie with. Like, go hang out, go to dinner. Fucking.
Yeah. Definitely. He's a very
He's
likable person.
likable. He's likable to a fault. Where even at the end of this movie, and when he's doing what he's doing, I'm just like, oh, there's that guy. He's funny. Like,
yeah, and that's the problem. One of the things I love about the movie is like, I was gonna say problem, but it's not. There's a very much. You're kind of getting two movies. You know, it's a little bit like Haunt, where it shifts gears midway. And you know what?
Mm-hmm.
This is Alex's pick. Alex, you talk about it.
All right. So the reason why I picked it out was because I enjoyed the whole comedy aspect of it, and after the whole month that we've been having about all these horror movies, I just wanted to laugh a little, and I wanted to have some kind of fun with it. So that's why I picked it. It was
It's
either
well
this or
written
about
too. It's not like goofy, like funny. Like it's legitimate,
No,
like
but
laughing moments.
yeah.
and it's also very smart. You know,
Yeah.
it follows a little. You know, if there's any kind of rules to movies, there's a rule to it. You know, and I liked it. And they touched on 3 major horror films, and they did talk about other ones too. But they talked about Nightmare on Elm Street. They talked about Jason Voorhees, and they talked about Halloween.
Well, why do
Well,
they
no,
talk about him?
they talk about it because in this film's canon, all of that is real.
Yes,
That's what I was saying. So they talk about it, and they reference all that
Totally
stuff,
awesome
and they
premise.
make you see like, well, this is what's happening, you know, in a world like, you know, what's going on with this. Here's also another person from what is it?
when she's doing like
Glen Echo,
Yeah.
Maryland.
She's doing the news report basically about the local like Leslie Vernon story.
Yeah,
and she's like, you know, in Camp Crystal Lake where Jason Voorhees, you know, and this, and they named the Halloween street, and then in Frederick, you know, and they named the Nightmare, you know, that the legend goes that, you know, you could die in your sleep. Like they treat it just like
like
every
it's actual everyday life.
Yeah.
And I like how they also had these little cameos. I don't know if you noticed when they were trying to talk to the neighbor of Nancy's house. It was Kane Horder. He was cutting his fucking prunes, or he was pruning the hedges, and then he turns around, he walks in the house. Says, "Excuse me, sir, do you want to comment on your neighbor?" And he just looks at her and closes the door.
Did you guys know that
Kane
he's
Horder.
in the Ben Affleck Daredevil movie?
What was he in?
during one of the boxing matches when Daredevil's father's killed in the beginning, he plays like the
Okay.
mob boss's security. He's
Oh,
sitting right next to him.
spoilers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Daredevil with Ben Affleck, you're never gonna. So fuck you if it's a spoiler.
Also, for
Came
those
out
who
in
don't
05.
know, about Kane Hodder, he played.
Well,
Hatchet.
Jason in the best
He
of them.
played.
Played Jason. He played Hatchet. He's been a stunt double in any old school horror movie
That's how he
you
got
can
his
think
start.
of.
Yeah.
Anything where you need a big fucking man to
There's
be
there's a
killer.
there's
Not
a
bigger.
fantastic documentary about him. He's in several documentaries. He's an awesome dude.
Yeah, and he's not like the problem with kind of the stuntmen and guys of his generation is after a certain age they were all like they were mush brains because he took so much damage and he's
No,
actually
he's
still
a
got some-
humble dude.
Yeah, he's a good dude. But yeah, he does make a cameo.
So like with that, I basically picked it because I just needed something a little more light as far as what we've been watching lately, and
That's why I
go
picked
the
vampires.
opposite.
was that light? Was that light? I don't know, man. That was
Lighthearted romp through the Southwest.
we're almost there. No, but so basically, I enjoyed how this guy like was talking about how he wanted to be this next up and coming serial killer, and he wanted this film crew to follow him. So he found these people that are doing, and he calls them what does he call them a college. He calls them like a college film crew or
Yeah,
he called
something
I can't
like
remember. I
that.
can't remember the term that he used.
I don't remember either, but it's basically under the guise of like they think it's bullshit.
They're film students, yeah. They're
Yeah.
film students, and they're feeling like it's all supernatural that he's trying to say, but he's like, "Oh, you're not a believer yet. You don't get it."
Yeah, they don't.
So-
Not the whole thing until obviously when it kind of flips a switch. They don't think any of it's real. Like all of
No.
this shit is just some dude playing a prank on the town.
Right.
And it eventually kind of they understand that it's quite real.
Yeah, so he proceeds to lead them on, and he like gives them all these things. He's like he's going through his regiment for the day. He's like, cardio is like the biggest thing about this. You got to work out, and you got to make it look like
You know how
when
hard
you're
it is to make it look like you're not even trying and you're sprinting. Like
you have to make it look like you're just walking. He's like, but you have to be at the next spot before they are. He's like, you got to run and get there and act like you're there before they are, and not show that you're you're not
Yeah,
keeping your
what I like about Leslie's character is his dialogue and approach of the rules of a horror movie are everything you say as a watcher. Like, how did Jason
Yeah.
get from point A to point B?
Yeah.
Why are these people
Exactly.
doing this thing that makes no sense? And Leslie is that commentary for you. Everything he's saying in this movie, you're like, that he's saying exactly what I'm thinking.
well,
I was thinking that.
you definitely get the feeling that like he's a pure psychopath, and there's the one line in it that showcases the pure psychopathic when he's going through everything and he's like, and then they're gonna do this, and then they cut to the
Yeah.
scene where he's like really just plotting it out, and one of my favorites is when so his friends who are the former and we didn't, and I purposely didn't bring this up because I don't know if you guys know or understand. I think Lewis might. His friends. First off, the guy who plays his buddy, the former slasher back in the old days. He isn't Judge Dredd, the original with Stallone. He plays the cannibal father.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's the first little trivia. Second trivia is, and I'm assuming Lewis knows this, do you guys know who the slasher is he's supposed to be?
No,
Lewis?
Shit.
Ed Gein or somebody.
No.
No.
Oh no, wait, through the 70s, 60s,
Through
and
the
70s,
clues they give,
60s and 70s.
more than likely he is the slasher from Black Christmas. Because that is one of the first movies to do the killer disappears. You don't know what happens to him. He talks about the time frame, which would be the late 60s, early 70s when he had most of his activity. Pretty sure, and I'm not even pretty sure, I confirmed
And
this.
it was
The director and writer did say that when they were modeling the character, they were basically alluding to him being the slasher from the movie Black Christmas. So
Damn it, I'm gonna
there is
rewatch this
there is
tomorrow.
another movie this is technically including into the universe. I'll be not actually saying it.
Huh. That's badass.
Yeah. I was watching and I was like, no, they're referencing somebody. I was thinking about it. And I was going through. I was like, there was Black Christmas would match, and then I forgot the other movie that was in my head that would kind of match, but not really. And then I looked it up, and there is I found a small article where the writer does say basically he was written for the idea of being the kind of the guy from Black Christmas. So I thought
So
that
now
was a
with
neat
that
little
being
tidbit.
said, we're gonna watch Black Christmas for Christmas, right?
I think we have to.
Okay.
The original is a great film. The 2019 one, don't watch that movie.
I actually I do like the
Don't watch
original. I haven't seen the remake or redo or whatever it is.
It's bad. It's really bad.
Stay away.
Okay, so I'll give a little short, just kind of how I took it, and then we'll go into reviews for everything.
Okay.
So I love the movie. I loved it when this was one of those movies that as a Blockbuster employee and shopper, you fucking find on the favorites, and you're like, the hell is this movie? And you take it home and
The cover alone intrigued you.
yeah, and then you can't judge a book by a cover, but I mean it's enough to pull you in. That's why.
But it intrigued, yeah.
And that's one of the dumbest things. Also, here's the thing: you can't judge a book by a cover. Why does it have a cover? Maybe you can, right? So, but yeah,
that's gonna be the quote on your tombstone when you're dead. Why does it have a cover?
And then my tombstone won't have a face either. It'll just be like crumbly. So it's I like how it's designed, where it is, in my opinion, it's like The Office meets a horror movie, where it's mockumentary style, it's humorous, the characters are believable, the acting's not shit, and in all rights the acting should be shit.
Great.
It's actually really well done. You've got cameos, you've got Robert Englund in there playing basically the doctor.
Dr. Loomis,
exactly. He's basically Doctor, and they even go into that idea of like he's the Ahab. I got an Ahab, and the idea that they have, they explain what the Ahab is, and it's very tongue in cheek. There's continuous breakage of, I guess you would consider the fourth wall, but not, it's not fourth wall because it's under the guise of, but there's very much behind, where behind the mask, it's a great title for the movie, because the idea is you're watching this psychopath go from an idea of a legend to how he's going to commit these brutal murders. And there's one line in the movie that I think really accentuates the fact that this guy's just fucking insane, is he tells her, he's like, I'd have been here either way. He's like, with or without the legend, I'd be doing this. And that's the guy telling you, that's at that point where it starts to shift, where it goes from, oh, this movie's got some funny in it. It's I like the tongue-in-cheekness to, the news crew, once again, it's bullshit to them. This guy's not going to really murder these fucking people. He does the library kill, where he wipes out the she's famous for other movies she's been in. He wipes her out, and then the next thing you see, Loomis comes in, shoots at him. Next thing you see is he's laughing. Did you guys see that? Whoa! It's that whole idea of like, it's serious, but it's never taken serious until it really is.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say the part where he says that he leaves the turtles and he's bad to the turtles.
Oh yeah, I don't have any pets that I can.
The bastards won't die. The bastards won't die.
Yeah, and that's how the movie starts. Like, that's within like the first 10 minutes when he's showing. He's like, bastards won't die, can't kill them. It's like,
I have these two turtles and the bastards won't die. I left them for like 3 days at a time, 4 days at a time.
This movie does take it has a transition into a different style of filmmaking, which, I mean, do you guys want to go into that, or can I talk a bit about that?
Go ahead.
So the movie presents itself, I would say, in 3 stages rather than 2. It starts off as a like an Office style, like found footage almost.
Shaky cam, yeah, which is one of my hated things.
But. And then most people will say it flips into like an actual horror movie, but I think there is one part in between. It's a cool scene. It's when Taylor and her friend, Taylor and the crew, go with Leslie to meet his friend, who is Eugene or Billy.
Eugene.
And you have the whole scene where they're kind of doing a family dinner. Eugene's with his wife Jamie, and you see that it's a funny scene, but you also start to see that the crew is sitting in front of not only Leslie but 2 other people that this is a real thing for, and you start to see them start to realize these people are fucking serious.
Oh yeah, well yeah, and then
just before that too, they dug him out of a sensory deprivation
Yeah.
out of the ground.
I really like the line too when he's like, "Is it Tuesday?" He's like, "No, it's Thursday. You gonna tell me he's been here in 3 days?" Like he's pulling him out of it.
3 days, like
Well, that's
without
the crazy
food,
thing
without water.
too. Is like it really shows that they're people. Like the fact
Yeah.
that it's a normal. You're going over to your friend and his wife's house for dinner. Plus the fact that they're casually discussing how he wiped out dozens in the 60s.
Yeah.
Casually discussing on how he did things back then, and you went through quick and violent, and you got as many as you could. And they talk about the business like you're fucking talking about, the sales game, or you're working in paper products. Like their shop talk is murder, and the movie treats it so casually that, once again, that you're right. The crew is very much in denial, and that's the point where it starts to shift, where they're just kind of like, these people aren't, like, they're all not liars. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I would agree with you.
When he's supposed to be dicing up the carrots and stuff, and he's supposed to be cutting them up, and then he starts like he cuts them really fast, and all of a sudden you look at they show the camera on the carrots, and they're like just a bunch of little pieces,
and they zoom into her eyes, and she's like,
what just happened? Like,
okay.
And he was supposed to be cutting it up so he can grill it.
It's cool though. I think that scene, had it not been in the movie and it just takes a hard turn to horror movie, it would have felt like a gimmick. But I think that scene where you see everyone start to realize, like, oh, Leslie's not the only one. Like, these people are all fucking crazy.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Once again, you're in the
weird
universe
insane,
of
but crazy at the same time.
You're in the universe
Yeah.
of Freddy and Michael, and so it's all. There's no legends anymore. This is the real of it all.
Yeah, and it's you get the weird sense too in that scene, like not even paying attention to the film crew, that these people, they are legit people like you and me. They're having a fucking family dinner.
They're friends. They love each other. They care about each other.
And they're having, like, just like everyday normal life.
There's humanity to each of them. You could, when he talks about getting the Ahab, my boy, he's got that like fatherly type like pride, and I really appreciate that scene as well. I think it definitely gives everything a certain level of humanity, but it also, because it gives the humanity, it shows just how fucked up these people are. Because on one hand, they love each other, they're normal humans. On the other hand, he's literally talking about running through teenagers in a field. It's such a juxtaposition. I think Lewis hit it right on the head. It's a pretty important part of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, before the like hardcore transition into the actual meat and bones of the horror aspect of this movie, you have the scene where Halloran confronts Taylor, and kind of gives up Leslie's his like fake story. And it turns out,
and
I believe
Halloran is Robert Englund's character.
Yeah, Robert Englund, who, again, I don't know what other movies he's been in.
Newcomer,
but
I think.
I believe, if I recall, Leslie is just someone who's in a mental asylum.
He's from a mental asylum in Reno, Nevada.
Yeah. And
his name is Leslie, but it's something with an M.
And that's
it's Mancuso.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and like I said, this movie constantly reinforces the fact that everybody in it is a fucking psychopath. Like the fact that he is not only is that the real story, but he's fully cognizant that that's the real story. He literally read a story about a town one day and said, "That's my inspiration.
I'm gonna be that town now. I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna envision it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do it."
It's literally like somebody talking about breaking into the music industry via American Idol.
He was a man on a mission, and he set a plan and he fucking went with it.
Meticulous plan. Now,
and you do have the scene after that where Leslie confronts Taylor, and like you see, like the acting in this movie is fucking awesome because he goes switch. Like to town real quick.
When you mean when after she goes to the shop again to talk to So when she goes to the place where he's supposed to be the virgin that he's gonna murder at the end, that's the sole survivor that he's talking about.
Who is anything but a virgin, by the way.
We didn't get there yet. But he told her, he said, no, she is off limits. You cannot talk to her. But Taylor wanted to go interview this girl to find out what's going on, after she was saved by the doc.
Yeah, we'll
In
just
the
call him
library.
Loomis.
We'll call him
Loomis.
Doc Loomis Part 2.
DL.
Loomis 2. There we go. But yeah, so like she wants to interview this girl to find out what's going on,
Well,
what her thoughts are, and when she shows up, they get spotted by the Loomis.
yeah. Well, they're stupid for one thing, because
They were told not to do it.
Loomis is literally just chilling in a diner chair, sipping his coffee like nonchalant.
And
while
they
the
saw him when they walked in.
Yeah, while the waitress is working, and she comes over and she's nervous, and she's looking around like, oh shit. And then here appears what's his name again? I can't remember. Oh yeah, Robert Englund, whoever that is. He comes in and he obviously confronts them, and he's like, you know where they are, don't you? You know where he is.
You know where he is.
Yeah, and
I shake my fist at you.
But I do like how everything ties back, like how the beginning of the movie starts, how you're getting that handy cam follow of her, and then they go back to it where it's the camera crew is the one who's following her. Vernon set up the whole thing, and he's kind of portraying, he's showing it, and he's running them play by play, and everything works as he says it's going to work. And it's such a if the world of serial killer supernatural shit were real, it would be the documentary about it. You know what I mean? Like, if the universe was real, this is a bang up job. So the ending. So we keep talking about these differentials in the storytelling and the atmosphere. So once we finally get towards the end, when the plans that he's been talking about the whole time, telling this crew that he's going to do, telling them about the murders he's going to commit, how he's going to commit the murders. Well, it all starts to fall in the plan, and then one of the interesting lines I love in the movie is at some point he tells her, you're gonna sit there and you're gonna think, no, we can't let him do this, and I can't have you do that. And that was
actually outside. Yeah,
that was
outside.
by the van where that switch flips again. And later on in the movie, of course, he starts doing his plan, and then she goes, we can't let him do this. We can't let him. And then her camera guy goes, that's exactly what he said you'd say. And I love that about it. He has not only planned everybody else's murder, but you could tell he's got 6 steps of how to kill all of these people planned as well already.
So did anybody else notice too, like when she's in the attic with him, and she says, "You love her, don't you?" And he stops for a second and he says, "I love what she's going to become, or who she can be, or something like that." But he's not talking about her. He's talking about
Taylor.
Which
Yeah.
I didn't realize that until the end again.
Well,
I've seen this movie like 3 or 4 times.
That's a cool reveal. Is you realize that Leslie, even though he's followed their charade of interviewing him, Leslie or Taylor has been the final girl this entire time.
Yep.
Yes.
Which, if you think about it, makes this dude even fucking crazier.
Well, he planned out
multiple. Yeah. He's got fucking layers on him.
He's playing 4D chess, man.
Well, and then they try to explain it with like he's adapting the plan, and it's like no, this is his plan. He planned on you fucking him over and trying to stop him. He's already planned all of your deaths. So because throughout the movie they show you the versions that he's going to do as he plans them. But they don't show you the crew's versions, and it's such a mind fuck when you realize that this guy has kind of gone 3 layers deep of how many people and how he's going to. It's quite a production, and from a writing perspective of the movie, it's quite ingenious.
It was really fucking good. It was really good.
It's the Back to the Future of horror movies. It was plotted out pretty fucking well.
Oh shit! I didn't think of it that way.
He wasn't doing weird stuff with his mom though.
He didn't have his name on his underwear.
When your mom's the shoe, come on.
Yeah, the shoe.
The shoe in the 80s.
But she was only in the one, right?
She was only in one.
No, the shoe is in all 3. Isn't she?
Oh no, she was only in one. Wasn't she?
The shoe was the girlfriend?
No, the shoe was the mom or the girlfriend in 1.
No, the shoe was the girlfriend in 2 and 3.
Okay, so the first one was not her. Okay, all right. So how many times did you see the shoe?
What's the name of who played his mother in that? I can't remember her name. Who's Marty McFly's mom? Chat. Who the fuck is Marty McFly's mom? What's her character? What the actress's name?
The shoe?
No, it's not the shoe. The shoe is the girlfriend in the 2 and 3. But his mom is another known actress. I can't remember her fucking name.
Lauren Baines. No, god damn it, that's the character's name.
Oh no, it's
no, not Jennifer Parker. God damn it.
Jennifer
Leah
Parker.
Thompson.
Leah Thompson, yes. From Howard the Duck. Okay. When your
Oh
when your
God,
mom is
I
Leah
watched it the other day.
Thompson
I
in
love
the
it.
80s, kiss your mom. Just go for it. Never get that opportunity again. Yeah, Rob just hit us back a little late, but thank you, Rob, with the Leah Thompson. So,
Oh, Rob, there you go.
and yeah, the movie it's a weird movie in that it tells you what it's gonna do throughout the whole movie. It tells you how it's gonna end, tells you the plan, and then somehow when
And then
it
it has
comes
to
to
be
it, you're
audible
still
every
like,
now and then.
holy shit! Like there's still at the end by the end of it, you're like, wow, okay, and then there's a delay, mind you. Raymond, how's it going? Raymond's in the chat, guys.
Which one?
Malicious.
Yeah, Malicious and Teg.
Oh, he said, thanks. What's up, Ray?
So I'm gonna let you guys go on because I want to talk about the end scene, the very end. So anything you guys want to say?
All right. One thing I want to say is Leslie Vernon's character resembles a Will Ferrell character through every fucking movie. Though, does that not hit you like that or no?
I got Dexter vibes, man.
Dexter, really?
Yeah, it's
I can
slender,
see,
good shape, psychopathic. He's like, I would be. Yeah, I don't know what
His
year the
performance
Dexter
from the
books were
beginning,
written,
like he comes out, he says, "Hey, I have a card trick I want to show you. You know, I can do this card trick." He's like, "Do you have a deck of cards?" And she's like, "No." And he's
Yeah,
like, "Do you have a deck of
I
cards?"
found
He's
that
like,
funny.
"Why the fuck would I have a deck of cards?"
Yeah.
He's like, "Well, check your pocket." And then he checks his pocket, and he has this reveal of like a Will Ferrell character, like, "Ah, I told you, man. I got you."
yeah,
Like, you know what I mean?
I get
I
what
could
you're
say
saying, but I
a
didn't get it.
mix
I don't know.
between both. I would
Okay.
say
A little bit of Neil
he's
Patrick Harris too.
he's cunning and smart, but also like you
Goofy
could tell like
bastard.
this guy's so out there that he kind of seems like an idiot.
Well, he doesn't even know
or
how
comes
crazy
off as
he
an
is.
idiot.
Like he does. Well, that's the other thing is he's so crazy. He's self-aware of his craziness.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he works because he's just nutbag and he knows it. He knows where he came from. He knows why Loomis is following him. Like, and he's just going on. That's what he do. It's basically like you decided to go to college and then get a career. Same thing he's doing. He doesn't see any difference in it. It's really a weird reality they spin for the guy.
I do appreciate that you have a lot of horror movies that kind of set like every horror movie sets its own rules, and then as the viewer you watch and you learn those rules as you go along. But a lot of horror movies make the mistake of breaking their own fucking rules, like
Right.
Vampires, which I will go into on the next review. But this movie has fun with it because it literally tells you the horror trope movie rules, and you would think it'd be
gives you the
stupid to
steps.
then show you it, but it does it anyways with such charm that you scratch your head like, oh yeah, totally.
Well, it's all that
And
idea
just
of it.
beat by beat.
It's the realistic human behavior. So like the way this movie presents like the dumb teenage girl doing this, the dumb jock doing this is that's human behavior. That's how I know what they're gonna do because they're dumb kids and this is what dumb kids do.
Yeah. That's why I love this movie. It's literally its own commentary, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it really I love that. Like every piece of dialogue that is the behind the scenes of his becoming is a psychological profile, and I love it.
Mm-hmm. And it also shows you how the one way that they show how he shows it's going to happen, and then the way that it changes later, it's completely fucking different about how these characters were supposed to be perceived as.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, you got your virgin who's going to be the one that saves the world,
virgin,
the world or whatever. And he describes the apple orchard where when you run through the apple orchard, it's going to turn to mush or goo or whatever. And you're going to be stuck. You're going to be moving around. And I could still hear my mom, you know, swaying across the trees, which we didn't talk about that. I guess his mother was actually, well, according to the Leslie,
legend's mother.
Yeah, Leslie. Yeah, according to the Leslie legend, his mom was actually murdered by somebody's uncle and was hung, or it might have been by him, or some shit like that. And that's why he was thrown off the river. Or off the waterfall.
No. She had a kid with someone who was already married. She had no business
Which was
sleeping
him.
with.
He was Leslie though. He was the kid.
Well, that's the story he's assuming. Yeah.
It also goes into deeper like horror movie like psychology, in that, you know, the term of the final girl. You have a lot of horror movies that the final girl is typically a virgin. The killer is a male. It's usually like there's like underlining like sexual tension in these
Mm-hmm.
old school horror movies. And this movie, like weirdly, even though it's hilarious, brings it up, and you kind of think about it, and you're like, I never thought to process these movies that way. And even though the movie's a comedy, like it really like gets into like the psychology and just the behind the scenes like thought process of these killers. And
Yeah.
because every
If
80s
it were
movie,
really
it's like
going on, how they would be.
slasher,
There's something,
virgin
yeah.
girl, like yeah. So it's cool. Like this movie does a lot that it almost doesn't intend to do. Like that's why this movie to me is such a cult classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where it's an interesting take on it because when you really think about the movie, it's violent, it's got some nudity in it, but it's the nudity that
It's
so,
very
like,
little.
like your typical horror movie, the nudity
Yeah.
isn't necessarily goofy.
Side boob.
It's designed to get some woman with giant tits, some dude with 17 abs, get him naked so they can be fucking ripped apart.
And it's a lot shorter than all that, though. It's,
Well, yeah,
it's a lot
and-
shorter than what they normally would show.
Also, the nude scene is treated as a goofy fucking like she's no virgin. Like it's not meant
Yeah.
to be a serious thing. It's this. The whole scene is designed to show that what the fuck's going on. This isn't a virgin. He's going to be disappointed. Once again, the
That
crew
is-
at this point doesn't understand that they're goners already.
That is one of my favorite things about the whole thing is when she goes, what? I can't get my, what did she say? I can't get my rocks off or some shit like
Yeah.
that. She says something to that effect. And then she goes, I'm sorry, I'm not a virgin. Like she fucking screams at
And yeah, and so
that,
it's
the Kelly character. Yeah.
now, Alex. I want you to run me through the end of the movie, but I want to talk about the end scene because. And I'll go into it. But tell me how Leslie Vernon's story comes to a close before credits.
Okay, so they get to the whole wrap up where they get to the point where he says, I've got this planned out. This is what's going to happen. And Taylor goes, no, this is not how it's going to happen. She's like, we've already heard him say how he's going to kill everybody, but now that we've changed everything, it's going to be different. And then the one guy, I guess his name is Doug. He goes, I love you. He tells Taylor, I love you.
Yeah.
And she's like, okay, because like she's trying to escape, and it's just the two of them and Leslie somewhere, but there's still the version of Doc that's going to show up. So all of a sudden she's like, what? And she looks up, and then she sees Doc pop up, and she's like, and there's Doc. Like she's already acknowledged that he's a step ahead, and this is what's going to happen. And she's saying now that Doc's here, I got to run. So she like finds her way to move, and then
Which is smart on her
Doug,
part because she knows how Doc's gonna get it and get the fuck out of there while he's getting done.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Doug gets slammed against the wall. At the time we don't know, but I guess he's knocked out, or he's dead. Maybe he's a little sissy boy that can't take a hit.
Can't take a punch, pussy.
He can't take a hit, and he got slammed against the wall.
Yeah.
But Doc gets killed, and Taylor jumps out the one slide, which is a repeated view throughout the movie that the slide is one of the things for Kelly or whatnot. So she finds her way to the whole thing where she finds the axe, which is pre-cut, and she forgets about that, I guess. I mean, she was told about it, that it was pre-cut.
Yeah.
So unless she gets a lucky hit, she's not going to hurt him.
Well, it's almost like by him telling them exactly what was going to happen, they just didn't believe it was going to happen. It was like, no, okay, we'll see.
Exactly.
And there was an ignorance to the crew.
So she gets the axe, and she confronts Leslie in the apple field somewhere, and she hits him, and he finds a way to get her back, into this little barn area where they had a previous scene of the apple juicer.
Yeah. Oh God.
So as they're going through her thing, their thing, I guess he's choking her, and they're fighting. She finds a way to finagle his is that little scythe? Is that what you call it?
Yeah,
The little hand scythe?
Yeah, it's like a
Scythe.
sickle almost.
sickle.
Hand sickle or hand scythe.
You gotta remember
So she finds
one of
a
his
way-
themes is like Scarecrow almost. So he's going, yeah.
He's got this little hand thing that he flips around. It's a little hand sickle scythe. So
Sickle
she
scythe.
gets that. Sickle scythe. So she gets that, and she drives it into him somehow.
She gets him
And
good.
he like fucking flails up, and she puts him inside the apple juicer somehow. You know, this guy's he's been pretty fucking training with his cardio and stuff. I don't know how that's happened, but
Well, I think when you get sliced with the 10-inch
a
curved
little
blade,
sickle
it
sight.
may do some damage.
Sickle
to
sight.
it.
which is a nice blade.
It might leave a mark.
So she gets him in there and she starts squeezing the vise really fast and gets his head in there. And as the vise starts tightening, he looks up at her and he's like, "I knew you were the one." That was like, holy shit.
Yeah,
Like,
and-
I didn't see that coming,
Well,
you know,
that's
that
when the
little
reveal-
word.
Yeah, when the reveal comes, when it explains that she's the virgin, she's the main attraction.
Which, well, yeah, we didn't get to that. Earlier in the house, she did reveal that she was a virgin, which we, you know.
Yeah.
But you brought me to the end, sorry.
No. I mean, there's only, you know. Here's the thing: is I don't want to talk about the movie so much that anybody who would watch it is just like, well, what's the fucking point now? Like, I want to give it a good synopsis.
If you hear
review,
us talking about it, sorry, I talked over you.
No,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead. I was just blabbering.
No, but even though we're talking about it, we actually went through this movie pretty quick, and we didn't really spoil it because we actually liked it, and that's one of the things I've noticed about us when we do talk about movies that we really like. We don't spoil a lot of the fucking movie.
Hey man, you want to talk about The Shed? I'll give you a minute by minute detail of that piece of shit. I will tweet the director minute by minute. Everything. I'll fucking transcript the entire movie. I hate that movie so much.
Well, for me, I mean, hopefully the viewers share a similar viewpoint of mine. I've never cared about spoilers. Like I view movies as like
Honestly, I do.
I don't, because for movies and books for me are an experience. Someone can tell me that Iron Man dies. Sorry. And
What?
for me, it's like I want to see the experience. I want that cinematic experience. So I don't care about spoilers.
Yeah.
But also, if you're listening to this show, you probably just want us to hear us bicker about movies.
They're looking
but
for
yeah.
movies that we hate. Like they hate episodes. People, if you like the show, they hate episodes like this. They're just like, God damn it! Why do they like these movies? Like I want to. Would Shed Part 2? You got Invisible Man sequel coming out? Something? Don't worry, guys. Next movie we do, it's gonna be a fucking battle.
Can you guys and the viewers hear my cats in the living room?
I actually can't either.
My wife put up a ball pit for my son. Not one, but two.
Nice.
And both of the fucking cats are playing in it, and I just see balls flying across the living room.
That's actually got to be kind of
So,
creepy,
that's
like at
fun.
night too, where it's just like you're sitting there one night and fucking red ball flies by you. Like, come on, come down.
You know, cats are one of my least favorite pets ever in the world.
I love them. But Matt,
I know
do
they
you wanna,
taste good in Szechuan sauce.
Matt, do you want to share the scene that comes after Leslie's death?
Yeah, and the reason why I find this scene, I truly find this scene to be one of the most important scenes in the movie, because they try to tell you it's a supernatural story. They break that fourth wall and say, no, it's bullshit. He's a psycho.
Yeah.
Now
Exactly.
not only does he get thrown into he gets put into the vice, but he also gets burned because they burn burn it down.
Yeah. I didn't get
So-
to that part where he got his head
Yeah.
squashed in the ice.
And
Yeah.
the one thing they kind of do nice is, and I think they do it on purpose, because your typical horror movie, when they get the villain in their grasps, they don't go all the way. And so as he's telling her, you know, I knew you were the one, she kind of like, huh, and then like does one last crank to really fucking squeeze the juice out. And then everything burns down, and the final shot of the movie is very horror movie, but it's also, my question, because I don't know, is was it always a supernatural element, or does by the fact that he was birthed in fire implement the supernatural element? Because what happens is he's in the like morgue coroner office of the hospital. The guy's doing paperwork. His charred body is on a bed, just
Those
sitting
charred
there.
remains, yeah.
You know something's gonna happen. He looks like a burnt hot dog after Matt forgot to take it off the 500-degree grill. And the guy's not paying attention, and then slowly you see Mr. Leslie sit up, and then eventually, as he sits up, his head slowly turns to look at the guy not facing him. Fade to black. Perfect ending. But my questions are: was he always supernatural? Was it not necessarily bullshit? Or does the fact that he was killed and then reborn, as he says that, and turn into the yearly things like Mike and Jason and Freddy, is he now reborn in the supernatural element, being birthed by the fire, to where his legend is now legitimate? That is my question that I wish was answered.
And that's what I take it as.
Yeah.
Is he wanted to be this legend, and
It's his
he
birth almost.
he didn't have that background, and he kind of made it with this whole transition, and that being his first final girl, that it becomes a supernatural
If you want
element.
it, be it.
Now
Yeah.
it's not about the baby that was drowned coming back. Now it's about this psychopath's legend. Like he,
Yeah.
in the end, created his own legend by doing what he did of him, not this stupid story.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I remember
you
when this
will it
movie
enough,
when this
that's
movie
it.
came out, I had friends who'd seen it and liked it too, and they again were like, "We would love to see a sequel." And I was thinking, like, this movie is perfect as it is in a time capsule.
Mhm.
I don't think I'd want to see a sequel to this movie. If
It-
that fucking ball pit, oh my god.
I think a
I'll be right
sequel.
back.
Oh, okay. We're gonna take a quick break, guys.
Oh, lovely. I can't stop laughing. Holy shit.
There's 200 of those.
How many of those did your mom buy?
All of them.
All right, we're gonna come back. I'm putting this back to live. I had us in a break real quick.
Oh, I gotta piss. Okay.
All right. Well, no, just hold on. We're almost done with the movie.
You
Oh,
should have
God,
kept
okay.
this in.
Jesus,
Ugh,
we
I
are.
know shit.
We are old, aren't we?
Yes.
So let's wrap it up. So the movie ends very in a supernatural way. Any wrap up thoughts before we go into the review or the hot dog review, Alex? I'm going to give you the first run at the Chicago dogs.
For me, this Behind the Mask, I'm gonna give it a 4. 4 hot dogs, man, because the whole comedy thing got me going from the beginning, and the fact that it was like shot as far as a documentary, I like that. I like that shit, and it was something new when I first watched it. It was something new that came out to me, and when I watched it again and I started picking up on some of the details, it was even better. So yeah, I'm gonna go with 4 fucking hot dogs, and I wish I would have watched
Fucking hot dogs.
4 fucking hot dogs. I wish I would have watched it with my wife because I wanted to watch this with her because I think she would have enjoyed it.
I forgot how good it was, and I kind of approached Jen with like, I don't know if you're gonna dig it. It's a horror comedy, and we didn't have a whole lot of time together this week, so we didn't have a whole lot. We got through vampires, but this is a movie I think I'm gonna try to introduce to Jen because I do think she would like it, especially if she understands that it's kind of like The Office meets a horror movie. I don't think I explained it properly to her the first time.
The whole time she's gonna be like, "Where's Dwight? When does he show up?"
Oh, can you imagine Dwight in this movie though? Like the farm they're on being the Shroot Beets. Dude, what a crossover that would be. Beets. Yeah, the beet press, it's all red and everything. You think it's blood, but it's just beet juice. Lewis, how many of these hot dogs you giving, eh?
I have a hot dog, tastes real good.
This
Yum yum yum. It's actually a song. All right, go ahead.
I hope so. Fuck.
This movie to me is I think it is like this movie is for people who appreciate horror movies. I think if you aren't a horror movie buff, you could take this movie as it is and it's great. But if you
got to be a fan of the old school slasher supernatural type flicks. Like if you're a fan of the franchises, you'll definitely appreciate what this movie does for the writing of it.
Yeah, and I guess my analogy is like you get those people that are like, yeah, I love horror movies, and then like I want to say like you fucking know nothing about it.
Hey, I've seen The Conjuring. It scared the dickens out of me.
I didn't like Bloodhouse Manor though.
This movie is the extreme side for me. I think this movie can be appreciated for what it is, and it could also be appreciated for the genre itself. So because of that, I am giving this 5 hot dogs.
I won't give it 5. I mean,
all right, I'm done.
You hardly do stuff like that, though.
I don't give 5s, man. If it's I think I gave Hollow Man a 5, and that's because it tickled my nostalgia bone.
No,
are you sure it wasn't Invisible Man?
Before we recorded earlier, you said Invisible Man was like a 4.5.
Yeah, I remember that.
In case you want to know my true feelings on the Invisible Man, go ahead and listen or watch that episode. Don't watch it with your kids, or the episode with the shed, for that matter. All right, I'm gonna agree with Alex. I'm gonna give it a 4. I really do enjoy it. It is one of those movies that is a demonstration of what you can do with a low budget and smart writing. I think that's Lewis went under the table for a second. I think that's the thing that really differentiates it from other kind of low budget movies, because it's a low budget.
Yeah.
It obviously is low budget. It's just really intelligently written. You could tell the guy who wrote the movie like sat down and was like,
How you doing?
I think he's trying to swat away balls as the cats attack him.
The cats are like launching them at him now.
Little do we know, it's just like demonic Ronald McDonald in the corner jacking it, throwing balls at him. No, I give it a 4 out of 5. I really enjoy this. I enjoyed it when I first saw it. I don't know if I am 100% correct on this. I have a feeling. What year did this movie come out?
This was 2006.
Yep.
I have a feeling I may have watched this with Raymond, who was in the chat earlier.
Hellacious.
When we had the Blockbuster movie pass before I worked at Blockbuster, and we would we would rent a movie and watch it, and then go back and rent another movie and watch it. But I'm pretty sure this might be one I watched with Raymond, but that was the last time I watched it, which is years ago. And yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time. It was always been one of those movies in the back of my mind, like it's a good one. It's a good one. But when you get to this age, you don't have the time. Your wife doesn't love horror movies. You kind of.
I was going to say your wife doesn't love you anymore.
Well, that's. I mean, 11 years in, that's just part of it. That's taken forever. That's the standard. I love you, ish. But I love you. The dogs are more important, but I love you.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, so we're gonna wrap up Behind the Mask. Any final thoughts? We've got a 5 out of 5 for Lewis, which is fairly rare. I don't think you've given more than a couple 5 out of 5s. If
there hasn't been a 5. I don't think there's been a 5 out of 5.
I think I might have given Hollow Man one because I love that movie. But fuck you. We're gonna go into with. You guys ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh, there you go.
It's like
great look for you. Keep it there.
So we're gonna be doing my pick next, which is Vampires. I should have done the RoboCop episode like this.
Comment, it depends on the day, Lewis. I love it.
So I just want to point out that's real time not love from my wife. Like I'm joking about it. She's in chat like, you fucking piece of shit, you. She's on her cell phone, you motherfucker. So,
just wait till he gets off that podcast.
Just wait till he goes on break.
I was gonna let him sleep in tomorrow, not anymore. So let's go through a little bit of the chat. We finished. We wrapped up a little bit with Behind the Mask. We move on to our next one soon. What do we got here? I've got chat from when we were on break. My wife talking about making candy bags for the children. We have run out of razor blades, by the way.
All right, cool.
That sucks.
I know. I usually keep a couple hundred or so. The treat bags. Fabian called us old. We were taking a smoke break. Danny DeVitos. We've got your daughter Rose. I'm the marionette.
Yeah. That was when she did her little cameo.
We've got Awesome Job Rose. Fabian said she looked like the ghost girl from The Ring. Where is the witch? Yeah, I get it. Is it live on YouTube? We are live everywhere. Your face can see it.
That was Rose also asking.
As bad as RoboCop 3, The Shed, is what I'm assuming you're asking? No.
That's debatable.
Yeah, I don't think it is, to be honest with you. We've got.
We got a new one.
Yep. Well, hold on. We've got Rob coming in. He let us know Leah Thompson. Yes, there is a delay, but I'm still going to point it out. Why? Because I'm an asshole.
Uh-huh.
Emmy Into the Pit. Go into the pit, fight those cats, reclaim your
It's
home.
actually still Rose, by the way.
What's that?
They're all still Rose. Anything comes
Okay.
from Emmy is Rose.
I'll keep singing into the pit. My wife basically telling my co-host that depending on what day it is, depends on if she loves me. I have a recommendation for when it comes out. The FNAF movie. Alex, you're going to have to translate.
Five Nights at Freddy. FNAF is Five Nights at Freddy.
You're gonna have to buy that girl a next gen console because the Five Nights at Freddy game coming up.
Oh no, it's
You know
on.
what?
We have it on PC. We have it on PC.
You know
No,
what?
they have a new, but they have a new one coming out.
When the Five Nights at Freddy movie comes out, we should review it and have a little segment where Rose can give her review on it.
I'm down with that.
Nice.
If Rose is willing to put her big girl pants on and give a review, we'll do that.
She's of course going to be in character.
I'm okay with that.
She does.
Let's hope she doesn't have her daddy's shyness.
She doesn't.
I'm in character.
Dude, the way the shadowing was for a second, you look like a Karate Kid like wannabe because it just looked like a fucking bandana.
Oh God, shut up.
Well, I'm just saying, man. All right, so anybody in the chat right now have any questions? We're gonna go to break here in a second. Say hi. Any questions for us? Let us know. And what we'll do is when we come back from the break, we'll answer them for you. And we will be right back with you guys. Just a couple minutes. Like I said, we're old. See you guys in a few.
Okay, we're doing it live.
Doing it live. You fucked everything up.
I didn't fuck anything up. YouTube's being a bitch. Hi, guys. I'm going to intro this one. Welcome back. We're back. Nice little break talking about the FNAF movie. Yes, Rose. We will watch that. So, this is where it begins, gentlemen. I want to thank everybody. This is where it begins, where it ends, where it starts, whatever. By the way, $13 for Halloween 2007. Man, I really want to watch that fucking movie. I'm just having a hard time justifying it.
It's not worth $13.
Like, there's a YouTube copy, but it's like really shitty audio, and I'm kind of a cinephile, so it's hard to bring myself to watch it. But anyways, 13 $13. So, my pick, John Carpenter's Vampires.
Wait, you got to switch the background.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm going to have to mirror everything. Well, you rushed me. You were talking about we were live on fucking YouTube, so I can get over here real quick. You shut up. You shut your filthy mouth. Shut up.
Top-notch fucking crew here.
Yeah, top-notch crew of one doing all the real work, fuckface.
Yes, you are. And
wrong one.
About that.
Ooh.
Except that we're
See, this is nice because it doesn't matter. They don't know if it's backwards. There's no fucking writing. I don't have to flip shit.
I can't see what's behind you, though.
It's just James Woods.
Can you put yourself a little bit to the side?
Yeah, I absolutely could, I guess.
Could you just keep going to your off screen? Bye.
Perfect.
Bye.
Perfect. No, wait, just leave the eye. Just leave the eye.
All right. So, all right, that's all I'm doing. I'm not. There's a fucking drawing behind me. Shut up. So, you know what, Lewis? If you want to, because I know you did some factoids about it, and I didn't look up shit. I know it's from 1997, and it's badass James Woods. So you go into the nerdy stuff.
1998,
No, it was filmed in 97.
It was filmed in 1996.
Piece of shit.
But they have it released in 1998.
I'll release you in 98.
Oh, okay. This is your fucking movie, man.
Yeah, I know. The best movie on the fucking list.
That you can't even get your facts straight about.
I don't need facts.
All right.
It's awesome.
All right, ladies.
Hey, I think we all agreed that we weren't going to do our own individual facts, okay? Not only that, but it's not like I've been sitting at a fucking spa for 2 days, okay? Okay, I haven't had a fun couple days. So, you go on, Lewis. Let's hear some factoids about one of the greatest movie on this list. It's not my fault. I'm not sabotaging my computer hardware.
It's kind of a show staple that we all get real grumpy during the third movie.
It's always during the third movie.
They're just going to use that as an excuse to hate on the lovely John Carpenter's
or the
Vampires.
list. Or
the list is going to be a cluster.
So this third movie is John Carpenter's Vampires. John Carpenter, obviously, horror staple. I mean, You have Halloween.
You're gonna put the music in there, aren't you?
You fucking know I am. Going in
jeez.
like 4 different spots in this episode.
So this movie came out in 1998.
Every time vampires is mentioned.
Runtime of 108 minutes.
Too
Release
long.
date was October 30th, 1998. Had a budget of 20 million. Box office. This movie made money.
It's a
However,
bigger budget it's a bigger budget than you would assume it had. It's
They
kind of a
only,
big
they
budget
only
for back
doubled
then.
though.
Like 20 million's a lot for. I mean, I know it's John Carpenter, but I didn't realize it was that much.
Yeah.
This movie made money overseas. It more than tripled its budget.
The Japanese love a good vampire hunter.
But domestic, this movie fucking failed. It made 20.3 million. And you got to realize, like, this was John Carpenter's attempt at a commercialized horror film. I mean, he got James Woods. You had one of the 7 Baldwin sisters in the movie.
Billy Baldwin.
Her name was Daniela, right?
Yeah.
Or
This
was it Denise or Daniela?
It's not Danielle. Daniel Baldwin's the Christian guy. He's the one that spouts about Jesus all the time. This is Billy Baldwin, I believe. Or William, if you will.
They're legion. They're all the fucking same.
But
anyways,
wasn't it South Park that blew them all up, or was it Simpsons? I can't remember.
I think it might have been South Park.
Yeah, South Park when they blow up the Baldwin mansion.
No, this was Daniel Baldwin.
Oh, Daniel. Okay, I do want to say this. He's not related to the Baldwins at all. But if anybody's a Firefly Serenity fan, Alex is literally dressed. His Halloween costume is Daniel Baldwin's character, but he's not one of the Baldwins. He's somebody named Baldwin, who's way cooler. Anyways, go on, Lewis.
I know.
So this movie was John Carpenter's attempt at a commercialized, like, bigger budget. Like they wanted this to be a big hit. It was published by Sony. And this movie for its time kind of fell flat. And once we get into talking about it, it feels like it. I don't know. It should have came 10 years earlier, maybe.
Yeah, it would have been 10 years
Well,
earlier. It would have been a fucking smash hit. 10 years earlier, it would have at the minimum had like near dark status, where it's a cult classic, which it kind of is. But
yeah, now they got Cheryl Lee, which she was a big actress at the time.
You know, so the wife and I just watched Tombstone, and I recognize her. I'm like, I think that's the Kurt Russell's wife, and I was like, I think that's the woman from Vampires. Sure enough, it is. I when we watched Vampires, and I was like, I pointed out to her, and she, of course, is. Oh, okay.
She's the one that drank a lot of the absinthe and all that other shit, right?
Yeah, she was a drug addict. But I tell you, this is my wife's level of enthusiasm when I share factoids. It literally goes like this: me, and her. Oh, okay, fucking nerd. Like, I swear to God, she looks into her phone and is already texting her sister. This fucking nerd.
So she puts a mute on your voice every time you talk. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Am I muted?
No, well, when you said something, it muted. So I thought that's what you were saying.
Once again, that might be Discord. So shut up.
I thought that you were saying what she does to you.
No, I mean, in her mind, I think I'm always muted. I mean, she's already written in the chat that it depends on what day it is, depending on how much she loves me. So that's cat's out of the bag. 11 years down the fucking drain.
I'm just pointing out the obvious then.
Oh, we got to cut Yoshi in half. Anyways.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so this movie spawned 2 sequels that are both very bad. One of them stars John Bon Jovi.
Oh. It's awesome, Bon Jovi.
Shot through the heart with a goddamn steak. Sorry.
Didn't he write like half the fucking soundtrack for that movie?
I don't think John Carpenter had anything to do with it. So I mean, who the fuck knows? Maybe.
No. So he produced the second film. So he technically had his hands in the pot.
He just threw his money in there.
He had nothing to do with the third film.
Name.
But this franchise isn't a John Carpenter thing. It's actually based off a novel called Vampire S $.
Yeah.
And the premise of the novel is even like it's a little like more machismo than the fucking movie, because
Rob says Los Muertos is awesome. It's not awesome.
The company in the movie is called Vampire Inc.
I'm sorry. Rob said "You hold your tongue." Los Muertos was awesome.
Yeah,
I just had to point
was from
that out.
Dusk Till Dawn 3. Sure, go on.
So there's a twist in the book that doesn't happen in the movie. The main character gets turned into a vampire, but there's also a sequel.
There's no reason to read that book.
The book gets weird because there's a sequel that's not really a sequel that has the same main character but in space. It's really weird.
Wow.
Uh,
Okay.
anyways, back to the movie. um,
I'm lost on what the hell you just said. All right, go ahead.
it gets weird. It's a whole rabbit hole that I went down in YouTube and Wikipedia.
Lewis ended
But
from a
man,
vampire movie to in fucking space somehow.
man, this movie was your pick, so I'll let you talk about it. Open it up. Why this was the fucking movie you chose for the grab bag, and not The Thing or any other
Event
thing that John
Horizon.
Well, I'll
Carpenter.
put it this way: I didn't choose the thing because it was in one of the lists. We had touched upon it. It was really between this and Well, it was between three movies. It was this, Event Horizon, and Dark City. Dark City, we will do a review of that movie, I promise. But I didn't really feel it was horror movie enough. It was more sci-fi than anything. Event Horizon, it was if Event Horizon would have released a week earlier on 4K, I'd be doing fucking Event Horizon. I put it that way. But I chose Vampires because it's a movie I love. I watched it as a kid. And I remember going to I don't remember if we went to the Davis or if we went to a legit movie theater. But I saw this. I'm pretty sure they're in the theater with my dad. And I've loved this movie since I was a kid. The intro is both cheesy and it's so. It literally starts out where they're all and the vans that they have are like basically converted meat wagons that they turned into vampire like crew.
Two people, though.
What's that?
You only see two people at the beginning.
Well, driving, but
Yeah.
and
You
they're
don't see- yeah.
so they're driving this like heavy duty, looks like an armored truck type car.
When you say meat wagon, that's the only reason why I say
Yeah,
that. Is
and-
when you say meat wagon,
and
you
so
only
they-
see two people.
You're in the
all my
Southwest.
carbon.
It's desert everywhere, and they pull in and they open the doors, and then the whole crew of the vampire hunters come out.
Dude,
And-
the open.
Oh no, they drug it out for like about 2.5 minutes.
Oh, yeah,
before
I mean-
they gave the nod.
John Carpenter does it, and it's like he's dragging it out. Stanley Kubrick does a 5-minute uphill fucking drive scene, and everybody jerks off to it. Get the fuck out of here. Anyways,
In what movie was that?
The Shining, the entire beginning of The Shining is like 4
you know
minutes
what?
of fucking
The
driving.
only thing I liked about the driving was that it was a nice scenery. I didn't give a shit about the story about
But
that. It was
like I
leading
said,
up to that,
because this is dry desert, that's what I think.
but you got fucking him sitting there looking out into the sun, and he's burning daylight by sitting there looking at the fucking scenery.
Yeah, but
And then
then
he
he
looks over to
checks
the
his
side and he goes-
watch.
And then he gives him
And that's the
nod,
other thing
go.
is you want to talk about the time. James Woods has the power check of his watch. He doesn't go, "Oh, I got 6 hours." He goes, and then looks at his. That's how he checks his watch every fuck. And then later on in the movie, when he injures his shoulder, he does the check of his watch. He still throws his fucking fist. I don't get it. But anyways, he checks his watch. So they come across a house.
They have
It's
a
like
bad time about time is not a fucking, I don't know.
Well, throughout the movie, it's a theme of James Woods like looks at his watch and he's like, "We got 6 hours of daylight, Montoya. Come on." So basically, they come across an abandoned home and they talk about how it's a vampire's nest. Amongst the crew is pretty cool people. You got the guy who played Bobby in Sons of Anarchy as one of the vampire slayers. You've got fucking Shang Tsung
Boone Jr.,
with a butch cut is one of the vampire slayers.
Yeah.
So they go into the house, and one of the reasons I like this movie is it's not like I love Blade, but Blade is an equal force to an opposite reaction. This movie is literally like, let's send these fucking ruffians into this house with machine guns and stakes and hope they take him out. Now they're organized. They have a whole system where he hits them with his crossbow. They get dragged into the sunlight. They burst into flames. It's quite a cool effect. I can't tell that story. It's quite a cool effect. I can't tell it on especially a live broadcast. Because as they get pulled out of the house, your normal vampire movies is, depending on what you watch, is they turn into itty bitty flames or dust particles, or if you watch 30 Days a Night, they end up turning into corona and going through the air. So this is a little different. They literally burst into like red hot flame. It's like the stuntman was like, "What are we doing today, boss?" And John Carpenter's like, "I'm gonna stick some fucking road flares to you and set them off as we drag you across the ground. How's that sound?" And that's
You're gonna catch on fire before you make it into the sunlight.
Yeah, well, there is that one where they
happen a lot of times.
in the doorway when it's just like if they start bursting. But the idea being
Yeah,
they're so
they were apart before they got in there. Yeah.
well, some of that I think was intentional, only with the idea of that was with the masters. But we're getting ahead. So, they introduced the whole gang, and then they're looking for a master, and they don't find the master, and it's odd for you to find a nest without a master. They talk about it. They go back to the motel room, and this is something that I want to talk about because I think it's a little deeper than it's on the surface.
Are you going to talk about Anthony number 1 who opens the first door?
I will. Hold on.
Okay.
So the next scene is they clear the nest, but they're James Woods is bothered because they didn't get this master. So they're at the motel, and it's all sorts of debauchery. And I think this is a very important point, and it's underlooked. You look at this as drunk assholes have with hookers and booze and coke and everything, like rock star life. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I don't think is interpreted by this is John Carpenter saying these are supposed to be holy men.
Yeah.
These are supposed to be men of the cloth, or not of cloth, but of God, destroying these demon creatures on behalf of the church, right? And the way I look at it is the reason why Valak, who is the name of the main protagonist, the main villain, he shows up at the motel.
Karate Kid 2, right?
He's the master who Karate Kid 2. What?
3.
I don't. Is he?
Yes.
Okay.
He's the main villain that trains for Karate Kid 3.
Then don't ask me that. I don't fucking ever see that movie. Hilary Swank sucks.
How do you know that's what she's in?
Because she's on the cover art.
Ah, gotcha.
So, my whole point is, even the priest is involved in the debaucherous behavior, the ungodlike behavior. And I think that, in my opinion, is why Valak is able to walk in and wipe them all out. It's a cool scene, and to what you were talking about, it goes directly into Bobby from Sons of Anarchy. He's drunk off his ass. He's with a hooker. They're talking about they need more beer. He's like, I got beer in the other room. And hold on. He goes to leave, and Valak's at the door. He asks him if he wants some Thin Mints. Bobby doesn't want any. So, and this is where the John Carpenter comes in the practical effects, because Valak literally shoves his hand into him, and flop, up it goes, and the practical effect of Bobby's body splitting in half and squirting out. But I wanted to make the point of, I do feel that the whole entire premise, especially when they show the priest get killed, the reason that's happening is because none of these men were of God. There's even the line in it where they're talking about how they're vampire hunters, and she talks about, does God exist? And he goes, yeah, but I don't know anything about him. Like,
Yeah.
or what the hell he's talking about. It demonstrates the idea that if these men were of God and doing this for that purpose, they wouldn't be this vulnerable. But because they fed into the sin of it, they're now just as bad as everything else, and they're expendable. There is no protection. And I think that's an important, like, whether you're religious or not, in the movie architecture, it's an important note that nobody talks about. Nobody cares about the idea of, like, why this happened. And because this movie, above a lot of vampire movies, goes into the religious aspect of it. And it's only a little bit, and it's all designed to be the idea of the corruption at the end of the movie, but it goes into the religious aspect where a lot of them stay out of it. A lot of them are, Count Dracula was created because of this. And in this movie, the storyline is the reason, Valak is essentially Dracula, the original vampire, and they give it an origin story. Where a lot of them, unless you go into the cheesy ones, there's no origin story. It's just kind of, which I really appreciate. Now I've run my mouth for a few minutes about it, so I'm gonna let you guys.
That does touch into something later that I was talking about, but it doesn't start at the beginning. But yeah,
one thing I do have to point out, and it kind of pissed me off when I was watching the movie, is so after the motel slaughter scene, he has to go back and clean it up. And he has to basically stake everybody who was killed by the vampire and behead them, or at least his hunter group.
Yeah, he only beheaded the hunter group.
Bobby, who gets split in half, his head is noticeably beheaded in one whole piece. James Woods is carrying the dummy modeled after Bobby's head in one piece when he was clearly split in half up to the top of the head. I saw that and I was like, fuck. Because I knew I had to say something about it. So,
so you didn't want me to say anything? Okay, thank you.
I don't want to be a hypocrite. And here's the thing. I'm going to let you guys go on. I did run my mouth a few minutes, so I'm going to start with Alex. You give me kind of your feel on it.
So my thing was about all of them being like rock stars sitting in a hotel, getting their hookers and everything. And when they all died and everything, all that happened, he came back to clean up the mess, and he starts only lopping off the heads of his guys, and he takes them all, and then he leaves everybody else there, and he just like drives stakes in everybody else. But in I believe it was in the news report, they said that everybody's heads were decapitated, and they found other heads later.
So I mean, maybe I don't know, there could either be deleted scenes or they just didn't film him doing it to everybody
Yeah,
else.
but they clearly show when he's dumping the gasoline in the hotel.
Yeah, people have heads.
People have heads.
Yeah.
So that was one of the things that kind of bothered me.
Blooper.
Yeah, I mean it's not a big thing, but it's just one of those things that got to me. But the other thing was they had these stars. They weren't really stars, but they had all these people that were known actors and in other things before, and they used them in such shitty ways. What's his name? Bobby from Sons of Anarchy. He was terrible in this fucking movie. I don't know if you noticed that when they walked
didn't
into
have
the
much
first
of a chance. Like he had the drunk scene, and then I think he had like where he lights a cigarette in the beginning.
He fucking had a cigarette in his mouth, and he's in the
his
fucking
clove that he smokes. That black clove.
He's in the house in New Mexico, and he's trying to fucking do something, and he's trying to put the shotgun away to do something else. Like the whole mobility of him.
You don't get the feeling that they were a tight professional team.
Yeah, that's
what I said. Like they're suited up, but they're just kind of ruffians that they sent out to go hunt these things.
Yeah, but they're supposed to be like these professionals and shit, and just like that little bit of that. But once I got past all that, it did start to tie into a little bit more of a tighter story as it went on. But then there was still story parts that just made it harder and harder for me to keep interest. And that's what I was trying to tell you. I made it like the first 50 minutes of the movie where things kept happening and I just couldn't stay interested in it. So I had to pause and I had to take a break from it.
Like what?
And no, it was just like how it was how the progression of the story was and how the people were. First of all,
there's a lot of back and forth because the problem is the story kind of splits off where you have James Woods goes back to talk to the Catholic congregation.
Well, before that happened, that's where I stopped. Is right after him.
Yeah, the storyline definitely does fracture between two main lines that kind of reconverge.
Yeah, when you get to the Cardinal and shit like that, but just fucking Daniel Baldwin's character too. When you see him and his reactions and stuff, he is a fucking horrible actor, dude. He is a horrible.
Okay, hold
actor.
on.
His facial expressions. Tell me, his facial expressions did not fucking make you think.
All right, so
what the fuck is going on through his head?
This isn't necessarily his fault. It's the fault of the writer. But this is skipping ahead. At the end, when he's injured on the neck, right?
Oh no! Let's get to the part where he's in the hotel and he gets bit in the arm. Before that,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So okay,
he falls asleep and he wakes up.
No, I completely agree with you. I actually pointed this out to Jen. It was one of the things I said too. Remember when I texted you guys? I was like, all right, there's a couple plot holes I got to talk about. So what ends up happening is James Woods fractures off because his entire team's wiped out. He's burnt. Yeah. He blows up the motel, which is a badass walkaway scene because you can see it's a real explosion, and you see like the camera shakes, so it's not. But you see him wince a little, like, God damn, that was more than I thought it was going to be. But he never breaks face. It really
happened in real life, yeah.
Like he literally Mick Jagger walks away from a fucking explosion, a real one that they're filming, and still is like, he probably can't hear a fucking thing. So he's like, did anybody yell cut? So the storyline splinters to where James Woods goes to talk to the Cardinal and figure out what to do next, and he sends Mr. Baldwin to the hotel with this young
Katrina,
lady, she was a hooker. She's bitten by Valak, and because before they fully turn, Valak and her share like a psychokinetic connection where he can see what she's seeing and she can kind of see what he's seeing. So Billy Baldwin or Daniel Baldwin is with the hooker in the hotel, and James Woods is sent on over and fractured. But before we get to that, I'm gonna have Lewis's take on the kind of the beginning of the movie.
All right, so you guys said a lot of things that are going to tie into my answer. So
sorry.
No. I'm glad you said it because this movie, the pacing is odd. There are scenes that are drawn out, and then the rest of the scenes are like we're on fast forward.
Well, there were some scenes where you're like, this should be shorter, and then the end, especially, you were like, what the fuck? Why is it already over?
So, and there's a reason for that. So when John Carpenter took this film, going back to what I said, this was going to be like a big commercial film. The budget for this movie was going to be 60 million or over. And at the very last minute, the studio was like, no, we're going to give you 20 mil. So that's why this movie, there are certain scenes in this movie where like, this is fucking cool. And there are other scenes where they're like, what the fuck? Like, this is not.
Wait, I could have had 2.5 hours of this movie? Damn.
This is not the makeup work I would think.
I thought there was
John
2.5
Carpenter.
hours.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the first vampire he kills with the, like, I thought that was pretty cool. The stake to the forehead and how the fucking guy pulls it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some really cool practical effects, but I will agree, by the end of the movie, it's basically just kind of like run of the mill.
Yeah, the budget was cut like fucking by 75%. The screenplay was changed at the very last minute. So you watch the movie and you know it's a John Carpenter movie, but you get the feeling like I almost expected more from him.
Yeah, but I mean, you're also talking about
a good movie.
You also see the makeup effects change.
Yeah, there's less of them. Like in the beginning of the movie, the vampires are like you can tell they're heavy prosthetics and the heavy makeup, and by the end of it, it's like they put dirt on that one's face.
Yeah, when you see what's his name at the end, Daniel Baldwin, his fucking neck wound, it's so fucking noticeable that it's fucking
okay. So
another thing
I have a couple points about that. So let's let Lewis continue.
The MPAA had a lot of problems with this movie, which is why you probably don't see as much gore or as good.
I'd love an unrated cut.
This movie, like the more I learned about this movie, it really was in a rock and a hard place because they wanted to go all out. The studio kind of fucked them over, and then they were basically like, "We have to work with what we have," and that's why this movie feels weird at points.
It's
because
unbalanced for sure.
It goes like even the score of this movie goes from like kind of good to fucking awful.
Well, you could tell where John Carpenter had the influence and where he didn't.
Yeah,
like that beginning intro is John Carpenter. Whether that's a John Carpenter piece. That's signature. Yeah. Definitely. It's almost like part of the way through because of all the bullshit. He was kind of like, "Fuck it, let's just finish this movie." Like they do get that feeling because by the end of the movie, there's a lot of buildup, and then it does feel kind of rushed to get everything done at the end. So yeah, I'll agree. There's some definite balance issues with this movie.
I believe I read something about where John Carpenter and James Woods, this was the only time that James Woods actually worked well with a director.
Really?
Where everybody else that James Woods has actually worked with, it's how he's always been difficult.
Probably just sat around and smoked cigars on set when he.
I don't know if that's what happened. Like I think that this was something I was reading. I got to look it up again. But
there's a quote John Carpenter has that I found that I really like, and it's about the vampires and the take he was doing on it. And the quote goes, "My vampires are savage creatures. There isn't a second of brooding loneliness in their existence. They're too busy just ripping and tearing humans apart."
I love that.
Perfectly.
Yeah, because I mean the vamp. In my opinion, and I know because Alex loves vampire movies, and he loves the '80s vampire movies.
I'm theater.
Yeah.
So I do love the fact that, and this is why when you text me, you were having a hard time getting into it, and I was watching it again. No, I understand. Hold on, I understand what you were saying now, but like I'm watching it, and I was like, how the fuck can he not like this? Because in the opening 10 minutes, one of the scenes that stands out to me is when they're in that first house, and the girl vampire jumps on them, and then you got the guy vampires going wild. And they all unload. And you literally just have this wall of like machine gun and pistol fire unloading into this vampire, and it's still going. He puts a stake through its fucking forehead, and it looks at him and rips it out, and is still going. And the dialogue by James Woods, and this is why I love him in this movie, and this is why I don't think anybody else's voice would work
This
in
part's
this
funny,
movie.
yeah, go ahead.
Whereas this happens several times as he's killing these things up close in person. He's literally screaming, "Die, motherfucker, die, die!" And he's like stabbing him with a stake. And then he
It even smells worse.
Yeah, he's fucker stinks too. You know, like I don't know if anybody else should have been in this role, but I think it's like the perfect casting. Because James Woods really didn't do shit like this, and he still really hasn't done much of this at all in his career. And it's just so out of place for him. And he looked, like I said, he's like a cross between Mick Jagger and the Fonz. So it's like, it's just weird, kind of cool that it's like, this guy's like 50. Why do I like him? You know what I mean? Why is he cool?
If it wasn't campy, then it would be okay. But just knowing that the other stuff that he's done before, and then to see how he's acting, that was what was pissing me off about him as a person.
Why?
Like
Wait,
him
because he acted differently? Like, how dare you not do your typecast, you piece of shit?
Because it was shitty acting on his part.
I disagree.
Just in that like 3 or 4 minutes, it was shitty acting. A lot of times through this movie, he has moments where he does some shitty fucking acting, where he's either very over exaggerated about it, or he's just over exaggerated dick.
I'd argue it's shitty writing rather than shitty acting, but okay.
Well, he's fucking reflecting what's going on.
I mean,
so
but I don't know. I will agree. Some of it's but I don't know. Like the scene in the bathroom.
He has a lot of moments where he's fucking phenomenal in this fucking movie.
Like the scene where he gets into that fuck.
What?
I'm just thinking we got so much more to go into this fucking movie. Like
he's got so many moments where
his name's Jack Crow. I would assume that name exuberates like an over the top like asshole persona.
Well, I think the problem with James Woods is he acts like he's the size of The Rock in the movie.
Yeah,
like he acts like he's a big Schwarzenegger dude, and he's this like 145-pound old white guy. Like. I think that's one of the things is if you had like a Dolph Lundgren and it was made in the 80s, you'd love this movie. Like if you had Bill Paxton in that role in 1987, you'd cream your fucking jeans to watch it. And I know
so
you would.
It's funny you should say that, because when they were casting for this movie, they were looking at a couple people. They were looking at Clint Eastwood. Kurt Russell. I would have fucking loved to see Kurt Russell in this role.
Kurt Russell.
Bill Paxton.
I've never seen him in like many very villain roles. Right?
Dude, check out Death Proof. That's all you need to know. Kurt Russell would have been amazing in James Woods' role.
Yeah,
simple as
that. As far as villain.
No, not villain. He would have been James Woods.
They were also looking at, and this is where it gets a little weird, Al Pacino, Joe Pesci, and R. Lee Ermey.
Joe Pesci? R. Lee Ermey?
Would have fucking
Ermey was too old at that point in time? I mean, he was in his late 40s. Early 50s. But I mean, James Woods was in his early 40s too, so I don't know how R. Lee Ermey would have worked in that one, because R. Lee Ermey was never like he wasn't fat, but he was kind of a thick dude. Like, I don't know, the profile would have been weird. Like, you can't get those like Avengers shot in the beginning. Like, literally they line up like the fucking Power Rangers in the beginning of the movie. And to the theme song, like that's the thing is, I don't know, the imagery, like you had to have just this average looking team. So R. Lee Ermey may have worked, but I feel he might have aged out by that point, to be honest.
Yeah, and you got to realize too, this was James Woods' first horror role.
Yeah, and he hasn't done anything since. I mean, the closest he came to doing anything like this again was his short bit in the first Scary Movie.
Rob responded with Kurt Russell, fuck the world.
Dude, Russell's awesome.
Kurt Russell would have owned the fucking role.
If he would have been James Woods' character, it would have been funnier, though, because I think he's probably a little shorter than James Woods, so it would have been kind of like a little bit of a man going at it.
I think I would have loved this film more if Kurt Russell was the vampire.
You know what? I love Kurt Russell in a lot of shit. That would have been hilarious.
You couldn't have had him as the vampire.
No, just picture it. Just picture Kurt Russell with eyeliner in a fucking leather jacket.
I think Valak was perfectly cast. I don't think the guy ever did another well, he did another movie according to Alex. But
he was
I've never seen him again.
The protagonist for Karate Kid 3.
Did he also play Valak in that movie? But in a
he was the guy with the tight. Come on,
yeah, but have you ever seen him like, in real life? Like, I actually looked up photos of him, and on the red carpet for this movie, he just looks like the fucking character. Like, he walks around as Valak in real life. That's just like he didn't do like some pale
He's
fucking
just a
makeup
goth boy.
is all they put on him. But you see him
Dude.
on the red carpet, and he's goddamn Valak every day of his life.
His makeup as Valak though was kind of shitty when they did close-ups. It was just my kid tonight.
White face.
My kid proved tonight that she has better makeup skills than they use for
Yeah,
him.
was your kid in the movie?
There's a scene in
She's
this
not in the
movie
no, but
that
she proved she has better
Shay
skills.
was watching with me that she started dying fucking laughing, and it's towards the end. James Woods is on the cross, and the priest is up top, and Montoya drives by and harpoons the
whiplash, the concussion James Woods would have from that cross. Ever since I was a kid, and watching that, I'd be like, "Oh God!" Like the brain damage you would have from the fucking cross falling on the ground. Oh my God!
He wouldn't have landed on his back. He would have landed face first, probably.
I feel bad for the stuntman because the stuntman's neck does a
and there was no stuntman. That was a fucking dummy that did that shit.
No, that was a guy on that fucking thing. You could see him trying to control his neck from breaking in 3 fucking places. Ever since I was a kid, I watched that, and I was just like, oh.
The scene I saw, it looked like a dummy.
I'm pretty sure it was a poor stuntman, dude. Like, I've always felt bad for that guy.
There was some shitty stuntman shots, and one of them was the one where he was being dragged out.
Yeah.
And he was shooting in the face.
Yeah.
And you see the bad stunt.
Well, when they pull it out,
when bad stuntman transition.
When they pull her out, when they pull him out into the sun, when she starts to fry.
Yeah, it was a really bad transition.
So since we've kind of moved towards it, the main synopsis, basically what's going on is,
oh God, I'm dying.
You figure out that there's a really cool scene. So James Woods gets a new priest, he gets a new truck, and he knows he can't trust him because during the motel scene, which is really cool because they're literally unloading into Valak, and he's just like taking it. Smoke from the gunshots is rising, and he's just like, Jack Crow, which is an important thing because how the fuck does he know Jack Crow's name? So Jack knows he can't trust somebody. So he gets this new Padre in there because the other Padre had an unfortunate accident. His brain spilled into the ceiling.
He pointed out the Dover
so that little fucking nasty bastard. So he has a new priest, and they get to the hotel in Monterey, and they meet up with Daniel Baldwin, and he takes him into the bathroom, and this is where you get the origin of how Jack became Jack, and so basically he tells him like, look, you're gonna tell me what the fuck's going on, or I'm gonna start cutting on you, and the Padre's just like, no, you won't. You're a good man. And
doesn't he shove a towel in his face?
Yeah, so he shoves a towel in his mouth and he slices open his hand, and he puts the towel in his hand. And he tells him the story of he doesn't like secrets, and one day his father kept a secret. He was bitten by a vampire, and by the 5th day he had turned and he attacked his mother. And then he turned and he attacked me. And he goes, "I've killed my own father, Padre. I've got no problems killing you." And it goes, kind of this like, you understand that. He's not a man of God. This is a guy who is on a completely different wavelength in this world. And
he also has that little recollection when he's driving with Adam when he knocks him outside of the car. And he says, "Did I get when he starts beating his ass?" He says, "Did you are you the one that did?" But no, he tells him, "Are you the one that snitched on me? Or are you the one that turned on me? Or are you the one that gave me up?" And then later on, he says, "Did I give you wood, mahogany, or whatever?"
Well, yeah, there's a little joke because he pulls over roadside and he beats the shit out of the priest a little. The Padre.
But he glances at the cross, and he makes a face.
Well, yeah, because the whole thing is there's
like he's having his little.
Well, okay, so we got to backtrack a little because we've skipped over what you're even talking about. So there's a scene earlier on when he recruits the Padre, he talks to the Cardinal, they show a photo of Valak, and James Woods identifies him. It was to use whatever, it doesn't matter, it's terminology, shut up. And
it's your movie.
I know it's my movie, so shut the fuck up. And and so he recruits him, and there's hiding him, and James Woods knows this. So basically he's just trying to find out really who Valak is and what the fuck do they know and what is going on. So the Padre at this point, because James Woods basically is thrusting a blade towards his stomach area. Mm-hmm. He tells him that Valak was a traitor to the religion. He preached against it. So they did basically an unholy ritual on him that lasted days, and they fucked up. and they killed his body but kept his spirit alive, thus creating the very first vampire. So Valak is essentially Dracula. So the whole concept is he's certain, and there's a really smart scene in it where Padre is riding with James Woods and he shows him the map and he's like, look at it. These wavelengths, circular patterns. And Padre's like, what is it? And he's like, they're searching for something. So the whole thing is this cross that was used in the initial ceremony that created Valak can now be used essentially to make him become a daywalker. So that's the whole thing is they're trying to stop him from becoming daywalker, and essentially that corrupts the entire world because he'd be invincible at that point. Sunlight, there's a really nice scene I like in the truck as well, where he's, vampires aren't dressing up and doing foo-foo this, you want to throw garlic at them, they'll bend you over and take you uptown with the, and he tells him basically like the sunlight turns them into crispy critters, garlic and crosses don't do shit. You want to kill them, you drive a stake through their fucking heart. And I appreciate that about it because there's, that's I'm sorry, but that's a 1 second. That's a pre-strike on like this. They saw where the vampire movies were going. Like vampire movies went from 1980s awesome violence to fucking Twilight, and they saw it coming. They called it out before it even happened.
And I like I like what you like about this movie in the sense that vampire movies are done to death, and the balls that this movie has to come up with such a cool premise as to why Valak essentially became a vampire. It's such a cool take on the mythology. It's ironic, an ironic take on the mythology that religion essentially created this being.
Well, it's another one of Catholicism's dark secrets, and I love that idea about it.
Yeah.
So let's see.
After I finished movie, I did like that too. So that's something that popped up.
Like I said, I'm not a big religious guy, but I do appreciate the fact that they've tied it into something where your traditional vampire story doesn't tie into anything besides this creature was created or came up of this. There's not like a
But it ties into multiple areas where it's
it's a pretty and I like that is kind of cheesy and campy as it is. There's some ideas in this movie that you didn't see before, and you frankly really haven't seen anymore.
Exactly.
Which is and you watch it nowadays, and I as much as I do like the movie, I have to be objective, and it is at times it's horribly cheesy. At times the dialogue is straight bad, but there are there's certain things that it translates well that it doesn't have any reason to, like. Or not any reason, but any rightful place being able to, being as campy and kind of as it is things like the relationship between, as much as you don't like his acting, they convey the relationship between Daniel Baldwin and James Woods really well. That they're old friends, they love each other, and there's that one line that I've always found cheesy.
They're the ultimate fucking cop duo.
Well, and there's that line where when he's like they're separating ways. He goes, "Don't take too fucking long." I get worried. Like, those little things I do appreciate.
I do like that in this movie. They touch upon it a couple times, and they don't explain it the whole way. But that this crew, they have a code that they abide by.
Yeah, there's only a couple lines where it's like, the code. Like, you never bury a team, by yourself.
But it's only two people that say the code, by the way. It's only Daniel Baldwin, and it's only James Woods that say it.
But nobody else has speaking lines.
Yeah.
But you notice they're also the two that were in the least amount of debauchery in the motel, and then the two that make it towards the end. James Woods didn't commit anything.
Well, that's where Daniel Baldwin's character also says that he believes in God, but he doesn't know what God believes in them or some shit like that.
I know you don't like his acting. I know you don't like his acting, but
no, his acting was fucking horrendous during this whole fucking.
I don't
movie.
agree. Like,
I don't agree with that.
But I agree.
Seriously, his acting when he was fucking waking up, he was sleeping every fucking time.
You're literally harping on one fucking scene. Say another scene. I dare you say another scene.
It was through a pivotal part.
Say a fucking that's writing though.
It was the part where he fucking turned into a vampire.
He didn't fall asleep as a fucking actor. His character fell asleep in the movie, asshole. It's not acting, it's writing you don't like.
It's how he portrayed himself when he fucking woke up.
Tired? Okay, so you're literally harping on. But here's my point, though. You don't like his acting, but by the end of the movie, I feel bad for the guy. When he,
I do,
then
yeah.
he can't be that bad of a fucking actor if you care for him.
But he still was doing bad acting during that whole
I disagree.
thing.
I think you don't like the
I
writing and less about the actor.
So
I could still care about the actor, but fucking still think he was a fucking bad actor.
See, I disagree.
I
If you're
find-
not acting well enough, you're not going to be invested in him.
I find the scenes after their crew gets murdered of two minds because you got to realize like Montoya and Jack were essentially like the leaders of this crew. Montoya they kind of play him as like the second man,
manager and assistant to the regional manager.
Yeah, and I mean
he was also bad out there.
You could say that Montoya's reaction to like everyone getting killed, like he's just like off kilter in the hotel scene the whole time.
Well, he's also rather absent from the hotel scene until he comes in to swoop up Jack. Like where the fuck was he?
And even around the girl, which weirdly they have the scene where she's on the bed. Fucking Carpenter in his 80s vintage movie style. Like you gotta have a naked chick.
Why did she have to wake up naked in the fucking bed?
You know what's messed up about it? I was watching it with Jen and I'm like, as a kid I was like, nudity. But now you see worse on FX.
Yeah.
Like all it was an ass shot. You see worse on FX. You see worse on basic cable.
But it was just about the explanation of how it got
Montoya in all the scenes with the chick in the hotel, like he is aware that she's been bitten, and you can see like he's uncomfortable.
Yeah, initially until
with her being there
before they even get there. Yeah.
Yeah, and he wanted to kill her. You gotta remember, Montoya didn't want her to. He said, "Ditch the bitch. She's dead anyways."
Yeah, he was like, I'm done with this.
So like that's the thing is James Woods got his friend killed because Montoya from the get-go said, no, get rid of her. She's trouble. She's no use to us. And he kept her for the telepathic link.
That's why I don't agree. I don't think he's an amazing actor, but I think his character being kind of like out of it in the moment makes sense to me.
Yeah.
It was certain points of his acting ability where he just did not portray the character that we should have.
See, here's the thing.
That was my whole thing.
Here's my thing. I will agree. Like, I'll help you out. I'll give you a scene where I think he's bad acting, and it's a scene where he steals the car, and when he's
that was my fucking biggest one.
And he's just like, I'll blow your fucking teeth out the back of your fucking head, and it's like that scene is legitimately bad acting. I'll give you that.
And then before that, what was the whole fucking montage about him picking up a fucking rocket, throwing it for no fucking reason? Did you not?
You understand what a montage is?
when they're walking back after they had the car crash and the music's playing, they're fucking walking in slow motion.
I will ask again. Do you understand what a montage is?
And then he picks up the fucking rock and he looks at it and he goes.
I mean, I guess if you have been attacked by a master vampire and crash your truck resulting in a rollover, you'd probably be a little pissed off and looking to just throw a rock too, maybe. I don't know. I mean, once again, that's writing. That's not the fucking acting. In the script, it says pick up the fucking rock and throw it. That's not acting.
Okay. Let's put it back to this.
Duh.
Why did they feel that was the right course for him to fucking pick up the rock and throw it?
Ask the goddamn writers. Don't blame Billy Baldwin.
Stupid.
It's not his fault.
So fucking stupid.
You can't say it's bad acting, though. That's like saying if you read a line,
right, you're fucking beating a dead horse here on that part right there, because I honestly don't believe that you can justify that in any fucking way.
Even if it's written in the script.
No,
I don't know if you can justify
him fucking actually doing it. The reason why he would actually agree, I think it's a great idea. Pick up a rock.
It's totally plausible to not agree to do what you're getting paid to fucking do. That's right.
It was so awkward.
Because actors have the ability to say, you know what? I don't think my character would throw a rock right now. I'm not gonna. No, it's in the fucking. You got a problem with the writing.
Was so fucking awkward.
Consult the screenplay writer, not Billy Baldwin.
He picks up a rock. He looked like a fucking little kid.
You do realize your complaints on Billy Baldwin have broken down to he woke up stupid and he threw a rock. Both things which are written into the movie. Not ad libs. He didn't fall asleep as an actor and go, "Oh fuck, I'm filming a movie." No, it was written in the script.
Actor. Whatever, he's still a bad actor.
Once again, I highly disagree, and I don't think your proof is valid.
He had his moments during this whole fucking thing, but he is a bad fucking actor.
I don't think your proof is enough.
I judge the acting in this movie based on the homage it wanted to be, which is like a Western style,
like
horror,
a Tex-Mex of a movie.
Yeah. So
I still like the movie in the end result, but Daniel Baldwin, fucking his acting is fucking.
I think you
horrendous.
just
See,
don't like Daniel Baldwin.
I'm gonna put it.
Maybe that's what it
I'm gonna
is.
put
Maybe
it
that's
this
what
way.
it is.
I'm gonna final thought on how you feel about his acting. I disagree, and your examples are invalid.
Okay.
Alex,
not
let's
saying
do
he's
a
a great
one-off
actor.
review. How many hot dogs out of 5 do you give Daniel Baldwin's acting in this movie?
Daniel Baldwin's acting only.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean that's the kind of the because you're bitching about it.
One, maybe 1.5 on if we're lucky.
Because you fell asleep, which was in the screenplay.
No, because he has no fucking charisma to any of his fucking motions in his
But here's
face.
the
And
thing, I don't understand how you
fucking
can't say that if you said you care about the character and at the end of the movie. Like you can't say I can care about a character even though it's not acted well at all. That's bullshit.
What's my review for my first episode? It was fucking like less than 1.
For what? The Shed? I think everybody gave the
No,
Shed.
for us here. Yeah, dude, people have
We're not
fucking
Uber.
shit
We don't get
performances.
reviews.
People have shit performances. I've had plenty in our
I
episodes.
don't disagree that he's not. I don't think he's an amazing actor. I just think you're off. You're off kilter on this one. You're misreading it.
I am not. Daniel Baldwin sucked.
Here, Alex, I'll give you this at the 1998 Stinkers Bad Movie Awards.
He was awarded worst.
Daniel Baldwin
Yeah.
was
So
awarded
what? Like,
worst supporting actor.
So now I'm going towards the 19.
I know. I didn't want to bring that
I'll
up
tell you
because
what,
Matt was
is
going to fucking.
Stinkers. Is
say it.
Stinkers still an organization?
Yeah. See, we're gonna have this. That's
So
why I didn't bring it
Answer
up.
the question.
That
is
is why I
Stinkers
didn't bring
still
it
an
up.
organization? Has Daniel Baldwin's career outlasted Stinkers? I think it's a
Daniel
valid
Baldwin
question.
still sucks, whatever.
I don't even know
Again,
if he's alive anymore.
I like to chalk it up to like there
truly
there are clear there are clear caricatures in this movie. Like Jack Crow is obviously like his character to the 10th degree.
Every character is exaggerated. I mean, even the little bit of character that the entire team gets is like, I mean, their whole like drunken buffoonery in the hotel room because there's the whole line of like, I've been buying out liquor stores and running hookers for a week. When are you getting by the sheriff? And I love that line because like James Woods looks at him and he's like, "You got that
Did you
package
get
from
paid?
us?"
Did you get package?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he got that, and he just kind of looks at me. He's like, "All right, then, have a good one." Like, what a dick thing to say. Like, what a dick from Power thing to say. I love it. I love it.
I don't have nothing against the entire movie. It's just Daniel Baldwin.
I'm gonna need better
you
proof.
don't
Though, is
like
all I'm
Daniel
saying.
Baldwin.
Like, I'm okay with you not liking
How
it.
much more fucking proof do you need
Because
from his facial
you've given me
expressions,
proof
dude?
that the writing for Daniel Baldwin was shitty.
Okay. So the writing for Daniel Baldwin enforced his fucking facial expressions. Yes.
No, I mean no. I just disagree on the point because, like I said,
Okay.
No. I care about his character.
You're written a character, and how you portray a character is how it happens, right?
So you've given me one scene of him waking
Daniel
up.
Baldwin,
like,
Daniel Baldwin
groggy?
portrayed this character, and he did this
When he woke up groggy, and then the throwing the rocks.
3 fucking times.
What are you talking
then
about?
he
3
fucking-
times? It was one scene.
He fucking woke up like fucking 3 times, dude.
Okay, I'm gonna go past this because I don't agree with you and you don't agree with me. I
Watch
personally
the
think
movie
you're.
tomorrow.
I've watched it 25 times in my fucking life. I've got a photograph. I don't need to fucking watch it tomorrow. That's
I know
why I
you
know
do.
I'm
but
right.
you only
That's
see
why
what
I
you're
know
saying.
I'm right. That's why I know I'm right because I can literally play back the movie in my brain, and where you're wrong. You don't like the writing. And hey, he woke up. His waking up groggy face was shitty.
So you don't think Daniel Baldwin is a bad actor?
I don't think he's a great actor. I just don't agree that this performance was horrendous, like you're saying it is. I just
Okay.
don't.
But he was voted worst fucking.
You think I give 2 fucks what he was voted by a list of a company that doesn't exist anymore? Fuck off with that. I don't care. Go find me a real list, something from not from Wikipedia. Like, frankly, we do a podcast where we review movies. You think I give 2 fucks when anybody else thinks about it?
So my
podcast.
oh, this is your podcast. So
Well, but you know what I mean. I'm not like saying like you know.
So me just voicing my opinion doesn't mean anything.
I just disagree. I'm like my opinion is I disagree with you, and I think you have validity in certain aspects of it. But what you're specifically saying, besides his facial expressions, is an issue with shitty screenplay writing, more so than acting.
No. He has his moments where he does perform according to what his role was, but his acting ability. in a lot of the fucking parts is fucking shitty.
See, like, and
There,
I guess
there is such a thing. There is such a thing where a person can fucking work on a role and they can perform their role, but they're still fucking shitty actors. Yes or no?
Rob says hi, Lewis. How are you doing?
How's it going, Rob?
No, and
It's like dad hit mom at the
Yes or
dinner
no?
table.
we'll get off this right now, but
Yes
here's my
or no?
thing is I do.
Can a person be a shitty actor? Yes or no?
I mean, you're asking a stupid fucking question. The obvious answer
Rob,
is yes.
your art is amazing.
What are you even asking me? What are you even asking me? Of course, people could be shitty actors. I'm just saying, with my point, I don't believe he was as bad as you think he was. I think a lot of your issues do boil down to how the character was written, and less so what he does. Like I said, I'm not saying he's a great actor. There's scenes in the movie where I think he's an absolutely terrible, but I don't agree on the whole that he was horrendous in the movie. And I say this partially because by the end of the movie, I actually do care and I feel bad for him, and I don't feel that somebody can give a completely stale performance and still have me be invested in the character. That's why I say his acting isn't I'm not. It's not amazing. I'm not saying these guys deserve fucking Oscars, but I just don't think personally it was as bad as you see it as. From the writing, the screenplay maybe, but I think him overall. I mean, it's Daniel fucking Baldwin. That's the other thing is you're acting like George Clooney did a bad film.
I know.
It's Daniel fucking Baldwin. What else did Daniel Baldwin do?
That's why when you look at these movies in that limelight, I mean, look at Valak. That was the most
high profile thing he did.
Out there, high profile vampire. And then you look at James Woods' character, and James Woods' character is also just really all of these characters are turned up to 10 essentially.
Exactly that, yeah.
Which I don't know, is that bad acting or is that how they were written? I don't know.
Well, for James Woods, Alex, you had mentioned that he got along with Carpenter. One of the reasons is
discussions about it.
Yeah, Carpenter talked with him and was like, "Hey, at least perform the line the way it's written once, and then you can improvise." And a lot of what James Woods did, a lot of his lines are improvised.
Oh, that makes me love
which is
him
kind
in
of
this
cool.
movie so much more.
That's cool.
I didn't know that his lines were when he's stabbing him, it's like fucking die. You think that was improvised?
Oh, I imagine the "you get hard" scene was probably improvised.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, so we didn't really just. So he beats the shit out of him on the side of the road, and then as he's driving away, he's kind of like, "Hey, Padre, let me ask you a question." And he's like, "Uh-huh." And that's the other funny thing is when he says that, the Padre looks at him like, "Ask away, Jack." He's totally forgot that he just beat the shit out of him. So, and he's like, "Let me ask you, when I was beating the shit out of you back there, did you get wood?" And the Padre's like, "What?" He's like, "Mahogany." And basically asking, "Did you get a fucking chub while I was whooping your ass back there?" And
did you get enjoyment of me kicking your ass?
Yeah, it's just a funny little kind of throwaway line where he's just basically you can tell the character's just fucking with the priest because he's a priest.
Yeah.
And that's and that's kind of, and I will say the Padre by the end of the movie becomes my second favorite character.
Yeah,
he goes from coddled priest to badass real quick.
But it's just so weird how he does it so fast. But it's kind of cool that he does it.
Yeah, he does flip from well, the whole scene is the one in the bathroom where he cuts him.
Mr. Bookkeeper to fucking.
Well, part of it is though he also sees the corruption of what's going on with the cardinal and everything.
Also, Alex, so you did. I'm gonna jump back to the Baldwin for one hot second.
Hey man, we're not supposed to mention the DB around here.
So Daniel Baldwin's older brother, Alec Baldwin, actually took the role first. Then suggested to give it to Daniel.
Dude, that would have been skinny Alec Baldwin too, like young Alec Baldwin.
He's another shitty fucking actor, man. I didn't like him in fucking. I didn't like him in fucking
30 Rock. I think is the only thing. That and Beetlejuice.
I didn't like him in
also, shame on me. I didn't mention that Cheryl Lee, who plays the vampire lady, she's Laura Palmer from Twin Peaks.
Yes.
Oh shit! Is she?
Yeah.
Fuck! I didn't know that. That's cool.
I thought that was knowledgeable. But that's why
it's actually been quite a while since I've seen Twin Peaks. So I remember it, but I don't remember all the her because she died.
But that's the thing. She actually did a pretty good job about her thing.
Yeah, she wasn't bad.
Her acting
she
chops.
She portrayed the white trash aspect pretty good. When I first saw her in the movie, all I thought about was my extended family in Michigan. I was like, God damn,
who the fuck is she?
The one of the weird things in this movie though is the relationship between her and Montoya at the end of the film.
Well,
Yeah.
they're at that point they're okay. So before we go there was a couple scenes in the between that we glossed over back and forth.
Yeah.
So one of the things I found stupid, just logical errors in the movie. So Montoya smokes, right? He's got a lighter on his. So in the hotel room, she's not officially turned, but she's turning. She tries to jump out the window. He pulls her back in. She bites his cut that he gets on the glass, and that's his first bite from her, where he's going to be a vampire now. So it gets to the point where she's fully turned turning. She's in the truck with him, and to your point, I pointed this out too. I don't know why they did this in the filmmaking aspect. I think it's fucking stupid. The side shot before she bites him, right? He can't move his neck because they have the makeup from the blood pack and everything already on it in the shot. So because when you see it from the side profile, his neck for one thing looks fake. Also, as she's going like turning her head, gonna bite him, a normal person would go, because they're driving, they go, "Oh,
she's gonna bite me.
I should hit the brakes."
But she's also chained up like this too.
Yeah.
Is she like supposedly
tied up,
buckled up or something? Tied up or whatever.
The problem with the way they filmed it is because they did the makeup on the neck before shooting the other scene. His neck looks fake, and because it's exactly where she's going to rip the chunk out, and he as an actor can't turn his head because he'll pop the fucking piece out. So it's a really stupid shot of like she's going to turn to bite him, and he's got no reaction. He's just looking forward. And I saw that, and I thought that was fucking stupid. The second part in that scene that's fucking stupid, he's got a lighter. He's got a machine gun. Rather than taking the lighter to the machine gun barrel and just heating up the barrel and not wasting ammo, not drawing attention, he literally fires it in the air, which I don't know if the amount of rounds he even fired, because it's a 9mm MP5. I don't know if the rounds he even fired off would heat up the barrel to the point where it would do that, to be honest with you. I understand it's full auto, but it was just 2 bursts. But anyways, he fires it off to get the barrel hot, and this is bad acting, where he presses it up against his neck and does the yell. Yeah.
And it doesn't even touch him. It doesn't even touch him, and he fucking does it.
Once again, I don't know if that's his fault or the weird makeup thing on his neck, because that was an issue in a couple of the scenes. But no, I will agree that scene was badly acted. But
excuses for Daniel Baldwin?
No, I mean, I would argue that anything I've said is valid, and anything you said is fueled by whiskey. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, I had this before I even drank whiskey.
This movie does follow a
asshole.
a monster rule that is unique.
It was a low blow.
This is a vampire movie that follows more of a zombie rule.
It doesn't follow any fucking. Essentially, it doesn't follow any fucking.
They're quicker. They're strong. They do
follow any lure.
No. What I was gonna say is it follows more of a zombie trope where essentially you find out that just like a bite from one of these vampires turns you into a vampire.
Yeah,
like just a small bite.
Yeah, and then it gives you days or
like
2
her
days.
On the inner thigh. Okay. And that was the reason why he got her naked, to clean her up, even though she had one bite with like 2 blood trails. He could have just.
But he tied her upside down.
A white rag and just like wiped up her leg. But no, he gets her. And then there's that scene where she's like, "Can I get a towel?" And he's like, "Not like I haven't seen you naked." It's like, you piece of shit. Go get a fucking woman a towel. Like, she's dead in 38 hours. Like, get her a towel.
But then suddenly she's a stripper with fucking morals. That's where I didn't like that.
I think is what she was supposed to.
Stripper, hooker, whatever. Hooker.
Hey, I used to be a stripper. There's a difference, all right?
Hooker. So you were a stripper? Where's your OnlyFans?
It's coming.
Oh, we should start an OnlyFans.
Yes,
what?
The three of us.
Show
the 3 of us.
Randomly? What is? I thought OnlyFans is basically just for hooers.
We need to make money.
No.
Maybe Alex can do cameos bitching about Daniel Baldwin's acting.
No, I already said no.
Fucking kid to put through college, guys. Anyways, back to the movie.
I'll do the OnlyFans.
All right, are we going to review this movie, or are we still going to talk about it?
No, we still got more to talk about. We're not done yet.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we won't talk about Daniel Baldwin anymore. Don't worry. So the movie kind of gets, actually, Lewis, if you want to go on, because Alex and I have been running our mouth a little bit, so if you want to continue.
We were actually arguing a lot.
God, where do I start? You guys sidetracked me.
Well, all right, so let's go. I tell you what. So the idea of them searching for the cross, there's a really fucked up scene where she gets the vision of Valak finding the
I've got the Black Cross. The Black
where
Cross.
the cross is being held.
Jumping back to Valak, you want to know an actor who they wanted to play Valak but turned down the role. Can you imagine Dolph Lundgren as Valak?
Holy shit, no.
I
That would be
could,
fucking
but the
weird.
problem with having Dolph Lundgren as
That would
Valak
be
is Valak
funny.
has to
That
give
would
like
be
a
funny.
karate kick at some point, and I can't have a vampire knowing karate.
That would be so fucking funny.
So that would be weird.
And he turned down the role. I'm reading this because he didn't want to play a villain.
That's the dumbest fucking reason to turn down a role. I'm sorry, but like in the industry, like now people are seeing how fucked up the industry is because of Rona. But like Christopher Walken's got the right method. He don't turn down shit. Like people forget that it's a job. If you're not making the Rock's money, it's a fucking job. I don't turn down work. So like that's the weird thing I've always thought about it. Like I don't want to play a villain. You're in Showdown in Little Tokyo where you murder fucking 100 Japanese people, but you don't want to be a villain. Like come on. Stupid. Go on, Lewis, sorry.
I don't know. I think this is a good movie. Like I forgot how fucking good this movie was.
When it's good, the parts that are good, it's fucking fantastic. I won't disagree that there's potholes, there's cheesiness, there's campiness. But just the scenes when it's like the raw gunfire against the vampires, I think is really well done. I think the way the vampires especially initially look is really good. I think by the end of the movie when you're just dealing with the fucking goth vampire look, it's stupid. You know, that's just me.
Well, even like when you're
go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say even when you're first introduced to the crew and they break through that nest, and in other scenes, like my first thought was like, why the fuck are these guys guns blazing? And then you realize that they're really just unloading into these vampires to keep them in place.
Yeah, just
so that Jack.
Is that really what they're doing, or they just don't know?
No, it's
they know.
The whole design is they hold him off till he can get the crossbow in him.
Because they also have those other guys with the spears and stuff.
Those are to hold him off, though.
Did you use those guys before that?
Well, they do. To pin him into the corner.
And use the guys with the guns. I don't know. Just me thinking.
It's possible that the bullets weaken them a bit, but you could tell that any rounds they pump in them, I mean, doesn't really kill them.
I didn't get the sense at all. I think it's more a sense to like, we're humans walking into a vampire nest. If I'm unloading a machine gun on them, it's going to keep them in place while we need to do what we need to do.
You can tell there's a definite strategy because even in the end in the prison, they use the same exact strategy. So that's their method of hunting. But
I don't know. That's just me thinking like I would use like something that's going to keep them away from me first before using fully automatic weapons.
See, you know what I would do, man, is I don't know, like I wish they would have shown scenes from the other team that gets wiped out that you just hear about getting wiped out, but they tell like I think if you were like when they did a sequel, they should have done a sequel based on that team. And the events or a prequel, and the events lead up to the events of like shit like that. But there's some things they could have done way better. But
I would have loved to see this film had that $40 million not been taken out of the budget.
Know. Can you imagine if it had the budget of like Starship Troopers?
Now that you say it like that, yeah, it would have been different.
I mean, because it already
like a high,
they already had John Carpenter. Like this film could have been, they could have done a lot with it. And this film, even though it's not amazing, like you finish it like thinking like it'd be cool to see these dudes go after other vampires, like to see other I guess sequels would be the proper word, even though this movie is like this movie would essentially be like the end of a series because they go after the big bad.
Well, the rest of them would essentially be like you're hunting down the other nests because there's obviously other masters around the world, and then you obviously create another villain of some sort. But the sequel would have been hard to do, I think, because it is kind of a one-off story. Like you end up basically killing the original vampire. Like the rest is going to be cleanup work.
I just want to see more James Woods as like a fucking dad bod angry.
Oh, dude, can you imagine if they did a sequel now? And like he's in it where he's like old and he's tired and he's retired and the vampires really haven't been an issue. They talk about how 5 years after they got rid of Valak, they spent that entire time roaming the world, destroying nests upon nests, and now there's a resurgence and he's got to come out of retirement. Like There's no way in fuck Hollywood's gonna cast him in anything right now because but
Oh,
But then it stars then it stars all of the Baldwins instead of just Daniel Baldwin.
no. Fuck all of them. I want Daniel Baldwin, but I want he's twins. It's just
no,
superimposed two of them. Fuck it.
He's an undead person now.
I want multiplicity Daniel Baldwins. Okay. No, I don't really like Daniel Baldwin as an actor. I just didn't agree. But the end of the movie, the storyline basically wraps up with.
I'll give you 2 days. I'm going to give you 2 days.
It wraps up with the Cardinal's dirty. He made a deal with Valak that if Valak turns him, he'll give him the cross, and that's who was selling him out the whole time, and all that.
Give him the opportunity to walk the earth.
He gets popped in the back of the fucking head.
Not only does he get popped in the back of the head, but it's from a long-range shotgun shot by Padre.
A blessed shotgun too, by the way.
He blows him away, and then those lines are funny because James Woods like, Padre, he looks at him like, holy shit, and then Valak's threatening to burn him.
Fucking scene with the cross,
and he's like, my nuts are on fire over here, Padre. The whole scene's goofy because then you've got the nasty he'd be whiplash brain dead, cross fall.
Because he gets pulled off the fucking thing.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that seems ridiculous. But that it does point to and I do like the line at the end when to your comment 2 days because obviously Montoya is turning. He's gonna try. He's got the girl in the back of the van. He's gonna try to drive south of the border as quick as possible.
He was bitten 2 days before, so he's still protected for 3 days.
Yeah,
so he did
cover his ass too. I mean, he came back. He
covered your ass for 2 days.
Well, James Woods lived because of him, realistically. Yeah. So
even though I was bitten for 2 days, I covered your ass for 2 days.
And then he gives him the little kind of I will hunt you, and I will find you.
and then,
he gives him the Taken speech, basically.
Padre.
Oh, yeah, he's just got the shotgun in his face. He's a fucking vampire, Jack. It's like, you're a priest.
2 days.
You're a priest. Yeah. He turns to Mr. Grumpy
2 days.
I am also pretty sure that the guy that plays Padre is also in the original Blade. He's the Karen's boyfriend who gets turned and she meets at the end of the movie. Pretty sure it's the same guy where he's the doctor with her and then he gets killed by Donald Lowe. Pretty sure he's in that one. That's him, I think. I think it's his face, but he's got facial hair in Vampire, so I don't know.
Okay.
But they came out around the same time. The end of the Blade movie when she comes across the freak and he's like, Karen. I think it's that guy. Anyways, let's anything we have. I mean, we've covered I think fucking everything, especially Daniel Baldwin's acting prowess. So we're gonna go over to we're gonna give it the hot dog scale. I'm gonna start with Lewis. Lewis, do you have anything else to say about the movie?
Man, no, the fucking Baldwin conversation sidetracked me. No, it's not one of John Carpenter's best. It wouldn't even be my top 5. But
wait. So I did want to say this movie begins the downfall of Carpenter.
Yeah.
Because after this, you guys, what was his next movie?
Fuck, it was...
Stars Ice Cube.
What was it?
I have no fucking clue.
Stars Ice Cube.
Anaconda?
No. Come on. I'm trying to remember the name.
Ghost of Mars.
Ghost
my
Mars.
God. He did direct Ghost of Mars.
So Vampires, to Alex's and everybody who hates this movie's credit, is the downfall, the beginning of the downfall.
Ghost of Mars.
Ghost of Mars. Yes, Rob got it right. Ghost of Mars is the nail in the coffin of John Carpenter.
Although he did do The Ward, which came out in 2010, which is a pretty decent film. It's not great.
It's okay.
But
shit, Rob.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, this wouldn't, I don't know. When you think of John Carpenter, you think of The Thing, you think of Prince of Darkness, you think of Mouth of Madness, you think of
Halloween.
Escape from New York. This movie's not usually on your radar, but even if you watch this movie and not hold it up to John Carpenter fame, there's a good movie.
Which was a shit version of Precinct 13, essentially, he said.
Between the budget
Ghost of Mars.
issue and the fact that John Carpenter, let's face its directing style is old school. If
Yeah.
this movie had released in 1988 instead of 98, everybody would hail it as like a vampire classic. But the fact that it released in 98, things, you gotta remember Matrix came out in 99. Put it in that perspective where you got a movie like this, a year later you got a movie like The Matrix that came out and was like technological wonderment. Meanwhile, Vampires is literally like if this movie came out in 1994 or the same year Dusk Till Dawn came out, it would have been a bigger hit. But it's just at the time frame it came out, it just didn't work with I think Carpenter's entire way of looking at movies.
I'm pretty sure I saw Ghost of Mars in theaters.
I'm sorry that you had to see that.
Yeah, Ghost of Mars. I don't know. It's one of those movies I don't hate, but it's not a movie that like I would never be like, "Yo, you haven't seen Ghost of Mars?" But if it's on and it's unedited, I'll watch a little bit of it. Ice Cube shooting. I think my favorite part of Ghost of Mars is the villain. Well, the fucked up part about that, like the character, the creature design is actually pretty good in that, because it's just like the people that were on the Mars station were like just cutting themselves open and wearing other people's like skin, and the concept of that part, the concept of the movie is not a bad concept, but that movie was, like I said, I don't hate it, but I like bad movies.
Oh yeah.
I think this Vampires is, I think it's a damn good vampire movie though, and like I said, I like the character of Valak. I like James Woods' fucking over the top acting.
I do find it funny how like Alex talks about bad acting in a vampire movie, but Lost Boys gets him fucking hard. The ultimate bad acting fucking movie.
Lost Boys is not a great movie. I like it, but it's not great.
It's overrated.
Okay.
Die, bloodsucker. I mean, for one thing, the Corys can
it's the OG sexy vampires.
If I could just cut and paste the Corys out of fucking American culture forever, I would. Useless. Anyways, I mean, look at him now. Like, if he wouldn't have been,
there's only one left now.
Well,
so,
yeah. If neither one of them would have become actors as kids, they'd probably both be alive and healthy right now. Except one's a fucking nut and the other one took the easy way out. Hollywood fucks people up, brother. All right, hot dog review. Lewis, I'm gonna let you finish off whatever you got to say. Then we'll do the review because I know we've cut you off a lot, so I do apologize.
Oh no, this has been an enlightening experience for me. If the title of this show could be something with Daniel Baldwin, that would be perfect.
Billy Baldwin's brother.
No, I think this is a great movie. It's weirdly paced. You can tell that it suffered in the budget and the writing, but I think altogether it's a damn good movie. And even with like the sometimes wonky soundtrack and the cheesy acting, like
you could tell there was definitely a bigger picture there that they wanted to achieve.
Yeah, I think this movie could have fell flat had it not had James Woods and Carpenter salvaging the film, but I like it, and I forgot how much I like this film until I haven't watched this movie in like over 10 years. I think it's worth checking out.
Yeah, I watched it like a year. When I found it, because I didn't. The only thing I had, because they didn't make it on Blu-ray at the time. I think they do now, but I had the Super Bit DVD of it. And if it's such a bad movie, why does Amazon Prime list it in Blockbusters? Tell me that. But then it got like kind of, and then I ended up getting a disc to digital on Vudu, and then now it's got a wide release digital, which it needs to be cleaned up. It's a shitty transfer. But so I hadn't seen it for a while. Then I watched it a couple years back because I made Jen watch it, and I liked it then. There's nothing about the movie that I disliked, to be honest with you. I mean, well, that's not true. It's kind of got that nostalgia effect. It's a movie I watched as a kid, and I kind of loved as a kid. As you know, I'm watching movies and reviewing them. There's definitely holes with it, but I think it's one of those movies that the goodness of it definitely outweighs the campy kind of shittiness of it. And I think it's worth the 2 hours.
It's also through the lens of like this labor of love podcast that we do has fucking ruined movies for me, because I'll be watching movies that we're not reviewing, and like the other day, I don't know what the fuck I was watching, but I had my Samsung Notes on my phone open, and I'm fucking taking down notes. I'm like, I'm not reviewing this movie. It was a horror movie. And like that's now my thought process when I watch a movie. I'm like, oh no, I can't like view it as like watching a movie. I'm like, I need to pick it apart meticulously in my head.
So
That's how I get when I watch a TV series now.
I don't think
So
I don't think I agree
I-
with this,
I
but Rob
fucking-
says Bordello of Blood is the best vampire movie. I don't agree with that.
That is a great movie.
Great movie, yeah.
Oh man, what would the best vampire movie
Dude,
be?
I'm gonna have to throw 30 Days a Night in the contending, like one of the better vampire movies at least, because that one's pretty awesome.
I haven't watched that whole thing though for 30 Days of Night.
30 Days a Night is fucking brutal, man. It's a rough.
Nor
movie.
have I watched. What's that? What's the other one?
Bordello of Blood.
The kid one. Last. Oh shit. Whatever it is with the kid vampire.
The Last Kiss.
No,
is it a kids
no.
movie?
Fuck! I can't. Let me in or some shit later.
That's a great movie.
Is that the one with the kid vampire?
Wait. Are you talking
Yeah,
about,
so
are you talking about Let the Right One In or Let Me In?
Yeah, let the right one in.
Well,
Yeah,
Let the
so
Right
I
One In, the original, I like way more.
I
Than
no,
the original.
I haven't watched any of those. I
I would do the original first. I prefer it
Yeah,
personally.
The foreign version. Yeah.
Yeah, Swedish,
Okay.
I think.
Why I say foreign? Because
I think I'd also agree. 30 Days a Night is a fantastic fucking zombie movie.
Okay.
Or
Yeah, that's a really good.
vampire
Like
movie.
that one's really good. Like I love Blade 1. I love Blade 2, but Blade 2 is much less a vampire movie and much more of like an action kung fu movie, to be honest. But I love the Blade movies. I mean, when you're dealing with vampires, it's also you gotta kind of segment it. You're gonna get cheesy.
Actually, I know the best vampire movie, guys. It's called What We Do in the Shadows.
That's a good vampire movie.
that's a TV show, man.
No, it's
No, it's a movie.
I know, but I'm just saying it's a TV show now.
That is, yeah, it's just really good. Dracula, Dead and Loving It. Yeah.
No.
You know how
no.
you know how we forgot about that movie? Because it's shit. That's how. It's shit.
What about Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Hunter?
I
And I mean
Wait a
Abraham
minute,
Lincoln.
did we
from The
talk about
Walking
Abraham
Dead.
Lincoln last weekend? Yeah, we talked about
I like
The
Abraham
Walking
Lincoln
Dead.
vampire movie. Yeah, no, you talked about it.
There's that guy that's also in
Andrew
this
Andrew Lincoln,
series of stuff.
Vampire
Yeah,
Hunter.
Abraham Lincoln vampire.
I think he played Herschel from this new series. You guys are assholes. All right, let's go.
What?
Lewis, you got any more you want to touch on?
I know I was the one that fucked up. I said Andrew Lincoln, whatever,
You
Abraham
said
Lincoln.
you called Andrew Lincoln Abraham Lincoln. I'm
And then,
pretty sure.
it's funny that the guy that showed up is also in fucking Walking Dead. All right, let's go.
Oh yeah, the
The Herschel guy, yeah, the one that played from behind the behind the mask.
Yeah.
Assholes, you motherfuckers.
We're
Don't fall
we're
out
a
of your chair,
professional.
man.
Yeah.
Shit, we still got the list to go through.
I know.
All right, Lewis, are you good? Or you got a little bit more you want to touch on?
No, we can give this a rating if you guys want to.
I'll go first. I give it a 3.5. 3.5 hot dogs out of 5 for sure. I think it's an easy route. I mean, I would give it 4, but I mean, I'm not ignorant to its flaws. 3.5.
Yeah, I would say a solid 3.
Oh, it's on me now.
Well, you're the only other
Yeah.
fucker in this room.
I'm gonna be kind to you, man, because Matt, it's your favorite. I'm gonna do 3.
You've
But
already
I want to do
insulted the
2.5.
best actor of our
I want to do
generation.
2.5 because of Baldwin, but I'm gonna do 3.
No, you already gave your Baldwin rating, so you
Yeah,
can't.
I
you can't
don't
include
understand
that.
how you literally like.
Dude,
I'm not even going to
Baldwin's
argue he's a
fucking
good
bad
actor, but you let
Oh,
two
here we go
scenes
again,
ruin
Rob.
you let
Here we
two
go
scenes
again.
ruin a movie. Like he didn't wake up realistically enough.
No. His facial expressions is not fucking realistic.
So what would be the better facial expression?
It's not this.
And what would it be then? Show
So
me
you-
your interpretation.
You wake up and you're like,
you
Oh,
don't
oh,
want him
so
to
you-
look like
so-
he had a stroke.
Wait, so everybody wakes up
Thank you,
like a
thank you,
baby out of
thank you.
Teletubbies? Everybody
Thank
wakes
you.
up with
No,
the
no,
oh,
no,
there's some
shut up.
sleepies in my eye. Let me brush this away. Ooh.
It's like Anthony just said.
The dude's got 2 hours of sleep over 36 hours, and you're like,
Don't-
he woke
don't
up
wake
with
up-
a weird
don't wake up,
expression.
He just had a stroke.
Oh man.
You said he's having
All
a
right,
stroke?
anyways. Oh shit! You just
You
made me
almost fall out of your chair. You knock
Oh
your
my
headphones
God.
over. I think your acting's bad, sir.
I need more
So
water.
Alex gave it a 3. Lewis, I know we're gonna take a break here in a second. Lewis gave it a 3.
Yeah,
I gave it
3.
a 3.5. Clearly the only one with good taste.
Oh yeah, yes you are.
Keep it up. McCall's Navy's in your future, motherfucker.
You know what? Let's fucking get it over with.
I've already succumbed to the idea that we're doing RoboCop 3 and fucking World's Greatest Dad. I am bringing this ship down with me, assholes. Fucking McCall's Navy, the first Bean movie.
Okay,
Oh,
okay,
my Lord.
fine. All right, can we all agree on this then?
Yes.
To end the year, the first year of the Nerditude Movie Podcast, we do a triple feature: RoboCop 3, McCall's Navy, World's Greatest Dad. That'll be the year-end show.
Is that the New Year's show?
Everybody, if you are in chat, say hi because we
Is that
are
the New
we're
Year's
on
show?
break. We're gonna take a quick break soon.
3 movies for the New Year's show.
That's fine with me. I mean, we're gonna
All
do coming up in December. We'll be doing three movies an episode. I don't hate the 3-movie format. It's just it's a long. As long as people are okay with a longer, I personally we could do 10 movies.
Or we'll
One day.
How about this? We'll film him in ones.
You know what I want to do? You know what I think we should do? What we should do is where maybe rather than doing an episode where we review them, we watch it via a Discord call together at the same time and record our reactions. And we could do that too. Like that's an alright idea too.
Okay, but that's gonna be long, and we have to edit it. Okay, whatever. Yeah, let's figure it out.
Because I would have to do so much more editing than I have to now.
Now it's a thought and process. All right, cool.
Now it's a thought and process.
Clearly not for you. Go take your
Well,
piss.
no, it is for all of us.
No, it's not. You're gonna forget I even said it. What are you talking about?
No, I won't. No, I
You
won't.
got like 38 seconds left in memory space right now.
I'm not a goldfish. Let's do this.
We're taking a break. We're I'm
That's
gonna
what I'm saying. Let's do this.
go. All right, guys, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back. We're doing our last segment, which is our list for this week, and we'll see you in a minute. Hello again. Everyone's still with us at the 3:17 in the a.m. Central Time. So I want to thank everybody who is still with us. I told you it'd be late.
You are.
Yeah, we're at the end. I know already. We're at the end of it. This is where we do our list. If you're still with us, say hi. We'd appreciate it. Get sweepies. But we do have a list that Alex picked out for us. He was able to see through the Daniel Baldwin hate long enough to find this list for us. So this is
I'm glad you said it that way.
I choose my words carefully.
He wasn't my whole fucking motivation for this whole.
Was it planned because you're doing a Baldwin themed Halloween costume?
If you planned on feeding me that stuff,
No, that had nothing to do with it.
Show me the script.
Just
Rose is holding up a poster board with your lines.
Your daughter put
Where
you up
are
to it,
you?
didn't she?
Shit, everybody in my house is already asleep, dude.
She knew about my love of Daniel Baldwin. She tried to ruin me. Okay.
Moving forward.
So, the list is from denageek.com. I think we've dealt with one of their lists before, but I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe we have.
The list is 13 horror movies that take place on Halloween.
Which 13 movies, and we're on Halloween. That's the only reason why it forced me to pick the
Hail Satan.
Yeah, 13.
Hail Satan.
Halloween. 13.
Fire
Halloween.
Up, fire
Satan.
Up, fire up.
Ack.
See, Jen thinks she's getting away with shit tomorrow because she's going for
Wait, what? I want to bop. Oh, how's that go for Mars text?
Oh.
Wait, I want bop. I want bop.
I like that movie still. If you haven't watched it in a while, it holds up pretty well.
If you're still listening, I'm sorry.
Jen thinks she's getting away with shit tomorrow because she's going to go out for a walk and she's going to quote unquote let me sleep, but I don't think I'm going to bed. And she thinks she's slick. She thinks she's going to get away with the minimum amount of horror movies she can. As soon as I wake up, we're starting. Like, we're starting the fun tomorrow. And it's not going to be... I watched fucking Paranorman with her the other day. We ain't watching Coraline. It's going to be hardcore, violent horror movies.
And we're torturing kids tomorrow at 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Tomorrow I do have to hang out candy.
Yeah, not us over here because we don't have a doorbell.
I gotta be careful. I can't get another indecent exposure charge.
And-
It's just my
and
crotches
Anthony
and my pants just blow out.
Anthony, you live on the 6th floor, right?
No, a third floor.
Ain't nobody ringing your doorbell.
No. We are We are doing nothing
Just
tomorrow.
dropping
I am
handfuls
watching.
of
Are you
candy
throwing
down
shit
the
at people?
children to
Are
the
you
window.
throwing shit at people from the top of
No,
your balcony?
I got fucking 200 of these that I can pelt at kids.
Nice. What is that? Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what that is. That's
So,
the ball for your kids. Your
so
kids.
your mother and McDonald's are the exclusive buyers of bull pit bulls, apparently.
Dude, oh my god.
All
At
right.
least you don't have a bunch of kids playing in there.
So we are live.
No, I have 2 cats. Yeah, we are live. Welcome back.
We're gonna go through all this, guys.
We are a professional podcast.
All right, so I'm gonna call it number 13, even though it doesn't have a number. So go ahead, Matt.
I'm doing a list. Or you doing a list?
Yeah, no, you are.
Okay.
But I'm saying I'm calling it number 13, even though it doesn't have a number.
Okay.
Only
13.
because of the finale is your beneficial. I can't even
Wait,
say
what do
it
you
right.
mean you're calling 13? It is the list is 13 horror movies though.
Well, there's no number there's no sequential number.
Yeah,
so,
there's no order to them. It's just throw them in a bag, basically.
But I'm saying let's do it as 13
Okay.
and work our way down.
So number 13, we have the story known as Tales of Halloween.
It's a great film.
It is a good one.
You guys saw it? I have not seen this. This is one of them that I have not seen.
It's an anthology. That's good stuff.
There's 4 on this list that I have not ever seen. So
No, Tales of Halloween, it's streaming on Amazon. If you are listening and you have Amazon Prime, definitely check it out. It's an awesome anthology.
I will definitely do it myself.
So is I don't know if you guys watch it. I actually like the Mortuary Collection.
I have yet to watch it. I'm going to watch it
I
tomorrow.
thought it was. Dude, Mr. Crab is the mortician.
That's
It's
awesome.
the same. He was in Starship Troopers. He's the drill sergeant who throws the knife through his hand. That actor.
Oh, okay.
That's Mr. Krabs.
Nice.
From SpongeBob.
Nice.
Number 12, The Changeling.
Okay.
This is a fairly new movie because I always get this movie confused with the Angelina Jolie movie Changeling.
I've never even heard of the Angelina Jolie one. So go ahead.
And it's not a horror movie. That one's about a missing son more than.
Okay.
This is Changeling's a sort of gore story. It's a guy who recently lost his family. He's trying to restore, kind of like get back to normal type shit. Recruited by a ghost of a young boy who's looking for closure of his own regarding. So it's a ghost story. It's a haunt story.
So the other Changeling movie you're thinking of, it is sort of a horror movie because that's like I believe it's like a Celtic Irish premise where your baby gets stolen and they leave.
Yeah, but have you
with
ever
this
seen
thing.
it though?
And I don't want to.
It's
got
not
Angelina
a
Jolie.
horror
And that's
movie.
Angelina Jolie, the one you're talking about.
They took the premise and made it much more about, like they kind of bridge on the idea of it, but it's much more just about a missing son, and then it is a horror movie in any way.
Okay.
It does
So
have
she's
a guy
not
named Michael
she's not
Weston.
Irish. She's not Irish then.
I don't remember. I don't like her. I think she's a shit actress.
She is.
I think Angelina, like you want to talk about bad acting, Angelina, any movie she's in.
We can agree on that.
Yeah.
We can agree on that.
Anything else you want to say on Changeling?
No, I have not seen this one, so go for it.
Right.
Go for it.
This is 11. This movie we've talked about before, actually. May.
And I've seen this one, so yes.
May is the horror movie where she's the woman's trying to create herself a meat puppet best friend. She's chopping
I
up
have not seen this.
Yeah, it's
Best friend or a lover?
But I think a little bit of everything. Basically, she hunts down people that will suit the body parts she needs, and she removes them from them. And
She takes the parts that she likes. And
if you watched the episode where we talked about it before, we do give away the ending. But if you have any interest, check it out. It's not a bad movie. The ending's probably the creepiest part, to be honest with you.
she's actually a good actress. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but
I don't remember what else she's in. To be honest with you.
well, she's better. She's better than your hollow person, whatever you want to call her.
The Shoe?
No, the other one.
I was just saying, now you're going to
Elizabeth
riff on
Moss?
the
Yes, the Invisible Man. The
Mashed
Invisible
potato
Man.
face. Gotcha. The only, fuck her and fuck that movie. I don't know how movies like that get fucking lit, like green lit.
Matt, what size shirt do you wear so I can send you an Invisible Man shirt?
Extra small. Wait, that's my condom size.
Extra V.
Yeah, whatever the youth selection is, I could wear it as a fucking wristband. Number 10, Night of the Demons.
Fantastic fucking movie.
I love this movie for the simple fact that she's on roller skates as she comes after the people.
Well, this also shows that very different vampire type movie. Like, this movie is all about the inverted crosses and the imagery of the gothic. Still, it's the kind of like the precursor to a lot of like Bordello of Blood and all those.
Very sex crazed movie.
I'm not sure if I mentioned this in previous episodes, but did we talk about this before or no?
Yeah, this was in one of our lists.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've touched on it before.
All right.
Go on if you got stuff to say. It doesn't mean we spent a ton of time on it.
No, because there was a part I vividly remember where the girl is trying to like give these guys like a memorable whatever.
So you're doing
moment.
this, and you're saying give these
Yeah,
guys.
well, I'm trying to get to it without
confused at what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to get to it without being
She's giving these guys.
She's making lipstick disappear into her nipple.
Yeah.
So
dude,
okay. So
wait,
okay.
no, was that this movie or was
yes,
it Bordello?
It is. No, it's Night of the Demons.
It's Night of the Demons.
That scene stuck with me.
Yeah. No, Bordello of Blood is much more comical.
I can't remember if I did this when I was, hammered in our previous episode.
You made
you did that before with the lipstick nipples?
No, I mentioned the fucking movie.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the lipstick nipples.
Because this is one of my favorite movies that
I would call you lipstick nipples for the rest of your life too. If I found out you did that. It's a horror romp from the 80s, though. What do you expect?
I know.
I hate these people that write these fucking lists.
That's why. But the list goes on and it gets better for you. So let's.
Well, no, I just don't like how they write them. Like they write them to where it's like,
like
rather than being a synopsis, it's like it's a pretty good horror romp. Fuck you. Just give me the information. Stop writing crap. We don't need your writing style. Just let me know.
Just tell us what the movie's about and get the fucking shit over with.
I don't know if this is supposed to be number 9 and 8, or if they're considering it as one.
No, I already counted it. It's actually number 9.
Okay.
I went through and I counted it. It's number 9.
So we know Alex can count at least up to number 9.
13 to number 9. Yes.
Oh shit, up to 13. Good for you. Pet Sematary / Pet Sematary 2, which I don't agree with the sequel, but
they both count. But they both.
They're both on Halloween, yeah.
Halloween-ish.
But number 2 is not good at all.
It's funny though.
Isn't that the one with what's his face from Terminator?
Edward Furlong.
Yeah.
Oh,
Edward
Why
Furlong,
did anyone think he was a good actor? Like, go watch Terminator 2. He's the shittiest actor in the fucking movie.
He looked pretty.
He's not my mother, Ted. Fuck out of here. He's terrible. Fuck Edward Furlong.
And then she gets the fucking, what is that? The spear between the forehead.
Wolfie's just fine, honey. Wolfie's just fine. When are you coming home?
Fine. When are you coming home?
Wow, we got way off. Number 8, The Exorcist, which is... Who the fuck is gonna... What am I gonna say about The Exorcist? It has been said 3,000 times already.
This movie,
let's go ahead.
I love horror movies. I love zombies, fucking vampires, whatever, slashers. For some reason, this movie, out of all the movies, like, this is the one that still gets to me. Like, I have trouble watching this fucking film.
It's still a very tense movie. Like, the sound, everything of the atmosphere. You watch this movie, and as an adult, you're like, I think this film stock was haunted. Like, there's an atmosphere to this movie that is unrivaled.
Don't they have a story?
The episode, if you watch that one, is actually pretty interesting.
This one and Poltergeist also has
but Poltergeist has some other demons in it that documentary episode didn't go into. Like the reasoning behind the little girl's death in real life. There's some weird shit there.
This movie is worth noting because they are making a remake. And my opinion on that is, if they are going to remake this movie, it needs to be times 10. It can't be PG-13
Sam
bullshit.
Raimi.
It needs to make the original look like a fucking child's cartoon, and that's the only way that this movie can be made.
So basically, you want them to go the 03 chainsaw route.
Yeah,
I have one thing to say right now. That's your original artwork of Sam on your right side, right there, right?
That is.
That is actually a.
Do some more of that shit, and
It's
let's
really cool
let's
looking,
pump
bro.
that shit out on let's. I like that, and I love it, and I want to have more of it. All right. So let's go on.
I like that. I love it, and I want to have more.
Alex Linton, powered by whiskey.
All right. I just realized I saw the spatter. Wait a minute, I know
if you guys, unfortunately, once you see the Lost episode, you'll have a review of Trick or Treat, or at least somewhat of one. But that is actually a character from the movie Trick or Treat that Lewis has done, and it's quite.
And Lewis's artwork is very phenomenal. He just doesn't like to talk about it.
No, I'm so busy.
I
can't draw.
I know.
You
still do it.
Shop or anything or no?
No, not at the moment.
Okay. Well, at some point when Lewis can, we'll figure. I don't know. Maybe we'll do like if we get enough views and shit, we'll do a contest where somebody maybe gets a
giveaway.
Something.
There we go. That works.
I'll give away my son, maybe episode 100.
No more ball pit issues.
You're gonna have to give your son to my wife because my wife loves your son. So
yeah, I also did hear that whole thing about Filipino women stealing people's babies recently. So
we're gonna have to cover an Aswang movie, man. At one point, we have to do a Filipino Aswang movie.
Oh God,
we have to do at least one. At least one.
Wait, what is a Filipino ass wipe movie?
That's
Aswang. And then we're gonna get actual people like 12 hours ahead of us to watch the video. No. I'm
playing
serious.
baseball and the pitcher threw the ball and I swung, but I missed.
We're gonna get people from the Philippines to watch this episode, and we're gonna get them to like us. All right, how about that? We'll do that. We'll cover one movie, but we're gonna talk about it and figure out which one we want to do.
I was sitting by,
and we're gonna become international with the Filipino crowd.
I was sitting by my favorite little pond.
You fucked up, man. You fucked up. You wanted to make a joke.
What type of movies are they? Are they horror movies?
Yes, there's a lot. There's a fucking lot. And
there are also a lot of good ones. Like, he's over here ripping Daniel Baldwin, but he's promoting fucking Filipino horror movies. Like,
I mean,
they made this one in a basement. It's great.
These are a lot of bad movies, but
maybe the viewers can let us know if this is a good opinion or a good.
We're gonna go international.
What are they called again, Alex?
Aswang.
Bless you.
Aswang.
Like an aswang. Aswang.
Aswang. That's even worse than what I was like saying.
I know. I say it like that just so people can understand.
Maybe it'd be cool to do like a one-off episode or something where we do like foreign horror movies. That would be kind of cool too.
I'd be okay with that.
But we have to do one. We have to do one just so my wife could be happy for one week.
Does she like Filipino horror movies or no?
She watches them all the time and I can't stand them. But yes.
So you want to subject us to it? All right, gotcha.
Well, we could have some fun. Come on.
Yeah, I think this is number 7.
All right, let's move it on.
And this movie. I mean, there's no numbering really, but
I got number 8, number 7.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter. This movie actually was just voted as the scariest movie ever.
I've never seen this movie though.
It's really good. Watch the first one. Avoid the second one. The first one. Okay, so the first one's opening scene is pretty. Yeah, the second one's shit. The first one's opening scene is really awesome because it's that like it's the film footage of basically this family being hung by nooses on their tree in the backyard.
This is with Ethan Hawke, right?
Yeah. By a supernatural force, yeah. Sinister 1's really good. I didn't like this. The second one just gets kind of goofy.
No, the first one's a dark fucking film.
It's a rough one.
I've never even seen this. When did it come out?
It's on Netflix. If you're watching or listening, it's on Netflix right now. Check it out.
I'll have to watch it soon because I haven't seen it in a while, and it's actually really good. It's a haunt boogeyman ghost story, but it's one of those movies that doesn't pull any punches. Like it's pretty fucked up. So this would be number 6, a movie that we just went over, Trick or Treat.
Yeah, Trick or Treat.
Hey Sam, how you doing?
Hey, we got to figure out how to get
Matt,
that above your head.
Matt, what do you have to say about Trick or Treat, Matt?
What do you mean?
Great film.
What do you have to say about it?
I like it.
Because during our anthology,
yeah, right. I guess you'll have to wait and see. Yeah, no. If you want me just to put out the unedited footage, you guys will hear a lot of yourself talking to no one. There's literally like moments
Well,
where I'm saying,
here is your chance.
I,
Explain.
I'm looking at it. Well, no, I see. I'm almost positive
Do you-
it was my error because everything else was caught. But I wasn't feeling well that way. And I was so tired. I was falling. And not only that, but like, not only did I fuck up and not record most of my audio, but there's a couple times where I was nodding off to it. I just wasn't feeling well, and I went to
Here's-
go kind of look over
I'm
the
not
footage.
asking for that explanation. I'm asking you to say what do you have to say about Trick or Treat?
No. Here's how you salvage that lost episode. We've done how many episodes? I don't fucking know. Take random bits of you talking about other movies and just splice them in.
Insert it.
So we'll be like,
Insert.
Matt, what did you think of that werewolf scene? Yeah. So, anyways,
RoboCop
Hollow Man
3
is a great
fucking
movie.
is a bullshit movie.
Pre-recorded, so it's like The Office, where he's like, "Wow, him or her really has gotten themselves in a predicament." All right, we gotta move on. So this is number, I think, 5. This is I don't know if I've ever seen this. It's House 2, the second story. I don't like that title. It's fucking stupid. You're gonna tell me House 2 and then the second story? Like, what a stupid fucking play on. I don't want to watch this movie. Like, I had some interest, but then that's stupid.
It is the shittiest fucking title ever. But I remember the first one. I remember
I've never seen it. The title makes me not want to see it.
So
it is the shittiest fucking title for the second movie.
And here's the problem I have with the writing of these fucking lists. Literally, this is what naturally things move to exhuming the body with the hopes that it could be miraculously buried with the skull. Like, dude, I don't need your personality. I don't need your witty quips. Write what the fucking movie's about and leave it at that. Like,
wait, you didn't finish it though.
I'm not gonna, because it's garbage writing.
They're comparing it to Weekend at Bernie's-esque.
No.
Nothing.
Yes, Cowboy Zombie.
Nothing
Grams
makes me.
and
I don't
Thinks
want to watch anything
completely.
less than a fucking horror movie version of Weekend at Bernie's. It sounds terrible.
It moves into a lighter Weekend at Bernie's-esque fare.
A
Really,
lighter,
a lighter
so it's
version?
lighter than
It's
Weekend.
supposed to be a horror movie, and it's
movie's
moving into a lighter
than
version?
Literally, the fucking movie is about a dead guy dancing to music, and you tell me a horror movie's fuck. This is why I hate the writing. You see what I mean? Whoever wrote this is a fucking dipshit.
Hey, but it took place in Halloween.
Yeah.
That's the important part.
All right. Number 5. I've actually seen this one. I gotta watch it again. I was a little disappointed by it, but 31. It was Rob Zombie's 31.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan. I need to give it another try.
I have to watch it again, but I mean, the problem is he did this, and then he did that god-awful Devil's Rejects sequel, and he needs to come back with something good, because I'm fucking tired of his garbage movies. Like, I love Rob Zombie movies, but his last two, three with the Lords of Salem have been trash.
With Sherry Moon.
You know, for one thing, get your fucking wife out of the movies. Okay, she was okay.
I can't stand her and shit.
Like, I'm tired of her voice. I'm tired of her ass and every fucking like. She's your wife. Cover her up. Enough. You know, it's just enough. Get somebody else in there who doesn't have this voice. Like, shut her the fuck up and get her out of the movie. Make another good movie. Something. You put out 3 shit stinkers. You know The Devil's Third was garbage, or whatever the fuck it was called. Half of the movie was shot on a green screen. It's garbage.
What was it called? The Devil's Rejects, or no? It was
No,
called
it was Devil's. Wow, it was like I don't know. It was
From Hell. No, it was Three from Hell.
Yeah, 3 from Hell. There you go.
3 from Hell.
Three from us.
Hey, have you guys seen it?
No, I haven't watched any of his fucking shit.
Well, that's stupid on your part.
Well,
Devil's Rejects and House of a Thousand Corpses are great films.
No. So I watched House of a Thousand Corpses. I watched Devil's Rejects, but I have not watched anything else after that, or I haven't watched Halloween. I think I watched Halloween, the one he made.
Both Halloween movies are good.
But I haven't watched anything after Halloween.
I wouldn't pay $13, but they are good.
The 31 isn't like terrible. From what I gotta watch it again. It's just very archetypal. You can see what's going to be coming a mile away. The violence isn't anywhere like shocking. It's just kind of run of the mill. I mean, it's your typical like run while killers chase you. The whole concept is basically it's kind of like a game show almost, where if you survive, you win type thing.
It's like the weird Running Man type shit.
Yeah, it's like the horror movie version of Running Man. The problem is, it's like I said, I don't know what's going on with him. But even his directorial vision, like when you watch Halloween, When you watch Devil's Rejects, there's certain you can see through his eye, his filters, his way, his angles. This one doesn't feel like it.
Doesn't give it to you.
Three from Hell doesn't feel like it, and neither does Lords of Salem. And Lords of Salem probably feels like it out of the most, but they're all boring and just shit. Anyways, but
Yeah, I haven't seen any of those. So
I mean, my thing is I love Rob Zombie films, so I wish he would fucking get it together and get a budget for something good. But with Corona, you're probably never going to see him make another movie again.
he's got enough money; he could do it himself.
You think he's going to be like, yeah, I'll fund eventually,
No,
probably
he
won't make any money.
He's enjoying the vacation. All right, so number 3.
Halloween 3, Seasons of the Witch. Lewis, what is this movie about?
This is a great movie, and if you don't like it, I will fight your mother.
And they took it off of fucking Amazon, and I'm pissed off.
Not you. I'll fight your mother.
Yeah.
Keep talking.
Is she
man.
dead? Oh, I'll bring her back to life and fight her.
But they took it off of Amazon. I'm pissed.
No, so this movie, it has the Halloween name, and people bitch about that. But if you stop complaining about that, it's a good fucking movie. It's a good movie.
I do agree with Lewis. I like Halloween 3. It's got nothing to do with Michael Myers, but
it's masks that have pieces of the fucking Stonehenge in them, and it makes their heads fucking implode. It's a great movie.
Yeah, well, Daniel Baldwin's acting in it was shit.
And the fucking music they played was fucking phenomenal.
Sick of people being like, "But it has
and
the
Daniel
Halloween
Baldwin
title,
and
it doesn't have Michael Myers." Well, you're wrong. It does have Michael Myers. He's on a fucking TV when they're walking past it. This movie makes me angry because people bitch about it, and it's a good movie.
So what you're saying is Michael Myers makes a cameo in news footage.
Yeah, so technically, those people who are like, Michael Myers is not in it, it's like, no, you haven't watched it, you retard.
Well, do you like Jason? Because he wasn't in the first one either.
Yeah, exactly. Do you like the second one? You get Bag Boy.
Yeah. The Jason movies don't get good, really, until Kate Hodder comes in.
No.
Let's be fucking real. Like, he's in the best of them.
The first couple movies had boobies. That was what
that's what I'm saying.
That's what everybody loved.
There's so many movies that, like, when you're a kid, they're way better just because tits are in them. Like, let's be real. Some movies are way better as a kid, and you think they're better than when you're, because as an adult, you're like, you've seen whatever genitalia.
Before she gets split in half, she has like 5 seconds of boobs. Check it out, man.
But
you're not interested.
Pause it for you.
Then it's like what Matt said. Matt said a couple times. It's like you get to your 30s and you see boobs in a movie, and you're like, okay.
Like, I feel like the clown from Devil's Rejects, where I'm just like, let's get to the killing. Like, you know, like, I don't give two, like, I've got a wife. I don't care about nudity in movies. Like, when I was a kid and my dad's going, don't look. And I'm like, I'm not looking.
I know. My wife was telling me, she was like, oh, they show nudity in The Haunt. She's like, I don't think our kids should see it. And I'm like, I'm not worried about the nudity part. I'm worried about the fucking gore part.
Your girls.
Like, I'm more worried about the gore. Should we be worried about the gore?
Oh, so wait a second. The beheading's fine, but you don't want them to see parts that
but you don't want her to see parts of a woman's body.
Like, I understand if you don't want like your young boys to watch female nudity and vice versa, but it's like it's all like you guys are all the same. Like, I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? Like, no, what, you know, it is what it is. I don't know. My parents were weird like that too, where it was like, I could watch like the Nick Berg beheading, but God forbid Species came on and there was tits on this movie. Cover your eyes. Number two, Poltergeist. This is a movie that I do love. Number one, this is a movie that there's a lot of weird shit.
That's why I made this. That's why I made this your thing.
Not to go too deep, but I mean the girl that is the star who ends up dying at a young age.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rumors that death was due to sexual mistreatment.
Have you watched Cursed films on Shudder?
No.
I haven't watched the Poltergeist episode yet.
Yeah, if you listeners or viewers, if you don't have Shudder, they always do crazy fucking deals. They always do a month free or something.
Shudder for $7 a month has so many great horror. Like, if you're a horror movie fan, it's a no fucking brainer.
Yeah, and if
$6, or if you go on AMC, it's fucking $4.
Yeah,
yeah, it's worth it definitely to check out Cursed films. They go over Twilight Zone, they go over this movie, they go over Exorcist.
Exorcist one I've seen. It's a good one.
Yeah, and to hear like the crazy shit that went on behind the scenes with this film and Exorcist, it's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would recommend Shudder. I'd also recommend Amazon Prime's Monsters and Whatnot
Yeah.
channel as well, because
What
they've got
I
some
found out
good
though
ones
is
on there.
AMC Plus on Amazon. If you go through
For
Amazon,
$8, it's like the best deal because
you get
both.
Shudder, you get 2 other fucking shows or
I might
2
have,
others.
I might have to just cancel my Shudder and go with AMC Plus from now on.
I know. You're gonna have to one of you
Well,
because
because isn't Halloween
I'm
on
roping
AMC
up
Plus right
Lewis's
now as well?
Shudder.
I'm
I
pretty sure the
believe
Rob Zombie Halloween is out there right now too.
I believe AMC owns Shudder as well.
They do.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up canceling my
That's
Shudder
why
and just going with AMC Plus.
that's why when I did the trial thing, I got all that stuff with it.
And is it its own
That
app, or do I
fucking
have to have it added to like the Prime channel?
You could do it on Amazon, but you can also have your own app.
Okay.
that makes me a little worried that they're gonna phase out Shudder.
Well, I mean, if they phase out Shudder and
Hey,
it's $2 a month extra for AMC Plus, I think it's like $8 a month for AMC Plus.
it's not a big difference, man. Amazon Plus is you're gonna get the other stuff with it.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up tomorrow canceling Shudder and then signing up for AMC Plus.
I think the 3 of us need to communicate what we do, and then
I just did.
share our passwords.
I communicate with you right now. I'm inviting Daniel Baldwin over tomorrow.
Fuck Daniel Baldwin and
Come
his
hang out
fucking
with me and
horse.
show me some of his acting chops.
And his fucking horse. Fuck him and his horse.
Daniel Baldwin's not good enough actor to have a horse.
All right. So we got one more to go.
So
What's your most favorite movie in the world?
it's not my favorite movie in the world, but it's quite a good movie. Ernest
But
Scared
you
Stupid.
talked about it. You talked about it all Halloween though.
I did. Ernest Scared Stupid is an awesome movie. It's a movie that's too scary to be a kid's movie.
And
But
it's
not
number
scary
one.
enough to be
It's
not a
number
kid's
one
movie.
for our 13 fucking movies
Well,
today.
the whole idea is, and the thing about it is like, it's
You're
the
welcome.
last Disney Ernest movie. It's got a budget. The creature design. Okay.
All right, let's hear it. Let's hear. What are you trying to say?
Do you guys know this? What movie did the Trolls also star? Okay. So the Trolls they have in this, the puppets and all of that were used in another movie and repurposed. What movie were they used for?
I don't know what year was this in.
Or used in another movie. This came
What
out.
year?
Don't look it up.
early-
This isn't a look up thing. This is from your fucking brain.
Ernest.
All right, so
the
he-
Ernest
he
movie came
looks-
out in the 90s.
Early 90s, yeah.
It's not Labyrinth, is it?
No, that's no. It's one that
Is it-
I don't think you're gonna get.
It was another horror movie.
Yes, it's actually one
Oh.
we talked about last week.
Oh, really?
reviewed, but it's on last week's list. I'll give you another like 10 seconds.
Shit.
It was.
Please don't look
Fuck, I
through.
can't
You looking
think
through
of
the
the
list for
fucking
last
name.
week? I told you couldn't look it up. That includes your fucking notebooks, old man.
Fuck you and your fucking horse you rode in on.
Again with that one?
Yeah.
I can't think of the name. I can't think of
Puppet
the name.
Master.
No,
No.
now you're just Shut up, Alex. You're not even trying.
No.
I did.
I'm gonna let Lewis go. You're disqualified, Alex.
It's the gate.
The only reason I remembered it's on the last week's list is because I just had to edit the photo into the yesterday's episode. That's right. If you're watching the live stream, you're going to get not only this episode tomorrow or today, you're going to get last week. So you're going to get a double episode on Halloween. It's going to be fun.
You got B movie and you got this one.
B movie backwards.
I think I'm going to name last week's episode.
Ebuvis.
Last week's episode, I'm going to name the B movie. Like, just name it like Nerditude's B movie, because there's a lot of stuff I did in it. But okay, so enough.
All right, so what are you trying to say? What is this?
Creatures, the trolls from Ernest Scared Stupid. Some of them were repurposed clowns from Killer Clowns in Outer Space.
Oh, okay. Really?
Holy shit!
If you look up, there's a YouTube documentary on the movie. If you look it up, they actually have directs, and when I edit this, I'll put some in. But they actually have side-by-side photos of a couple of the clowns repurposed and repainted to be the trolls. It's really wild.
Cool.
To the point where in Ernest Scared Stupid, there is a creature design credit to the original creator of those as well because they used so much of his shit they had to have him in there.
Very nice.
That's awesome.
But yeah, Ernest Scared Stupid is a dumb little movie about these. It's almost like they were gonna make a movie, and then somebody was like, "Put Ernest in it." Like they had a movie like that they were without Ernest, and they were like, "We need Ernest," and they were like, "All right, I gotta figure it out." But it's basically trolls that can be defeated by milk that turn kids into these little statues. But when I was a kid, I remember it being scary.
Back in the day, Ernest was he was the shit though.
He had 4 major Disney film releases
The
that
Ernest
did well.
movies were awesome.
The rest after every Ernest movie after Scared Stupid was a direct-to-DVD one or direct-to-video.
Yeah.
But yeah, I loved it. I loved Ernest Scared Stupid. I thought when I was a kid, I thought it was kind of scary.
That's one of the reasons why I picked this list is because I figured when we got to the bottom of the list, it was something that you've been talking about all fucking.
It's why
all
I drink
Halloween
milk.
long.
It's why I drink so much milk.
we never covered it during the Halloween, which I know you wanted to.
I
but
mean, we didn't have a weekly category of.
At least we got
movies.
it. At least we got it in the list for you.
I appreciate that. It is.
So my gift to you, Mr. Daniel Baldwin.
It's not a very good gift. I mean, I'm just saying it's a list. You know what I mean? Like some candy, maybe some milk. I don't know.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, a piece of candy.
All right,
dude.
Ooh, Reese's.
It gets more trend. Like, oh, you can't even see me.
Oh,
damn.
Your green screen's killing it.
Fooled me. Okay, so that was the last title on the list. We have now come to the glorious conclusion of our episode.
Happy fucking Halloween.
I did. Okay. I want to thank everybody for joining us on the live stream. Anybody who did see this, I hope you're seeing us, the end of the episode on YouTube. It will be on Facebook as well. I'm still uploading the earlier episodes to Facebook. It just takes a while. Thank you for joining us. I do, from the bottom of our hearts, appreciate it.
Our first live stream, and it was great that
we discussed it.
Stuck it out with us for a little bit.
Looks like we'll be doing one of these a month. So the end of the month, we're going to try to do a live stream because it did go so well. So I hope everybody who was with us and had to go to bed, I understand it's really fucking early or late, depending on how you look at it. Thank you for being with us as long as you were. Check out the rest of the episode, whether it be Spotify or YouTube, however you want to check it out. I'm gonna go ahead.
We never said we were fucking quick. We're not those quick guys that they get shit over with.
Good news is tomorrow there will be 2 episodes dropping because I do have last week's that I just held on. I finished the editing. I held on until right now. So I will be uploading 2 episodes tomorrow to both Spotify and YouTube and everything. So check them out. If you were part of this broadcast, you'll probably hear us answering your questions and things like that. So I'm going to sign out. I want to say thank you to everybody. Alex, please go ahead and you do your sign off.
I said thank you for participating, man.
I just couldn't hear you because I was talking at the time. So
all right, cool. I'm just saying thank you for being a part of our shit, man.
I like how you answer me like, hey, I was just saying. Yeah, I know. I was talking.
Well, I can't tell at the moment.
You can't tell that I was talking. I can't tell that I trampled over your speech. Lewis, you want to say goodbye to everybody?
Fuck.
Fuck.
Yeah. Thanks for checking out our live stream. I'd like to remind you guys that we're just 3 dudes who don't know what we're doing. This podcasting thing is still new
fucking
to us.
idea.
And we do it because it's fun for us, and then we put out that product and hope that you guys find something that will hopefully make you laugh or make you want to check out a movie, or just laugh at us because we don't know what we're doing. And if I can ask one thing of you guys, please check out the YouTube show. Matt puts a lot of hard work into it. Even if you throw it on in the background, if listening to the show is your thing and you don't prefer it, at least check out one of the YouTube shows. Let us know if you think we can do something better or not.
At least watch one of the shows and see if you like it.
Any recommendations for movies? Because for the month of November, we're going back to the 2-movie format where we're just going to kind of pick whatever. And then, excitingly, we'll be going back up to December is going to be ramping back up to some really cool, I think, choices, and that'll lead to some great episodes.
Yeah, I just thank you for listening, for checking out the show. And we're gonna keep doing this, even if we didn't have any listeners. But we do, and we appreciate it.
I
And
listen to
we will see you
myself.
guys.
Also, thank you, Matt, man. You do a lot of shit for this
Mm.
show, man. And seriously, I appreciate everything you've done for us.
It's all worth it. I have a lot of fun.
You are the fucking glue that's holding us together. And I may not answer every fucking text in the morning, but I'll answer
I
it
can
fucking
always
4
tell when
hours
Alex
later. Okay?
was like
I'll
up
answer
late.
it 4 hours later. Okay?
Because Lewis will text and then I'll respond and then it's like 3 hours later Alex is like LOL.
I've got fucking kids, and I got
That's-
kids, and I fucking
that's
don't want
the-
to talk to you guys.
That's
Sorry.
the equivalent of the Nerditude movie podcast. It's like, hey, should we do this? 5 hours later, yeah, sure,
Alex,
whatever.
Alex. That's all my text messages look like. Alex.
How dare you try to get some decent sleep, you son bitch.
But
No,
yeah,
but I appreciate everything you fucking do, man. You are the glue that's holding us together, man.
I think we all have a lot of
I
fun on it,
appreciate
and that's
it.
what's
I
important.
appreciate it.
I'm going to be honest. I think we had more people join us today than I estimated we would, so that was nice.
yeah, but thank you guys, and we'll see you next week.
Yep, with probably a little bit shorter, maybe, but it'll be back to the 2-movie format for the next month. So yeah, we'll see you guys then, and thank you for being with us.
Happy Halloween.
Yes, happy
Happy
Halloween.
Halloween.
Bye.